Welcome to day two of the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut Events. My name is Atrocious. You could also call me Jake. I got Eggman here by my side yet again
Hello.
for a beautiful championship Sunday. We've got top 32 here for you. And are are you excited?
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. It's going to be really interesting. Obviously, this is the first weekend for the English version OP16 meta for the One Piece card game. So a lot of different decks. There might be a couple of seen decks before as well, but I know a lot of people want to kind of see what is the deck to beat from this event with the beginning of the format, and I'm excited to find out with you guys.
Yeah, especially with our top cut bracket that we have here today. We've got a lot of exciting matches to showcase to you all here very, very soon. But we did get the population numbers of the event as a whole. As you mentioned, it's the first weekend of OP16. And a lot of people were wondering what the meta was actually going to look like in the championship. So let's take a look at what players brought this past weekend. And overall, it's a pretty even distribution, right? Maybe not really any surprises that Nami is still the number one most populated deck, at least within this tournament specifically. Just has some good matchups. You beat Purple and L, so a lot of players just very comfortable with it after 15. Not a lot changes heading into the 16 format. But then the rest of the decks pretty even across the board of a blue, green, Luffy, Marshall, D, Teach, Black, Yellow, Purple, and L, and Rosinante rounding out that top five.
Yeah. And yeah, it's really like those top five are, or I think most people would say are the top five decks, at least in the game right now. So pretty understood. But yeah, there's still just a lot of room for variety. We also, spoilers, we have some deck lists that had less than 5% of the room get into the top 32. So yeah, I think the format still has a lot of choices, and what the format's going to look like is really interesting. But here is again the total leaders that we at the start of Saturday, but we're on Sunday now, and let's look at the top 32 for today.
Looks excellent in my opinion. I actually like this and what we were kind of expecting heading into this format. Nami is the number one deck in the top cut, multiple entries in there, but then kind of an even distribution between Purple and L, Marshall, D, Teach, and then Rosinante and Blue Green Luffy right behind them for probably about like 80% of the decks within this top 32 cut today. Really interesting to see, even though there are a bunch of new decks and there are a bunch of new ways, you can almost consider Rosinante somewhat of a new deck just based on
Mhm.
the new pieces that it got within OP16, really flexing around the deck. Half of the deck is OP15 and half of the deck is OP16, which I think is really interesting. But we do have one single entries of Calgara Ace that we had been following a little bit yesterday, and a Lucy. So some interesting variety in there, especially at the end.
Yeah, yeah, and again, we again these five leaders I think are pretty prevalent throughout it. It is a little bit of the old meta, is a little bit of half the chart, right? As seen, so 16 entries, but yeah, it is interesting to see again some of the one of hopefuls of Calgara, Ace, and Lucy, and yeah, it's going to be and there's kind of also like within these top five as well, a kind of a bit of a like I guess what not triangle format, but like a pentagon format too. So
Mhm.
it's going to be, yeah, we'll see how the top 32 kind of goes through, and what ends up on top.
And it's kind of what we were saying yesterday too at the start of stream, to where OP16, although didn't maybe necessarily introduce a new tier 0 deck or a new
Mm.
best deck in format, it brought the power level between the two top decks of Nami and Enel much closer to the rest of the field, with these decks being introduced and these new cards being introduced. So very excited to jump into this game. I know we've got our first round here, the top 32 round, coming up in a moment. It's going to be Ace and also Lucy. We're going to showcase Lucy. We didn't see him all through the tournament as of the other day, and I think it can be a really interesting matchup alongside Ace, right?
Yeah.
Ace is the talk of the town, also making top four of the Treasure Cup that happened yesterday, which was a much surprise to me to see, lightning strikes twice in the
Yeah.
same place. But could be really interesting with Ace's bottom, or I'm sorry, Lucy's bottom decking and also power reduction, to see how it combats Ace's aggression.
Yeah, I'm literally looking forward to it. I've literally just never seen this matchup before. So, but I think both players are going to kind of have to adjust to it on the fly, and us as commentators are too. But, I'm curious to see what like also like chat's thinking about. I'm going to say that if we talked before a little bit, I think it's a little bit on the Lucy side, though our ace player does have the lower seed, so that does mean that they get to choose going first or second on game one, which is huge. And if you guys also don't know, this is a top 32 best of 3 60 minutes, and whenever your Swiss standings was, that's your seed, and that means that if you're going as the lower seed, you do get to choose again if you want to go first or second, which I think is extremely relevant in a lot of matchups right now.
Oh yeah, I think die roll is very, very important in this meta in terms of being able to take advantage in that best of three. But looks like players are getting started. Let's go over to our table to showcase to you the top 32 round of this championship as the knuckle touch happens. Great timing by our lovely production team
Yeah.
today. Is going to be starting out with Lucy going first in this one with the Viola to look at that top three and find a Dress Rosa type of card.
Yeah. So again, OPA had the lower seed, so they chose to go second here, which makes sense. I think they want to hit probably like the 8 drop Newgate on curve. It does also mean that our Lucy player is going to be able to play their 7 drop Lucy on curve if they see it, but pretty standard back and forth to start us off.
So is going to be starting out with some searching on Opa's side with Ace, going with the Garp to find the 4 cost Luffy, which we have, been saying throughout the tournament has been so important. And now a Moby deck to find whatever card you want. You do not have to reveal which card you grab off the top three for Moby Dick. So it's going to be putting into that hand and moving on to Lucy's next turn, starting out with the Rebecca, just going in with more searching, especially because Lucy has a lot of 4 Dawn plays and the odd curve doesn't really adhere to that. It's really just going to be a lot of searching, right, for the first 2 turns for the Lucy player. And you can't complain in Barrier Pistol, right? Revealing that to be able to bottom deck something like the Luffy or the Ace that comes in later, it's going to be very strong.
Yeah, yeah. I think we also talked about the berry pistol is going to be really important for some removal for cards such as the 4 drop Luffy and the 5 drop Ace, but also can up hit into some of the larger bodies too with a little bit of power reduction. So going to be a little bit scary. Just going to go big five though, and our Lucy player is going to go down to 3. We're going to play out our 4 drop Luffy, one of the best cards I think for this deck, being able to be a 7K leader for just essentially it uses the effect of the Luffy to make you kind of like a Nami leader on defense.
And I think there's a really interesting interaction that goes in right now, right? We talk about Berry Pistol and the bottom decking. This forces, as you're seeing right now, Lucy to use the Berry Pistol right away. But the more that you use these events, right? There's no body that's being played on this turn. There's no Bartolomeo. There's no Cavendish to be able to respond with extra pressure. And with Lucy, you're very much restricted more to that one swing per turn strategy where Ace once those 8,000 power characters start getting on the field, now the rush is going to start to happen. So, going to be curious to see how, that early game control can really work for Ace in this matchup. But on curve, going to be playing the Vista. Vista is going to be very nice. And with that reveal of an 8,000 power character from your hand, you can draw 1 card. And with the rush, if you were able to get a Dawn on it later, especially for all of these Rebeccas and stuff, you're going to be able to delete both of these, and the Moby Dick activate main is going to get that Dawn on.
Yeah, super good. I mean, I think also like for most of the games we saw from Opa, our ace player yesterday, it was I'm going to play 8 drop Newgate, and that's going to be the most important card. And it was kind of like skirting more on the defensive side than just applying pressure. This one, you kind of have to be the aggressor. So cards like this Vista end up being a lot more important than the matches we saw yesterday.
So we'll see if Lucy has a 7 drop Sabo on curve. 7 drop Sabo is such an instrumental part to the deck. And look at that. We have it. The event going to be used is Fire Fist. That's going to minus 8,000 power onto the Vista. Not opting for the KO effect. Immediately use the leader effect to draw 1 card. But now swinging 5,000 over at Vista for the knockout and passing off the turn. This is one of those things now that, like, okay, you did lose a body at that point, but you didn't lose any life. You didn't lose any cards in hand in this situation. Obviously, the more Sabos that the Lucy player will play, the harder it is to going to be able to break through the wall. But now on the 8 Dawn turn, we can play something like Newgate on curve.
Yeah, and there's like another card in the deck that we didn't really see a lot of play the other day. It is the 6 drop Marco, which does offer some protection for the deck. It's a
Mhm.
if your leader would be or sorry, if one of your characters is being removed from the field by your opponent's effect, you can KO this character instead. And on KO, you can trash this one character with 8K power from your hand to play this from your trash. So offers just like a lot of like recursion and protection for not only KO but removal. So that's like a barrier. So could be good. We're going to see I believe that's Ace there. It could also
Mhm.
be Luffy. Sorry,
It's
my,
Ace, yeah. It was the
it is
secret
Ace.
rare
Okay, all
Ace.
right, all right. Yeah, thank you. But getting that there, and then they're going to play another Garp. All right, that's 3 Garps on the board there.
Just gonna be doing some searching and opts to grab the Luffy. We saw that Marco in the hand that you were talking about, so I was curious if he was gonna grab it, but ended up going for that Luffy instead, especially with that Luffy effect of if your leader includes Ace and you have 6 or more Dawn, give this card in your hand -2 cost. You're able to play that out on like a 10 Dawn turn alongside something like Edward Newgate, and now you've established Marco on the field for those effects like you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think Visto was good the turn that it was played because it did get some value. But Marco, I think, is going to be kind of difficult for a permanent removal from here. So really sets up some plays. We're actually going to start off with Viola though, so maybe not inherently another Sabo or another event to play off the Sabo. So we'll see what they find.
Yeah, I think right now we're mainly looking for an event in this Saba or in this Lucy's turn. And we see a barrier pistol is thinking about being grabbed. Just taking a look at Marco. Marco's protection effect is any of your characters removed from the field of play by an opponent's effect. So even bottom decking off of barrier pistol, a KO effect off of the Fire Fist is going to activate Marco's effect to be able to have that on KO effect recursion and keep those bodies on the field. Lucy now just swinging 5,000 power overhead lead is going to get Opa down to 3 life, I believe. I think he's taken 2 life in this game, and now the Sabo coming in. We'll see what the option is. It looks like it's going to be a go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy, just to be able to draw 3 cards, 2 from the event and 1 from the leader effect.
Yeah, I mean that card advantage is fantastic. You do have to, respect that. We also are just respecting the fact that, I'm sure they know how the Newgate kind of works and that you can't really block early in this deck because there is some issues. But oh man, that's Marco heading in, and now with all these Garbs on the board, I think we're going to get some pretty good value from this Newgate now. So yeah, there it is. Fantastic card, SR. That says you get to get a plus 2K and double attack on your leader, and then just by revealing the 2 cards there, we are able to get a -6K. So that Sabo is now a big 3K. There's a bunch of 2K Garps on the board, and now we can really pressure this rested Sabo.
The 9,000 power stat line on the Sabo, the base power is a really big impactful number, I think. Not only because you can free block a lot of the 8,000 power swings that Ace is going to provide with his different characters, but now it forces Opa to attach a Dawn onto Garp to be able to swing. And although we didn't give anything up for that specifically, it's one of those things that it's much easier to defend against those little 3,000 power swings as base. But now is going to go in and just try after the free block on the double attack, go in with an 11,000 power swing on the Newgate that has rush. Going to use that Dressrosa Kingdom to plus 2,000 power and then a 1 to go 3. We get out of that attack at 12.
Yeah, but a lot of pressure there. Just kind of shows out like how good that 8 drop Newgate can be at pressuring, and also, I mean, just having some 1 drops that you're able to help pressure, arrested Sabo that's that's power reduced is very good.
So now is going to grab the Fire Fist off the Rebecca. We'll see if a third Sabo is going to hit the field, right? You can have 4 of them in your deck as part of the One Piece card game rules, 4 copies for a play set of most all cards, but it's looking like he might distribute the Dawn maybe in a different way, but no, looks like just going ahead and tapping 7 for that Sabo and the Fire Fist combination. More than likely going to go for that Newgate. Going to make it a 2,000 power character as you go ahead now draw for leader effect. And thinking about swinging the Viola, right? The Viola is at 2,000 power, so would be able to match with the Newgate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little back and forth, right? We both have like a lot of this power reduction to get removal. So the thing is that like you don't have to. I guess I don't know. You probably need to pressure this new gate, right? It's such a problem.
Yeah, I think you just want to pressure the Newgate because it's just a 10,000 power body. They can play another one to be able to get that rush onto the field, but you force them to have that, right? Rather
Yeah,
than just constantly having it on the field. So is going to go ahead and get rid of that and keep both of these Sabos active, not getting aggressive with his blockers, right? Really recognizing the rush potential within this matchup. So now we go
yeah,
back into Opa's turn, the 8,000 power swing more than like, or actually, I thought he was gonna swing 8. Now he is.
yeah. Okay,
More
okay. Yeah, just needed took an extra second, but we got there. So
yeah, yeah,
big
yeah.
8K.
The 8 is essentially the bait block, right? So we'll see if Opa tries to go in more for another removal strategy, another new gate hitting the field. That's going to be another 6,000 power. And we may just see a repeat of the next turn. It's going to be a battle of the one drops between these two players, right? Trying to remove the big giant bodies. Everybody's got hands in these decks.
Yeah, yeah, and it is funny because it is just like our removal strategies are pretty similar. Now, Lucy has been able to, not only just establish another blocker, but we do get some added benefit from like the Rebecca being here too. So another 1K, we can go big 7. This could get blocked by the other Sabo, and then like Newgate can attack as well. It's going to likely just get rid of the Rebecca, but being able to actually defend this despite having all these attacks into it have been nice. So and we're going to attack into, yeah, the Viola just to get rid of it because we can. And then I can understand like why we might not want to attack with Newgate because it just gets rid of a 1-drop blocker and it makes it easier for them to remove on the back end of like attacking to it like again like it did with Fire Fist. So there is like a real chance you just leave the Newgate standing and make it, yeah, very difficult for them to remove next turn.
Because I think this is one of the big differences within this matchup and the strategy that the two players are doing. Lucy is able to draw cards way more effectively, especially with that leader effect of if you play the Dress Rosa or activate an event with a base cost of 3 or more, you get to draw an extra card. Ace does not necessarily have that card draw, especially when he's playing a Newgate. Some of the 8,000 power characters do draw a card, but not that one, right? Just
Hmm.
goes in with the
Hmm.
power minusing. So you're kind of constantly losing cards in hand, while Lucy is more recurring resources at this point.
Yeah.
I think another big difference, though, is that Lucy has played 3 Sabos and doesn't have another one on the field. Just going to go in with a Bartolomeo. That Bartolomeo with the on play effect, activating a Dressrosa type event with the cost of 3 or less from your hand. Is going to use that go and use him, Mr. Luffy, to draw 2 and then leader effect, draw 1 more. Again, talking about the draw potential and the, resource war that's going on right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Opa, our ace player, has been on the offensive so far, right? And but at any point, like these 9K Sabos can start attacking for game. There hasn't really been any blockers from Opa, which I think most decks in the game kind of play blockers, and it doesn't really seem that there's many for ace. Like I think it's just like literally like Little Orange Junior kind of, but there are some tough spots here. So we're just going to go big 5K into leader. We don't have a 4-drop Luffy to make our leader a 7K this game. So we're just going to use a 1K ace there.
So now going and just doing a little bit more searching, actually plays a Leo onto the field. So Leo is going to have that if your character of 7,000 base power or less would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect. You can place one character to the bottom of the owner's deck over on your side. So curious, I don't know if there's any raw removal that's really going to be present in here, but I guess there could be like some sort of KO effect, right? Like power reduction or KO that Opa could play. But first, going to be starting out with his 4th copy of Garp, really searching through the deck right now.
Yeah. Now there could be like another copy of like perhaps Vista, right? That would be able to get rid of the Rebecca on an attack, which would be nice. But
Mhm.
another Newgate is tough. Now, actively showing your opponent, hey, by the way, I know the Newgate might be coming is it's kind of tough, but I think you just got to do it, right? Like you can become a 9K double attack. Like with 2 Newgates on the board, you actually make it so that their Sabos have to respect your leader attack too. So it ends up being, I think, pretty relevant.
Yeah, that's why this Marco has just been so good. Taking it to lead now, taking that life on the 8,000 power swing now means that, especially if a new gate is played on this turn, the Lucy is going to have to give up some cards to be able to keep the Sabos alive on the block, whether that's leader or the 8 cost Newgates. And so is going to play over that Garp that we just played on this turn. Newgate coming in. I like playing over the Garp that we just played to give us the opportunity because we have one more Dawn. We're more than likely going to minus one of these Sabos, right? And so if the Sabo were, well, actually, no, because uh the Sabo didn't block on the Marcos, so I guess it really doesn't matter. It's getting KO'd if it blocks. Don't
Yeah.
mind me.
Yeah, I think we're still like fine though. So we're gonna do a big 10K with this new gate here. Yeah, both of these Garbs can attack. Our leader is attacking as a 9K double attack, but doesn't really matter as much when they only have one life remaining.
Especially with the new gates. Remember that you do gain plus 2,000 power and double attack on your turn specifically, and new gate effects stack. So you do get the plus 2,000 power twice. You don't get the double attack twice, unfortunately, but it's just going to be a block from the Rebecca there on the 10,000 power swing. Now going another 10,000 power. Might just attach that leftover Dawn onto the leader to get triple 10,000 power swings here at the end. Lucy still has that Dressrosa Kingdom for a kind of pseudo free plus 2,000 power, but no, is going to go to zero.
All
Now
right,
is
and
going
now
to
we're just a big 10K here. So we could block with okay, yeah. Sorry, the timing for this is very specific, but
the
yeah.
Dressrosa
Uh,
Kingdom plus 2,000 powers because you have to use the Dressrosa stage before the blocker phase. So
yeah.
boosting up that Sabo into 11,000 power and then blocking with it is going to be a free block. And we see Gold D Roger in the hand for Lucy. So especially with Gold D Roger not actually going to use it. So never mind on that. But Lucy was at 0 life if they wanted to go all in with these 9,000 power Sabos over at lead, but is instead going to go ahead and search for his fourth copy of
Yeah, but
Sabo.
like Goldie Roger doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, it does. Goldie Roger doesn't make a difference if they don't have any blockers, right? I mean, he's a good
Yeah.
13K rush, but like when you have like the Bart and everything on board, it's usually just better to attach the Dawn that way. But instead, we're just going to be really defensive here. We're going to play a third copy of Sabo. We're going to use the Fire Fist there on the new gate. So it does have a minus 8K, currently a 2K power over there.
So more than likely going to get cleared on this turn from one of these swings. First starting out with the Bartolomeo, 6,000 power is going to clear that Newgate. So we'll see how the rest of the swings go. 8,000 now going at lead. Ace going back down to a 5,000 power leader because those Newgates only power you up during your turn. We'll see. I mean, I feel like Lucy's going to be a little bit protective, keep these Sabos as active as they take the life, especially because you can expect a rush body potentially to come down, but opts to swing one of these Sabos and 9,000 power lead is going to try to put Opa to 1 life now sitting at 2.
All right, going down to one.
So now attaching the Dawn to Rebecca is just going to pass off the turn. We'll see if Opa's got himself something like a Roger, right? Something that I think that every red deck should play just simply because it's that good of a card. Might help, especially if you give your leader boosted power,
Sure.
right? With the
Yeah. I
new
mean,
gate.
I think I could see Roger in this deck for sure. So yeah, I think the only issue is that like sometimes it's you're not as easy I think as Ace to stay at zero as much as like you're mostly just floating around like 1-2 life like we've seen, and
Mm-hmm.
then they just go all in for the last part. So could be tough for yourself to go down to zero, but obviously yeah, if we did have a Goldie Roger right now, we'd feel very strong to try to close out this game.
I think you'd got to be feeling pretty good right now, especially because with that Dressrosa Kingdom on the field, even though it's a plus 2,000 power, your leader being 7 means that you're able to at least force an additional card out of hand to be able to if they decide not to block on the turn. So doesn't look like we have it in hand. So what is the next best case scenario for Opa right now? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, I mean, we could like, I mean, if we have another new gate, I know that we've played like, what is it,
I think
3, I think
three.
already, so it'd be a fourth coffee, but, you know, it might make more sense to bully one of the blocker Sabos, and try to get it off the board because, you know, you do have to be worried about if you do not win here, these 9K attacks on the flip side do hurt a lot, and again, you're gonna be a base 5K leader, but we're just gonna start with a big 8 from the Marco to see, what they could be working with.
So an 8,000 power, you do have three blockers on the field as a Lucy. So really just countering out of one of the attacks potentially could help you just stay alive in this game. Still 10 Dawn left as active though. So when's the right timing to block? Because this could be one of those situations. No, it doesn't feel. No, you would slam down the Roger right away, but is going to block with the Rebecca. Does not want to give any leeway to these Sabos and goes ahead and plays the Luffy for two because you have six or more Dawn and your leader is Ace. Now is eight Dawn left to work with, and especially with that Ace leader effect, one of your Luffys can get rushed, especially being 8,000 power. So he's just going to go with another 8,000 power swing as part of Ace's leader effect. And
Yeah,
especially
I
with
mean,
six Dawn left, you can get another 8,000 power swing.
it's a really nice kind of effect that this deck gets to do. Additionally, too, like it helps you kind of meet you in the middle of the road where you're like, well, I could be a 7K leader with this pretty easily next turn too.
So just swings another eight, attaching one to lead after the Lucy player used the Just Watch Me Ace. A block right there. Now going into a Dress Rosa Kingdom to be able to you trash that event to then block with or Sabo and not give up any cards. We'll see what Opa has played with the rest of his on. It is an ace. Going to be looking at that top five.
Yeah, and this ace also can be really defensive at turning any 8K power card into your hand into a 2K. So between the Luffy and the ace, we do have a good amount of defense. We're going to be a 7K leader with access to a bunch of 2Ks. But man, when there's three big Sabos across the board, that is going to be very tough.
And all it takes is one barrier pistol, right? To bottom deck one of those two cards to make it much easier to be able to go in for game, especially because you would still have five Dawn to be able to work with across your five swings that you have
Mhm.
represented on the field right now. So it's really going to be up to Lucy right now to hit the numbers that they need. You do
All
have to
right. So
connect twice since Ace is at one life right now. You need two swings to connect.
now Marco can protect the Luffy too, but it's also a thing where, you know, with it you have to KO the Marco and then you have to discard a card for the Marco. So you still have to like use cards out of hand to save the Luffy in that case.
Mhm.
But it would be I don't know, I'm not sure exactly how many cards our ace player has, but in hand, but it is tough. Yeah. So an extra 2K there and 1K.
Or
Oh,
that's
because
a
they just
2K
went
technically.
big numbers there.
Yeah, the 11,000 power swing is going to get out of it using the Luffy effect and getting rid of two 2Ks and a 1K. Remember, Thatch, even though printed with a 1,000 counter on it, is still a 2K because of the ace on the field, overrides it to make it a 2K. So even your counter cards can be a little bit more counter in this end game stage. But sitting at about four cards in hand, I think just going to go another 11,000 power swing over at lead with the Sabo. Again, you can take one life, but you assume when you take that one life, they're going to go all in with some of these characters and or the leader, which the leader can sneakily have a lot of power without any Dawn.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think our Lucy player has at least two events in hand, so
Mhm.
that would be able to get there. But we've got a plus 2K, plus 2K, plus 2K to get out of it. So we're still staying around. I'd ask for cards in hand right now because I think there's only one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
there's
think
only
this
about
makes sense.
one card in hand.
An easy 7K. You know, has to take that one, and then everything else on the Lucy. uh, Sabo, and then that is going to be it for that one. But honestly, a lot of back and forth, and again, Lucy was able to take it, but I think Opa had a lot of good aggression and really made it kind of nervous for him.
Yeah, and especially when you didn't decide die roll in the beginning, you got to feel pretty confident in that. And I think the navigation was done really well, right? I think there was a lot of temptation within that game to swing your blockers earlier, right? Your Sabo blockers,
Mhm.
which could have been disastrous, right? Whether that's losing the Sabo blockers, because it became very apparent that that was Opa's game plan, right? To get rid of
Yeah,
the Sabo blockers. You can only run four of them, and once those four are gone, the game becomes much easier. So, really good job, I think, navigating that, and he's going to have to replicate it in this one.
yeah. I think the only other thing I would think of maybe is that we might have been able to put like more Dawn on our 10K Newgate just to make it so maybe we would have traded with the Sabo for that 5 Dawn because it would have gone out of one attack. It would have made like a lot of our counter in hand a lot worse without not without having the ace on the board. But I don't know. This is a really interesting matchup. I've never really seen it before, so it's great to see it in this top 32 here.
And especially in this game too, looks like both or I'm sorry, Opa taking the mulligan, but Lucy is going to be able to keep, right? They're going to say, you know what, I really like this hand. I'm going to keep this one, and we'll see how it bodes well for him. We see a Jozu in the hand as well. Jozu, not necessarily a card that's gotten a lot of limelight in the Lucy decks, but really good as an option of removal, especially maybe when a Luffy or Ace comes out onto the field, could be sneakily good in this matchup.
Yeah. I think the Marco though has offered a lot of like protection from removal for the deck.
Mhm.
So that would be good. We need to kind of see one of those on curve. We're going to see Ace once again taken second. We have our Lucy player looking at the top three from our Rebecca, getting a Cavendish, one of the new SPs from OP16, and passing it back.
And so now going into Ace's turn, going to be starting out with a Garp on a top four search to look for a character on or to grab a card with a cost of three or more to put into the hand. Still has one more Dawn left, just so Moby Dick, very similar to last game as of right now for the first turn that we got going on. Looks like has an option between Ace or Moby Dick as the card. And I think going for the Ace of that option.
Yeah, I love this stage. It is very nice and just
It's been
helps to
really
step a
nice to
lot of
see.
others.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been really nice to see how powerful this is as he takes a 6,000 power swing over at lead. And the Leo coming down on the field, +1 Dawn for the Rebecca is going to protect that Rebecca for the potential Vista that comes that we saw last game. So 5,000 power swing ends up going ahead and taking that Luffy coming down onto the field. That's going to be the one that you want to play on curve, right? He's kind of got his first couple turns set up right now, very similar to last game. Is
All
with
right.
the 5,000 power swing just going to go ahead and counter 1K out of that. Now for one Dawn playing the Dress Rosa Kingdom has four Dawn left over, is more than likely going to be playing that Cavendish down onto the field that we grabbed earlier, but ends up choosing Bartolomeo instead. Bartolomeo, right, being able to play that three cost or less event is going to go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy, to draw two and one more off leader effect. Getting the draw now rather than a potential delayed draw with Cavendish's when attacking effect.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing now is that this Luffy was not able to stay on board. He did get hit by a barrier. I mean, if we get to see a copy of like Marco now to offer some like actual protection here, we're in a really good spot because then we're just going to be a 7K leader pretty consistently throughout the defensive side. So we don't get pressured that much. And this Luffy attacking is going to be very good. But looks like instead we're going to be playing an ace. Look at the top five for a Whitebeard Pirates card.
Trying to find a Whitebeard's pirate card or a Luffy is going to go ahead and grab Little Oars Jr. Little Oars Jr. is a nice blocker that can be 8,000 power later. Now using the activate main and attaching the other active Dawn for an 8,000 power swing, getting rush from Ace's leader effect on that activate main is going to put Lucy down to two early in this game, sitting at two life to Ace's four.
Yeah, so a lot of early aggression, but we're at 7 Dawn, so you know that has to be a Saba. We'll see what card comes down with it. Looks like it is a Barrier, which will be used on either the Luffy or Ace. Yeah, choosing the Luffy. I think that makes sense, though.
Yeah, I
That
think
card
getting
is
rid of the Luffy is just so nice to be able to keep that aggression up and prevent him from becoming a 7,000 power leader, like you're saying.
going 5 into life, taking it, going down to, I believe, 3. And
Mhm.
then it is going to be the 2K there, which again, with Ace being on the board, turning any of your 8Ks, especially 8Ks without any counter associated with it, into that is great. So there it is.
So now we get into some of the bigger turns. The 8 Dawn turn now for A is going to be tapping all 8 for a new gate, just as we've been doing, all game. It seems like going to be revealing Vista and Little Oars Jr. to minus 8,000 power or 6,000 power. I'm sorry, onto the Sabo, make it a 3. And even though we don't have a way to swing into it as of right now, now with this 7,000 power swing from lead, 6,000 from the Ace, maybe, or 8 or 10,000 from the new gate, this makes it so if Lucy decides to block with that 7 cost Sabo, only sitting at 3,000 power means that it's more than likely going down.
All right. So we end up using the Jozu and the event off the stage to get there. We're going to go big 6. Again, the Sabo is currently at a 3K, and then we're going to go big 10. And yeah, we're going to take it go down to 1. So again, like going down to 1 just means that you're not as afraid of the double tax anymore. You do have to be careful about these new gates because I don't know. Like I think last game was really close because 6 drop Marco was able to offer a lot of protection. But now in this situation, you have to be really worried about any removal towards your big new gate.
I think we have relatively a small hand size on Luffy or Lucy's side. I think only about 5 cards in hand, maybe 6 in total before this Rebecca grabs a card. So it looks like grabbing counter, passing up on the 7 cost Fire Fist. Fire Fist was very much utilized in the last game to be able to get rid of these new gates as soon as they turn sideways. We'll see what exactly Lucy's plan is in this game, too.
Yeah,
Still
but if we're
has
able to get another Sabo on board with Fire Fist, we're going to be very happy. There it is. I think that's mostly what we were looking for. We might not have had another one in the hand, but Sabo is such a good card. Even if you have like all 3 other copies, you kind of need to add the 4th one to hand because you want to play it every turn for the rest of the game. And we are going to use the barrier though, so not choosing to interact with the Fire Fist instead on the new gate and going to pass it back.
Yeah, I think especially with, Ace being able to make all of those bricks in the deck, 2,000 counter just makes it a little bit more easier now as you start to build up aggression on being able with this 6 more likely to hit life, right? So I like the play of the barrier pistol. It's a little bit slower in the 10 cost Newgate, or I mean the 10,000 power Newgate does stay on the field, but I think for the long con, I think you can survive the long con just a little bit better than Opa can with Ace because of the vast card draw that you can do with this deck. So just taking it a slow and steady game.
All right, so back to open here. We got 10. We're going to use a GARP here to look at the top 3 and another one. So for any 3 costs or more, there's the number 3. So we're going to get another 8-drop new gate. Pretty understood.
More than likely just going to be able to play that down on the field to make your leader 9,000 power. And as you were talking about earlier, 9,000 power, a very good number for your leader to have because it matches the Sabo's powers and forces the block to give up a card to be able to utilize it. So is going to use that new gate on play effect to minus 3,000 power the Sabo to really pressure the potential for blocking, then utilizing the activate main to give that new gate rush. Starting out with the 10,000 power swing is just going to go 10, 10, 10 with all of these bodies, more than likely, really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and neither of these Rebeccas have Dawn associated with them, right? They're just hanging out
Yes,
for right now.
correct.
Yeah. So, I think this might be enough pressure where you might have to take a life or lose your one of your Sabos, the one that ends up being a 3K. So another 10 is pretty big.
Taking the life right away to go down to 0 is going to be a block off of the Sabo, and a 2K still has potential. But if he wants to survive in this turn, he's got to either counter to 11,000 power or block with the Sabo and more than likely have it go away. So I'm going to be curious to see. It looks like is just going to be raw countering 2 2 2 to go up to 11,000 power and passes off the turn over to Lucy, surviving another day, especially with the new gate minusing the power. I think Lucy has done a pretty good job of not having to block with the Sabo and is able to keep it on the field to reset it as a 9,000 power body, the new gate even though the new gate did go ahead and minus 6,000 power in comparison to something like the Sakazuki that came out in OP16, new gate's power reduction only stays on that turn specifically. It resets when it goes back to the opponent. And so now going in has to decide. I mean, especially because we were looking so hard, it felt like for Sabo in the last turn with the different Rebecca's that we played. I'd have to imagine that he more than likely does not have another copy of that 7 cost Sabo in the hand right now. So, how do you go in? Are you? It's curious. It almost feels like he's kind of like splitting the Dawn for some potential attacks. Especially with Ace still sitting at 3 life. I'm not 100% sure you can go for game right now, but just tries to test the waters with a 5,000 power swing at lead, especially since the new gate effects are only on your turn and you go back down to a 5,000 power leader. So is going to
All
go
right.
ahead and use the event of Just Watch Me Ace. He's going to minus 3,000 power the new gate to make it a 7,000 power character. Might try to go in with the Sabos or even the Barto just to be able to swing in and try to say, okay, you don't have that secret rare ace on the field. How much counter do you actually have in hand? And swings a hefty number. I couldn't tell how much Dawn he attached to it. I think it's 6 Dawn in total for an 11,000 power swing, and he clears the new gate. So now attaching the Dawn onto Rebecca is just going to attach one Dawn onto Rebecca. Or actually, there's a Dawn attached to both Rebeccas, my apology, and leave one Dawn active for a potential other Just
Oh,
Watch
yeah.
Me ace.
Oh, this is going to be huge, though. And again, only 3 cards in hand for Lucy here. This is going to be able to get a big removal on both of these blockers. Exactly what you want to see. Big 9K coming in.
And the way that this works as well, in case you're wondering, even though the Vista swings, his when attacking effect pops the Rebecca's before the Rebecca's can go into the blocker phase and opt for blocking. So it was truly a perfect card in that scenario to be able to get the pressure in and actually just concedes it. Only a couple of cards in hand just says, you know what? We got to get into game 3. I'm just going to go ahead and concede it. I'm going to decide the turn order. I think opting to go second. I think I
Yeah.
just saw him motion right there. And so we're moving to a game 3.
I love a game 3. It's good to see like a good, healthy back and forth. Showing just how aggressive Ace can be, how good these new gates are in this deck. I mean, again, making your leader a 7K double attack, being a 10K rush yourself within the archetype, being able to get some pressure on a body on board too. Very cool to see. And honestly, I can't wait to see how this third game goes.
I think the big difference in that game specifically was the fact that Luffy and Ace stayed on the field pretty much a turn longer than what they did, especially in that first game, right? I mean, the Lucy players saw the Sabos, right? They saw Sabos relatively consistently, only not in that last turn when they tried to clear the new gate, right? With that Bartolomeo swing. So I think that's going to be a big key in here, especially for Opa. Can you get those bodies to stick once again? It's be curious to see. Well, on the odd curve, it's a little bit harder. You're kind of playing a turn behind in a sense with a lot of your 4, 6, 8, kind of stuff. So we'll see how Lucy decides to go in, but looks like both players opting for the mulligan, not liking those starting hands.
And this is a little scary, right? I think both players have been moderately consistent with their first 2 games, but with a double mulligan here, there's a chance that this could be kind of suboptimal for one of these players. So we will see how it is. But yeah, I think Ace Jeff definitely wants the even curve. So if Lucy takes that away, that's pretty tough for it. We do have like a lot of good 6 costs and 8 costs of the deck specifically. We do get to play like 5-drop Ace on curve, which is nice, but Yeah, I do think that they would definitely prefer it going second.
So now going in with a fresh new five on both sides. Now putting out the life four on the left, five on the right. We're going into a game three in this top 32 match, and we'll see how this goes. It looks like Lucy does have some searching and some events in the hand to be able to start out this game. And it looks like also a seven cost Sabo, but going to put a Viola in for their first turn. Opa not having a Moby Dick or a Garp Searcher on their first turn is actually something that you love to see if you're Lucy.
Yeah, and yeah, it is nice to have these one drops. We've seen Gart being able to help pressure in situations when you do get the Newgate, reduction there. We do see the first Sabo enter the hand there, so you know that on 8 Dawn, a Sabo is coming down for sure now. So we're just going to go a big 8, hidden down, Lucy down to 5. If you make your leader, you give yourself rush, right? Is that how that works for the deck, right?
Well, your leader can swing as long as it's not your first turn of the game, but is going to be
Yeah, yeah,
able
I'm
to.
being silly.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But is going to go ahead now with the leader swing, take the life, go down to four. Is going to go ahead and use the Memento of Him event to be able to draw two cards, trash one, and play a four coster less Dressrosa on the field. It's going to be Cavendish, something that we didn't see in the last game, is going to make its way onto the field this time around. This is going to be nice, especially with that draw two, trash one when attacking effect, to constantly recur resources, constantly draw cards.
All right, starting off with a big 5. There's no blockers on the other side since Rebecca still doesn't have any Dawn associated with it, but we do have the 5 drop ace here. So being able to look off the top 5 can be helpful here.
The top five, finding a Luffy or a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card, is just going to go for another ace. Very interesting. We saw a couple different options in there, like Marco. I think there was a Luffy in there as well, but is opting for the ace more than anything. And here's a scary moment, especially on a sixth on turn. Sixth on turns are very notorious, I feel like, with Lucy players for just playing one of the events like Barrier Pistol or maybe another memento of him. And with the Cavendish pitch on the when attacking, is going to go ahead 2K out of that attack. And we'll see if this ace is long for the field right now. Tapping five is going to go ahead and play out. Pretty sure it's a barrier pistol, but no,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah, barrier would be the most straightforward removal. We are attacking again too, so if it is a barrier, I mean, ace still has this ability to turn any card into a 2K, so you would be able to get out of a card, without any counter here.
So it's
You're
going to
just
go
gonna leave
ahead.
the ace 1K.
Yeah, give up that 1K for the ace. And now the Rebecca is going to go ahead and look at that top three. I think I see a memento of him in that top three, but is going to go for another Cavendish. Maybe especially at this point, we're just going to hard play Cavendish or use another Memento of Him event. And it looks like Memento of Him is going to be the option. We know that Cavendish's hand, so we know that a second one is going to come onto the field and be another threatening 6,000 power swing. Lucy now activating the leader effect to draw one card and attaching a leftover Dawn on Rebecca. It's going to pass off into Opa's next turn, now being at 7.
Yeah. Now, with 7 Dawn, I think we could play a couple good cards, including Vista or Marco, and looks like it is going to be Vista for the immediate removal and interaction. So we're going to show, hey, look, by the way, we got Marco, and we're going to be able to give the 1 Dawn left open since we're on the odd curve attack into the Cav, and that there goes your 2 Rebeccas.
Yeah, and I think especially because it feels like Lucy is very much prioritizing the draw within this stage of the game with the Cavendishes. You want to remove those off the field right now. And so not giving up anything for the 8,000 power swing is just going to go ahead, take the life, go down to 2 despite so many cards in hand. And now a 5,000 power swing, more than likely going to get a counter card of some sort, whether that's leader effect using an event or stage to be able to get plus 1,000 power, or maybe a 1K in hand.
Yeah, and I think Opa had like a little bit of a slow start, right? We didn't see any Moby Dick stage. We didn't see any copies of Garp, but now we're like kind of in an okay spot. We were able to interact with one of the Cavendish. We were able to get rid of 2 Rebeccas. This Vista really does line up very well into, I think, this matchup and a lot of others, right? We see Purple Enel, we see Blue Green Luffy. So many of these decks have these 2Ks that it can interact with. But we've got the Sabo here using the Fire Fist on the Vista here, turning it down to a 1K, or
I'd
sorry,
be
a 2K
really
there.
I'd be really curious if we did the
Or zero pay,
discarding
sorry.
effect on the Vista. We opted not to, but using the discarding effect to try to clear the Vista. But I guess using Viola is the same thing almost, because now we can go ahead and swing either at this ace or leader. Not sure where the swing is going, but is going to use the when attacking draw to trash one. Looks like going at lead, and now Opa going down to 3 life. The 8,000 power swing now coming in is going to try to force him to take another life and go down to 2, especially without a lot of searching. No is just going to go ahead and counter. Is going to go double 2K on 2Ks that we haven't really seen in this game. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy with the Uta blocker. A kind of red staple, it feels like, at this point of how many decks actually want to play it. And then Lucy going to end the turn with a Dressrosa Kingdom.
All right. For one, it looks like we are going to establish the Moby Dick. Also, this is like such a good card in the sense that you can always just pop it immediately to get the one Dawn, right? So
Mhm.
you're not really even like losing out on Dawn the turn that you do play it, and it searches for any card in the top three that you do not have to reveal it. It's such a good searcher.
Wonder what we're trying to grab right now. Not sure what that card was that the ace player did get, but obviously, I think the way that this is going, we want to tap a Dawn and we want to play Papa Newgate out onto the field is going to get that minusing effect, revealing Marco and Vista to minus the Cavendish, I believe, to make it a 0 power character. Opting to give it rush with the activate main now is going to go 6,000 power, I believe, at the Cavendish.
Yeah, and we do get the removal there, which is very nice.
So now we have two swings left in this one. Starting out with the 7,000 power double attack swing. We'll see if the free block ends up happening, but is going to use Dressrosa Kingdom to pitch an event in hand for plus 2,000 power and give up a 1K instead to go to 8. The Moby
All
Dick
right,
stage
and
using the activate main to give one Don, now swinging 11.
yeah, at this point, like I almost would have thought to not like we might have been able to not attack with Newgate there, because we do want it to be around next turn, right? And if most of the kind of the removal from Fire Fist offers, the minus 8K is good, but then you can just get hit into it with the Viola. So we'll see if they have another Fire Fist for sure, but I'm not sure if that pressure is worth the fact that you might lose your Newgate now.
And so now the 7 cost Sabo coming in and a barrier pistol instead of Fire Fist to be able to bottom deck the ace. Now all of those 8,000 power characters are not going to have 2,000 power at this point, especially the way that the ace player Opa has been playing this. It's hard to re-implement ace onto the field once you get into these later turns where he's playing the Vistas, he's playing the new gates, right, with most of the Dawn. The 5 for the ace is pretty costly and ends up taking the life going down to 2. We'll see if he turns any of these Sabos sideways. But first, to Rebecca to look at the top 3.
All right, and that will likely end the turn after probably attaching a Dawn, showing another barrier pistol. So you're kind of dissuaded from playing any 6K power cards. There's the Dawn there, passing it back to Opa. And just having another blocker, especially when there's no like garbs or ways to attack in the board, is nice. But we've got the 10 Dawn here.
I
We
think
could
one
have another
thing,
Vista. Vista being able to remove both one drops again could be strong while offering some pressure if we have it.
yeah, I think there's a really interesting interaction that's going on right now of trying to make Opa to decide of whether or not he wants to play like a Newgate or a Vista. Not going to be playing either of the, or no, is going to be playing Vista. I'm sorry. I miscounted the amount of Dawn that he was tapping. Is going to go ahead, play that Vista on the field, now opt to give it rush because it is that 8,000 power. The when attacking on the Vista, going to clear the Rebecca and Viola, but that's not going to be a new gate.
Yeah, but I think this makes a lot of sense. It also will offer a way for us to attack with a bunch of 9Ks still. So
Mhm.
thinking about this 9K with the Vista.
So you got a couple different options, right? Especially with the Dressrosa Kingdom on the field to be able to plus 2,000 power somewhere. Still sitting at 1 life. Decent hand size. is going to go ahead and go down to 0 potentially. Now just going in with the 7,000 power swing, just going to be a free block from the Sabo. And now an 11,000 power swing is going to force multiple cards out of hand, is going to be a block and a event of the Just Watch Me Ace to be able to minus 3,000 power. And playing down the Luffy for 2 is just going to widen the board a little bit. It's an interesting spot now because you did play 2 bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really cool how this deck lets you play out this Luffy for just two, right? Especially within the deck, it ends up being like a 2-drop 8K with Rush. But there's the Berry Berry pistol that we added last turn off the Sabo, so we did get the removal anyways. And again, we've got the big wall of these Sabo blockers. Now, I don't know if we can really afford to attack with any of them. They might just try to do a big attack with the Lucy leader, but this is going to be really tough, I think, for us to again get around these 3 blockers here for Ace next turn.
The 5K swing is just going to be a 1K counter to get out of that attack. Still 3 done left for Lucy to be able to work with. But yeah, as you're saying, you're facing a bunch of big guys, and the more swings that you use, things are going to get rushed. Things are going to come in over at your face, but is just going to end off the turn with a go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy, to draw 2 cards and pass off the turn. Now, Opa, it's got 2 bodies on the field, 2 big bodies with staring at 3 blockers. See what he decides to play down on this turn. Could be interesting if we had like another Ace Luffy combo. I don't think we do. Or I'm sorry, a Newgate Luffy combo. Now can't do that though because of the 1 Dawn tapped with Garp, but is going to look at that top 4 for a 3 cost or higher. I think there's a 7 cost Zoro in the hand on that search.
Yeah, that could be pretty strong and offer a way for us to pressure a Zabo after that it blocks, right? So being able to be a 7K defensively could be really strong here.
Especially because that would stack up with the Newgate effect to make you a 9,000 power leader, but opts with the Couriel instead to just get a 2K in the hand. Maybe worried about Lucy swinging out within the next turn.
Yeah, but we've got 2 life and we'd be a 7K leader. So I don't hate the idea of it, but we're going to start off with a big 9 here with the Vista to just get some pressure and at least get a blocking card out of hand.
So it's going to be exactly that, a block and a 2K counter to get out of that attack. Another 9,000 power swing now coming in at lead is just once again asking for a card every single swing. There's no free blocks happening at this point, and it's going to be a block from the other Sabo and a 2K getting out of that attack. The Newgate now swinging 10,000 power is going to go with that Dressrosa Kingdom stage to counter and block, or gain counter and then block. And then it looks like tapping 2 Dawn for another Luffy. Is he going to swing 10,000 power with Luffy? Because of the rush on the activate main, 10,000 power. Can he get out of the attack?
This is going to be tough. So we did use the Kingdom already. This is going to be a big 10K here. So you are asking for a lot of cards out of hand.
Remember, does still have the leader effect to be able to pitch any event and also stage to be able to get that plus 1,000 power. So I think we've got enough cards in hand that we can survive out of this turn. Think you have to announce your leader effect though before you counter with any other sort of cards. So is going to use leader effect for plus 1,000 power to go to 6. Looks like is going to go to 7, 9,
8, 9, 10,
11.
11, and that is enough to get out of it. So could have been a chance that what Garp ended what to hand, right? What was it? It added a 2K, right? If you didn't play Garp, there could have been a 1 more Dawn on the Luffy. That could have been enough there. But going back to Lucy, likely their last turn, either on the winning side or the losing side, and we'll have to see what they do here.
Yeah, I think as the Lucy player now, I think you have to go for game,
Yeah.
especially now with this big of board. I don't know if you can. I mean, you might be able to like clear board a little bit, but especially with this Luffy here, I mean, you got to think about the numbers. You got to think about what the best swings are. He just added a 2K in hand. So, got to think how much counter does he actually have? I think there's a 3 2Ks and a 1K in that hand. 4
Yeah,
Opa, but
we don't have
2
a 5-drop
Marcos.
ace either, right? That
Yeah.
could make a big difference, but, there could also be the decision from Lucy, like, what, do I spend the Dawn to get rid of the Luffy before they become a 7K base leader, right? So some big decisions.
Yeah, especially still sitting at 2 life, you need all 4 attacks to or well, you need 3 of the attacks to hit to be able to get in. You have 4 swings available. So, what are the correct numbers? Opa only needs to get out of 2 of them. With a full 10 Dawn at your access and a leader effect that can pitch the rest of the events in your hand for some extra power. These are kind of the turns for Lucy that make Lucy so strong.
Yeah, being able to offensively turn those cards in the hand for just a little bit more power to try to go for game in kind of a big all-out attack.
So I think he's thinking about swinging 11s with these Sabos. I think 11s is a pretty solid number to be able to start out, and it looks like the 11,000 power. We'll see if he decides to take it. Is going to use that Luffy
Yeah,
effect to
and I
pitch the
think I would start
Marco.
off with, yeah, if I have an 8K without any counter, I would definitely use it to make a 7K just in case they just go back and decide to use barrier. But we are going to take this going down to 1 life here for Opa.
So now another 11,000 power swing. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not going 11. Oh, yeah. The Luffy does become 7,000 base power as well. So good on our judge to remind players of that just in case it matters, especially because
Yeah,
Berry Pistol now cannot bottom deck the Luffy. So it looks like is going to be attaching Dawn again, 2 of them for an 11,000 power swing. Has 6 Dawn left over. So if Lucy could go, I think, 11s across the board between the Sabo blocker and the leader. Attach 2 Dawn to this Lucy, swing 11. Attach 2 more Dawn to the other Lucy, swing 11. You have 4 Dawn left. So if you have 2 events in hand, you can attach the rest of the 4 Dawn and pitch 2 events with your leader effect on the when attacking to be able to be a fourth 11,000 power swing.
yeah, and time's ticking down. So I mean, it's pretty clear it's the last turn of the game, either inherently from just being able to go for it. But we've got 11-7 now to try to get some power. 2K to get us to 9, 2K to get us to 11, and 1K to get us to 12. So 3 cards out of hand, 3 left. Another 11 going in.
So the
We
11,000
can
power
get out of
swing.
this. We uh we are good to go, but we cannot, going down to 4, and we've got a 9K plus how many cards in hand? 1, 2, making it another 11. Can we get out of this?
Sitting at a 7,000 power leader needs 221 to get out of this attack, but no, doesn't have it. Just not enough counter. Has a 2K in the Uta, but only a 1K in the Little Oars Jr. Has 2 other bricks in the hand and is able to get out of that game. Lucy advances into our top 16. Opa, unfortunately, not making it within the top 16, but had an incredible run.
Yeah, fantastic game. I'm really happy that we were able to watch this one. And, it was very aggressive for that Luffy to go there. I think we did see that there was a Zoro in hand, or we had the chance for it to be like a little bit more defensive and proactive. But I think it was the good play. And, we're only 2K away from making it into the top 16. So shout outs to both of the players who are getting, these very, niche decks into the top 32. And congratulations to Lucy onto their top 16 match.
Yeah, especially with, being able to think on the fly in that matchup. And it was so nice to see kind of the back and forth between the 2 players on their strategy of like, okay, how aggressive do I need to be on this turn versus how more conservative do I need to be in trying to play out bodies, battle board, right? We saw very different games of like battling board versus just going right at face, right? With the blockers. So that's going to be all for our top 32. We're going to prepare for our top 16 to show you guys a great match, but also on top of that, some excellent action. Thank you so much for watching the Peoria Regionals top cut, top 32, and we'll see you guys in a second.
All right, welcome back to the top 32 day two of the Top Cut event here in Peoria. I say here, I'm not necessarily in Peoria, but I'm close. I'm in the Midwest. I'm joined here with Jake, who's a little bit less close in Las Vegas. How you doing, Jake?
I mean, we're there in spirit, right? We're
Oh, for
getting to
sure.
watch a ton of great One Piece action, and we had an excellent top 32 round. If you missed that, make sure to go check the VOD afterwards on the channel. But we've got top 16 here for you in this tournament, and it's going to be an exciting one, I think.
Yeah, yeah, we did kind of see the top 32, a battle of two red decks, right? We did see the Lucy and Ace. Lucy able to narrowly take it in game three, going to be moving on to top 16. But for this next one, it's going to be battle of yellow decks. It's going to be the Marshall D. Teach, one of the newest leaders from OP16, and then Rosinante, who's got kind of a new lease on life with a lot of the new purple Navy cards printed in OP16 as well.
It's gonna be an interesting one, right? I think it's relatively a interesting matchup, right? Especially because Teach has to do a lot of starving. So it's gonna really depend on the Rosinante if they can find enough searches, be able to find all those pieces to consistently play out onto the field. Because if they stall at any moment, it's gonna be trouble for them going up against one of the better late game decks in Teach, right? Being able to nullify different effects, also not being able to protect your Trafalgar laws at a certain point when those 10 cost Marshall D teaches come out onto the field is also going to be a big factor when the board is stacked up very, very big for our Teach player.
For sure. So looking forward to going to that match. I think we are ready to go to it. So we'll see our match again. It's going to be a Marshall D. Cheech versus Rosinante. Can't wait to see it.
Are two players that we've got on the table as well inside this top 16 match. We've got Jonas playing Blackbeard on his side, and we have Tot, someone that we featured yesterday on stream with Rosinante. I believe it was him beating Purple Anel, if my
Yes.
memory is correct. You know,
Yeah,
navigating
he
that
was
matchup.
on the X1 bubble, I think, right? I think it was our last game of the day,
Mhm.
right? So able to take their also able to take their top, 32 match in a Rosinante mirror match. So now we just have to be, again, one of the big, demons in this, I think, OP16 set, the teach leader. So
is good is going to be good with the Rosinante and Law, right? The lifeblood of the deck. It's going to be especially interesting to see how frequently you can get something like a Sakazuki and Gum Gum Lightning combination off, right? Gum Gum Lightning has become a staple in the Rosinante deck in the early stages of this format, especially with a Sakazuki minus 6,000 power and a Gum Gum Lightning KO, a 6,000 power or less. That means any 12,000 power body on the field is going to be removed off of that. So is going to go with a Rosinante search, and you don't like to see that if your tot ends up whiffing, did not find a single Trafalgar Law.
all right, looking at the top three and kind of showing off one of the, I would say, tech or decision cards. We do have the Boa off the top three. Can't add it with It's My Air. Going to get a 10 drop Marshall D. Teach. Again, a very strong card there. And yeah, we are going second for Teach, which I think you would normally prefer to. So, that's really good for Jonas being able to take that away from Tots. But again, going first curve for Rosinante, you're not really complaining that much because you do get a lot of good plays on curve if you see him.
And so is going to have that dock queue for the potential redirect, and taking that first life is a trigger. Vasco shot is going to be able to rest that Rosinante just in case it was going to be a 5-5 swing, and you also get the draw cycle, but no swing this time from the one drop searcher. Just instead going to go with another Rosinante to find a Trafalgar Law. Ends up finding that 4 cost promo. So even though you whiffed on the first one, you're still going to be able to activate your leader effect and play this Trafalgar Law for 2.
All right, going to for Dawn here.
So I was thinking about just playing 4 Dawn Raw onto the field. Is going to go with a 5,000 power swing. A lot of players within this matchup on the Blackbeard side just try to starve, right? You don't try to swing at life. You want to try to nullify their resources as much as possible, whittle them down as much as you can. But a lot of searches for Todd in this early game after the Burgess comes down onto the field. 4 cards in the trash for Burgess makes it a 6,000 power character, but off of the Kobe is going to find that I love you event.
Yeah. So good searching there. And again, there has been like a lot of discussion on if Burgess, deserves a spot in the deck right now, right? It is a Blackbeard prize card, right? But it doesn't have a trigger, so it doesn't, fully interact with the deck. But I do think there's a lot of opportunities for it to just be a really big attacker that you are able to kind of, play early, make it hard to interact with, and then when you do need like a big 9K, it can get the job done.
And so is going to go ahead, take that life, go down to two. Now getting aggressive and swing seven at lead is going to go ahead and take the life. Jonas is going to go down to one so early in this game compared to Tots four. But now we're getting to six done. Now we can start doing a little bit of the healing that this deck is known for in kind of this after the first couple turns. But we've got a Burgess swing to start out, is going to swing six at the law.
Yep. And we do also have like our leader effect from Rosinante. So we're just going to take the life damage there, and then we're going to go five into the one drop as well, just getting the clear of board, and then we could for six maybe play a Shiryu to get us back up to two. Looks like instead we're going to play 5-4 Borsalino, another good way to get a heal there. And for the last one, we are going to play out the Vasco shot, which again will be able to help interact with the law or kind of force them to have to attack with it first.
Yeah, especially because if you swing with lead, no matter if you were originally planning to swing with that law, it's going to be sideways. But a Sakazuki is going to be coming on curve, is going to minus this Burgess to be able to make it a zero power character. And now we're going to go in and swing the free block on the Borsalino, now swinging the Trafalgar law. Could go ahead and redirect into the Vasco shot, even though you wouldn't be able to rest anything, is going to go ahead and keep this Burgess alive at least, even though it is a now 1000 power character because of the 8 cards in trash. At least what you're going to be able to do is keep it as active. So it's going to force maybe like another minus in Mama Ragon.
Yeah. Now I'm curious that we didn't use the effect first for the Vasco shot because did they start with attacking with leader first? I think.
Yes, I believe they attacked with leader first.
Okay. Interesting. But we're going to start with the Bourse lane. We're going to go six. We are going to go down to two life for Tots here. And then we're going to do a big 8K with the Teach here.
AK going at the Trafalgar Law is going to force counter cards out of hand because we already utilized our leader effect once per turn. Now is thinking of tapping one with a full lead. The full lead going to be going in and rotating, pitching a card out of hand for the ninth card in the trash. Burgess to look at that top three for a Blackbeard Pirates card. Didn't play Shiryu on six and didn't play an 8 cost Marshall D Teach on 8, is just more prioritizing getting these Burgesses down onto the field. Now double 7,000 power bodies.
Yeah, and you can, I've watched a lot of games of Teach, and I think everyone kind of approaches this deck differently from a gameplay style and from a deck building style, especially right now. And this is definitely more like a tempo start here, recognizing like, yeah, these Burgesses are kind of still difficult to interact with. They get a lot of power. Borsalino still is a good heal card and protection card too. And now that we're at these 7Ks, like we almost get like these free redirects to get out of attacks now with the Marshall Teach leader effect.
So now with, I believe, 7 Dawn at your disposal, if my memory is correct, is going to go with another Sakazuki here to be able to minus 1,000 power. We'll see where he decides to minus. If he has a Mama Ragon to be able to rest one of these Burgesses, that might be the option to go ahead and utilize. And so is going to go ahead, do the minus. There is going to be 6 red minus and 2 black plus to
So
make it,
1K, yeah, I think.
yeah, I believe a 1K body at this point. Got to do some mathematic gymnastics. After using the Sakazuki effect, is going to go ahead and utilize leader of, or I'm sorry, utilizing leader effect is going to then go ahead and use the Sakazuki effect. Is going to play down extra, a 2K from the hand, is going to rest that Burgess, especially because X Drake rests a 4 cost or less, now swinging 5 at the Burgess. Still 2 swings left within this turn after this attack. Not going to be able to keep Burgess alive, unfortunately. So now some potential swings with the Law and Sakazuki. Starts out 6,000 power, maybe at lead, just trying to force cards out of hand right now. Is going
Yeah,
to go
and
ahead
we
with
can
the,
get the redirect there to the 7K Burgess now, so we do get out of the attack by just getting the discard one.
The redirect on Marshall D. Teach can redirect to any Blackbeard Pirates leader or character. Burgess having that Blackbeard Pirates trade by pitching a trigger card in hand. He's thinking about swinging the Sakazuki and now going at the Borsalino is just going to have that knockout happen. Borsalino, one less attacker on the field for Jonas and Marshall D. Teach, but it's kind of like Borsalino blocked twice in a sense, or
Yeah.
blocked once.
And now we're at, I believe, the full 10 Dawn here. So we can get some good interactions against them. No blockers up, no Rosy Laws, I think, if I even hit the board for Tot here. So that is going to be, a little bit tough. But we're going to start off with the full lead, getting the this card, looking at top three for a Blackbeard Pirates card, getting a 2K Devon there.
So going to be curious on where he's trying to go with these attacks. Two Dawn, or I'm sorry, two life still on Taunt's side, two life on Jonas's side. Could be simply a 10 drop Marshall D Teach, but after swinging the X-ray, clearing that off the field is going to go with that big body. And now the activate main is going to be utilized. No leader effect anymore. And then on top of that, saying that the Sakazuki cannot swing the 8,000 power swing at the Trafalgar Law, taking the knockout, no chance to be able to save it. And now controlling the board has begun for Jonas, right? Two Sakazukis have been utilized. So it's going to be tough maybe to find a third for the minusing and KO.
All right, thinking on the turn here, how we want to approach it. Again, this 10 drop Teach ends up just being so strong in so many matches, right? Rosinante, not really. Like you do get like to turn off the protection effect, which can come up a little bit. Maybe not as strong as like the Nami effect too, but that can be just in this deck specifically, you get out of two attacks essentially. A 12k blocker using the leader effect to redirect to it too. Ends up just being very strong.
Starting out 7,000 power with leader is going to be a block from the Teach, especially with the option to be able to redirect with this deck. It's almost like you can get a double block essentially. Now using leader effect
Mm-hmm.
to be able to cheat out a Trafalgar Law. Only 4 cards in hand. Definitely running out of time. What do you play? It looks like it's going to be the Rip Law and utilize its minus effect just to be able to get 2 Dawn back into the deck. So then Sakazuki off its activate main can then be able to restand 2 Dawn. And so now with 7 Dawn remaining at this point, is just going to go 8,000 power. It looks like with the Sakazuki that can attack. I think going at lead is going to go ahead, put Jonas 2-1 is going to be a Shiryu trigger to draw 2 cards. Now going with 14 cards, or I'm sorry, yeah, 14 cards in the trash. Borsalino healing to kind of cap off the turn.
Right. So yeah, Burgess able to stay around. Uh, Again, can be just a big threat. We're going to just go a big 12k.
So one of the things, especially with the Blackbeard deck, that you need to kind of know is when to swing with these 10 drop Blackbeards, especially because they're 12,000 power, very powerful bodies that you can have onto the field. It's going to go with that 12, maybe thinking about blocking.
Yeah, because you can like technically defend this law like a little bit better, but leader effect, or maybe just thinking going down to two. Not sure if it's going to be impactful or not. Yeah, just using leader effect. Okay, to save it, going down to 2 life.
And I kind of find the leader effect very interesting in that situation, just simply because, right, you might not have it later. And so, especially if you're not going to have it later, this helps you kind of keep another body on field to be able to have these pressures of these different swings, right, into a deck that really struggles against going wide. So, starting with a swing into the Trafalgar Law with the 8,000 power Burgess is going to go ahead, collect the knockout. Still have 10 Dawn remaining. Could go ahead and maybe play another 10 drop Blackbeard to nullify that Borsalino blocker, but no, ends up getting the free block right there. And the Borsalino going in and doing some healing. Could be like a double Borsalino angle just to be able to heal 2 and go up to 3, and that hurts.
That is pretty rough. Yeah. I mean, Borsalino, when you play it, it essentially says draw one, but like you just put it into your life. So such a good value card. The fact that you can play two back to back, it's been incredibly viable since release, and still ends up being viable. A set and a half later.
So Sakazuki being found off of the Kobe that's going to be immediately played on the field. No other thoughts alongside that of what you want to do with it. Sakazuki going to be able to minus 6,000 power. The Burgess, he's going to go after the Burgess to make it a 2,000 power character at this point. Still has 2 Dawn left remaining. Could have a bunch more with the Sakazuki effects, but starts out swinging 6,000 power. Does have a couple blocks available to him with the Borsalinos and a redirect. He's thinking about blocking and 1King, I think. Sitting at about 6 cards in hand on Jonas's side.
Yeah, I think it's just like, can I afford to keep this Burgess around? After the Sakazuki tax goes away, it's still a really strong attacker, but saying, you know what, we just have to respect it. We're just going to go spend the one on one of our Sakazuki effects to get 2 Dawn back active.
Now go in with another 8,000 power swing. Now going in is going to redirect into the teach to be able to get out of that attack, taking the life on this 8,000 power swing and passes off the turn.
Yeah, and you have to respect the Borsalino blocker. Kind of needs to be here now. Looks like we're just going to start with a big 12K.
Especially with only Borsalino is going to net the block. Now going in with more swings, especially with no blockers up anymore, but an I love you event going to be utilized. Plus 2,000 power because you're at 2 or less life, grabbing a Trafalgar Law from the trash. I don't know if we do have a 2K promo Trafalgar Law, so we are going to be grabbing that to put in the hand.
All right, and it looks like we're attaching 1 to one of our Borosalinos, attacking a big 7.
So the
And then
7,000 power is going
looks
to
like we're
take.
going to be for 8. Oh, we are going to play out the Zahahaha, take that last life, and we're going to use the effect on that and one of the Sakazukis, and then probably attack with the Borsalino as another 7 just to get some pressure there, asking for another 2K, 1K.
Yeah, especially with still sitting at 2 life and you have an active blocker in that Newgate. There's not really a lot of swings represented on Tot's side to be able to go for lethal within the next turn, right? Especially because you have 2 life, that's 2 swings. You need 1 to be able to hit. There's a blocker and also a redirect option. This is kind of those end game stages where Teach is such a tricky deck to try to get past, and especially because a lot of these Rosinantes have dropped the EBO3 secret rare law. Typically,
Mm-hmm.
it's only like as a one of within decks. There's not a lot of healing options outside of Borsalino.
Yeah, and this is definitely a situation, being able to heal one and apply another pressure for an attack is good. I think that's one of the first Rosy laws we've seen this game, which
Mhm.
is tough that it's so late into the game, but they're going to use the Marine Fort effect to Dawn -1, discarding a Rosy Law. So probably saw a second one off the top there.
Either that or just trying to filter a brick out of hand potentially. It's kind of a tricky situation, I think, if you're taught, but is going to try to ask for a card out of hand with the 5,000 power at lead. I think if I'm Jonas, I'm persuaded to try to 1K out of this, and he is going to do exactly that. Just save the blocks for the bigger characters. You wouldn't want, to turn your teach sideways to find the 4th copy of Sakazuki to then go in and try to delete this teach. You want to try to get him to commit some swings. So gets the free block there. Now is looking at attaching Dawn. Might go for a divine departure play, but no, is going 9,000 power at lead. Is going to take the life with no trigger. Now going in with the leader effect to put the Dawn back in the deck and cheat out a Trafalgar Law is going to get that Rosie and Law, who is under the rules of the game named Trafalgar Law, like you were mentioning.
Yep. And now we've got a little bit Dawn left. I mean, I think Borsalino would have to be kind of one of the better cards for us. We could be searching for it again. Marine Ford will let us look top 5 for a Navy card of any color. So yeah, there is the Borsalino able to get another block and heal, which is very needed in this spot here.
especially
Using the
with
Dawn -1 from Marine Ford as well. And there's just like this really nice combination of like the Rosinante leader effect and the Marine Ford to lose 2 Dawn every turn, and then Sakazuki essentially gets you that Dawn back for free. So you can, have like 12 Dawn turns pretty easily.
Yeah, and so playing that Borsellino after the Sakazuki effect, as you were mentioning, is going to heal one and go up to one. But is that going to be enough with two 12,000 power bodies on the field? Say that 5 times fast and go off into
Man,
Jonas's next turn.
it's gonna be kind of tough, but we'll try on the break. We'll go from there. But we've got a good amount of blockers and heals on both sides, right? Kind of getting to this end game. Though we've been playing at a pretty good clip, right? We've got 18 minutes into this round already. It is like a back and forth of who's able to sustain the most value throughout the game. But we've got another copy of the 10 drop teach here. Is going to be able to use this, and on that end, I think we're going to make it for either the Rosie or Borsellino blocker. But 12K here, another 12K here. Gonna have to get out of it.
I think opting for the Borsellino, just so then, as you saw right there, if more than likely there's a block on the Rosinante in law, he's going to have to let it get KO'd and actually left the Borsellinos as active, saying, okay, now you got to try to go in, right? You only have a couple swings on Sakazuki's. We're both running out of resources, but who can survive a little bit longer? The 6K swing is going to get a 2K out of the hand, and Marine Ford draws another card.
Yeah, but this is pretty tough. Another copy of the 10 drop teach. Just being able to again, prevents a blocker from attacking and defending. It offers two, blocks itself, one from its actual blocker and one from leader effect if you needed a target for it. So, like these end game scenarios for teach are just so tough to overcome.
And it's one thing that's note too is the mind games that Todd is going to have to go with, right? Especially with these teach decks, are they going in with 4 teaches or only 3 teaches? Some list play 3,
Mhm.
some list play 4. I think there's good reason for both of those things, but you got to think, is there a chance that he can just drop another 10 cost teach on me to negate something like Borsellino? And then it's that much harder for me to go in for a game. So is going to be thinking about this trigger. I think it's a Katarina trigger. Or no, it's a dot Q. Just wants to cycle a card.
Yeah. And looks like okay, playing the Mama Ragon just for a draw one, it seems.
Might just be trying to get some aggressive Dawn minusing to utilize the Sakazuki effects and play like a Borsellino and something else, maybe like 4 cost law.
Yeah, but I think we're out of attacks for the turn, I think, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
think we're just going to try
uh,
to get really defensive.
okay, and another one. Okay, just saying I need these cards. I mean, again, it is some really good interaction here with the Sakazukis where, again, like the Dom -2 from Amaraga doesn't even feel anything. Like, it just turns it into like a pay one effect instead of a Dom -2 effect.
So I believe that's the third and final activate main on the Sakazukis that can be utilized. I think 8 Dawn in total is just going to go with an 8 or 7, I'm sorry, for a Sakazuki. Maybe digging for that Sakazuki is going to go ahead and minus for the 6 and now tap the fourth Sakazuki in play to be able to put 2 up and pass off the turn. That minus 6,000 power is going to stick for the Marshall D Teach. It should still come up as active, I think. Uh,
Sure, yeah,
Even if
but I
it
mean, at
is
this
only
point, I think,
6,000 power. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
It's still an attacking threat right now because you can swing at leader.
Let's see. And we do also have a great of the slow beam. So that means that, yeah, we do get out of the second attack, but yes, 15 on lead. That's going to be enough. And we're going to go to game 2. But Jonas taking the first one. Just a great back and forth there.
And I think there was a really interesting prioritization on Burgess within that game, Brad. A lot of people typically think, on 6, I'm going to play Shiryu. On 8, I'm going to play the 8 cost secret rare teach into the 10 drop. That's not what Jonas did at all. He kind of played it a little bit differently, took life very early to then play Borsellino on specific turns in the early stages of the game. And I think there was a lot of good notes that you can take if you're trying to play Blackbeard within this meta in a matchup that feels really hard, right? Especially because Todd did see 4 Sakazukis. Typically, the more Sakazukis that are played, the harder the matchup is. But what was comboed with the Sakazukis was not stuff like removal of Gum Gum Lightning and of the sorts.
Yeah. Also, real quick, on kind of more of an administrative side, I did make sure that was forwarded to the judge about the X Drake and Marshall D Teach thing. I forget this all the time. You look at the
Mhm.
big paragraph of effect for Teach. You do get +1 cost for all your cards on your opponent's turn. So X Drake rested the Burgess in the first game, since it is a printed 4 cost, but it's a 5 cost in the on your opponent's turn, right? So it's
Mhm.
just a weird interaction for it. Obviously new decks and stuff. So something that a lot of people miss. So they should know this moving forward. It did make a little bit of a difference with the X Drake interaction there, but just to know that it's a very known interaction now for game 2.
Especially with a lot of cards being printed lately that say base cost for
Yes.
I
Yeah.
got caught off guard. I didn't even think about that at the
Yeah.
time. I was just thinking of base cost there. So that's it. That is a good thing to note. And especially, if you are playing teach, interactions like that can save you. I remember I in a locals the other day had the PRBO2 Shiryu
Hmm.
that I was playing against a green blue Luffy deck, and they tried to
Okay.
play I know you're strong to be able to keep that Shiryu as sideways after I had swung with it earlier. But no, he's actually a 9 cost with his effect of +4 and 1 with the teach. So you always got to be careful of the game state. You always got to make sure, because it can work in your favor. Fortunately for Jonas, it didn't necessarily matter as much in that game, ended up claiming the win, but that could have been the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, and this is the first weekend of this event too. So like again, a lot of new cards and interactions. Obviously, we're at these top tables, so we got to make sure we keep our players honest. But yeah, I'm personally, I get a blind spot for any of these cost ones. Like whenever like the
Mhm.
like was it like black and purple Luffy was around a little bit, totally forget it has another effect. It's just kind of like a small little bonus effect that I just keep forgetting exists.
So we're going to be going into this game. Todd is going to be choosing his curve now that he wants to go against Jonas. So we'll see what he decides to do and how maybe he approaches this game a little bit differently. Kind of felt like in the beginning of that game too that he was scrambling a little bit on the searches. So we'll see as both players decide to put out the life. Going to be going in. It looks like I think opt for Jonas to go first, and we see the Pizarro. I've been really interested about Pizarro in Jonas's list after I saw it last night. Right, being able with the on KO to play a full lead from the trash or hand on the on KO, especially with redirecting. Very easy to be able to get this effect off. And I've always said no stage, no gain. And Pizarro kind of helps with that, I think.
Yeah, it's also just like a one drop 2K, which there are a lot of matchups where being able to trade into those are makes sense. I know there's been like a decision about this card versus Baby Five, but it could get a lot of value here for these effects. But just going to very low hand size here, playing out the Von Auger, sorry, not the Von Auger, the Doc Q and the Vasco shot.
Yeah, the slew of one drops, especially on the odd curve, right? This kind of makes sense, but is going to go ahead with the redirect into the dock queue to KO the Kobe to guarantee that there's no more swings within the turn. And the 4 cost Trafalgar Law from OP16 comes out on the field. Spoon Law, as a lot of people will call him, right? Getting that ramp of 1 done on the on play, and then when attacking, gets the plus 3,000 power.
Yeah, I mean, this is some real support for Rosanate. Right? We already talk about kind of like the Navy stuff that it got, but it did get like this 4 drop law to help consistently try to get a body on board on 4. But we are going to start off with the attack there, going down to 2 life. We are going to find a Burgess off the It's My Era, and likely just going to play it for 4 and pass from there.
One thing that's interesting is because no leader effect was used by Todd in this last turn. I believe he's at 7 Dawn now on curve for potentially like a Sakazuki. If he's got a Sakazuki Mamaragon combo, he'd be able to get rid of this teach or the Burgess before it even swings. There's the minus power on there and the Mamaragon combo that I was just talking about, making him a 0 power character. And we'll see these 1 drops and little bodies swing in, and teach, I don't think is long for this world.
So, so we do still have some interactions with Vasco shot too, right? Depends on what attacks they decide to do. But looks like we are just going to let it go. The law does become a 6K when attacking, so that does become pretty relevant. And as you mentioned, being able to get that removal there ends up, I think, being very important. So we get a Vasco shot back off the Devon trigger there, going down to 3 life, and we're going to pass it back to Jonas.
And Vasco Shaw, one of the better one drops I feel like in this teach deck for this matchup specifically, just simply because you can rest so many different things with this, whether it's a Borsalino or a what is it called? Rosinante in law, right? Or any of these law blockers, they all cost 6 or less. So Vasco shot is a great way to be able to rest those sideways and be able to swing into them maybe or prevent some attacks. But first, a 3,000 power swing over at the Trafalgar Law. We're going to use all of our one drops to try to get rid of this guy right here. Can use leader effect to protect him, but how much do you want to give up for him? Is thinking about just letting it go after this Vasco shot swing.
Yeah, and like that's kind of the negative part about him, right? He is only a 3K on defense as printed, right? But we are going to do a 1K. We're just going to go down the way, hit him with all these Vasco shots, and we're going to try one more 6. Also, we're known for like redirecting into these one costs to get their effects, but also like can just be KO'd normally, and they do offer a draw one. So we are going 5K into the law. They are going to use the effect of the Rosanon to get out of it. We do not have another Burgess, unfortunately, but we've got the Wolf here, and we're going to pass it back to Todd.
Son One Wolf on that on KO effect can go ahead and make your leader 7,000 power for the rest of the turn. Might be nice to try to get out of some of these attacks, but starts with the Trafalgar Law swing of 6,000 power on that forecast. Is going to go ahead and or actually redirect, opt for that onto the Vasco shot to just rest the Rosinante.
Yep. And again, all these are draw ones, which are going to be very impactful. We're going to go into the Vasco shot. Yeah, when there's nothing to target with it, we do still give them a draw one.
So now with a bunch of Dawn to play with, I believe should be 6 Dawn, I think, because
I
of the Dawn minus on the on play and then the Mamaragon.
Yeah, I think I'd have to double check because yeah, we did do a lot of Don minus thing, and it's not this is not anywhere near a usual curve for Rosinante, but
Mhm.
I think we will be behind. Yeah, so we're just gonna fully play this for 6 and still be behind without leader effect. And we're gonna get 2 Don back off of Sakazuki. So really good sequencing, and I'm a big fan of how we kind of had like this alternative curve here with the Sakazuki and the 4 drop law, and then still being able to play out the 4 drop due to the Dawn minus effect from the leader.
Yeah, definitely a strong start for Todd right here, and didn't have to play as many one drops. This Trafalgar Law 4 cost, the 3,000 power one, is going to get a lot of attention in these coming turns. So ends up going 3,000 power over at that law. We're going to try to see. I mean, with 2 blockers on the field, you might be able to protect him. You could, I don't know if I would agree with it, but you could leader effect and go down to 0 to prevent all these attacks from keeping him alive. But a Mamaragon is going to be utilized. We're at more than 6 on, so we don't draw a card, unfortunately, but it's going to be able to keep him there as the teach comes in, looks at that top 3, and he's going to be healing up to 3. Not sure what that card was there. I don't know if you
Yeah,
noticed.
I did not. It was a pretty quick card though, so likely one that he was looking for, and then yeah, the pass back.
Yeah, I did not want to swing the San Juan or leader, especially because when you played with the rest of your Dawn, would just be free blocks on both ways. Going to be starting out with a Marine Ford stage to look at that top 5 for a Navy card. We see a Gum Gum Lightning hitting the bottom of the deck. You like that if you're Jonas, even if he does not know that that's exactly what's happening. It's going to be a Kobe one drop searcher that's grabbed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also I'm thinking about this game too. It's funny just how much this 1 drop 2K has offered pressure and cards out of hand, but finally getting the removal there, getting the draw one. Do we have a full lead from our hand to play out? Seems like not the case. So a little bit unfortunate for Jonas there, not being able to find the stage so far today, but or in this game rather.
Now going ahead with the Marine Ford activate main to rest it, draw 1 and a trash 1 with after doing that Dawn minus. I think is kind of trying to dig for Sakazuki right now, right? We saw the Kobe grab off of the Marine Ford search. Now just trying to do a little bit more draw before you go in with searching. He's probably going to play over this Rosinante just to see if he can find it, or maybe even a Borsalino to play out onto the field.
It looks like we do have a 4 drop law here. And I think we do have, yeah, more than 7 cards in hand. So choosing the right two. It's going to be a 10 drop teach and a Burgess. So 10 drop teach could have been one of our win conditions for potentially next turn off of Zaha ha 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 ha. So could have been, getting rid of a 10 drop teach, I think, a law is pretty strong in general.
Yeah, I think pretty good. And the San Juan Wolf coming in off of that known trigger that we had is going to make the Teach 7,000 power while also drawing one card. We'll see what Todd decides to do with the rest of the Dawn. Is thinking about attaching one for a 7,000 power swing at lead, plus 3,000 from the when attacking, and one Dawn for 7.
Yeah, and additionally, this effect gives you a base power 7K. So even though we have another wolf here, if we get the redirect, it doesn't, double stack and make you a 9K. You just stay
Mhm.
at a 7K.
I think getting the full lead off the life on there, obviously no trigger, is going to go ahead, tap the rest of the Dawn for a Rosinante in Law after leader effect to be able to draw one and re-ramp one. Now we're at their early stages. Can still use Sakazuki, I think, to be able to re-ramp to Dawn.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
it's
we
going to
are,
go.
can and will and do.
I mean, I think it's always good, especially because you revealed in the last game slow beam. I think that's just going to be something that Jonas is going to have to think about if you just leave the two Dawn as active, right? It could be two I love yous, it could be two slow beams, but it could just be whatever you want. And so with the redirect on that 8,000 power attack is going to go into the teach a 10,000 power character to get out of that. And gonna try to see if he wants to swing with these blockers right now. He's got 4 blockers on the field.
Yeah, 4 blockers, 1 life. Not a lot of cards in hand. Looks like we only have 3. So a little bit scary, but we are attaching a Dawn. So we're just saying we do not have a slow beam. You do not have to worry about it.
Is going to be a trigger. It's the 8 cost teach,
Oh my gosh,
negating one
that
of the
is such
characters
a
on the field,
relevant trigger.
and then also KOing a 5 cost or less. Tr- Rosinante's once per turn of saving a Trafalgar Law is still active, right? And I
Yeah.
believe on the trigger of the 8 cost teach, it is negating the effect for only that turn. So the Trafalgar Law on the defensive side is still a blocker. He did not lose that effect to Tot's thankfulness. But yeah, that was a very scary situation. It's definitely a interesting choice of whether or not you go down to 0 life, but this does negate a little bit that Zeha ha 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 play that you were talking about earlier.
For sure. Yeah, I think Jonas is likely hoping that they just let the Trafalgar Law go because it is kind of tricky to get this last point of damage. We're going to start off with a 6, though.
So going in with the 6,000 power swing could just be trying to get a free block on this Rosinante in Law. Now, even though you have committed a Dawn, like we've kind of talked about, you can still do a Zeha ha 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 because it is 8 Dawn that you can utilize to cheat out the 10 cost Blackbeard, still leaving
All
some
right.
Dawn open.
Going for a big, what is it, 5K? So
Mhm.
asking for another block or a card out of hand.
And I think if you free block, one of the things that you have to do, or just block in general, is you have to
And
know
you
that
do
you
have to
can get
be
out,
up. Cheech could come down.
as we're seeing right now, is going to negate that final blocker. Now at 11,000 power lead, can we get up to 11? There's a 2K, there's a 2K, and there's I love you for 11. Just to be able to get that Trafalgar Law back can be a pseudo 13,000. And we move on to game 3, players tied at 1-1.
Yeah, and I think that's how we had to do it, right? Make sure that I don't think we're going to survive the next turn. Just be very aggressive with that. And yeah, it did show that it was the right call from Tots to not take that, to take the life instead of lose the blocker because they are likely losing the life next turn off of a Zayha.
Yeah, I think that was a great heads up play by Todd. Really kind of commanded that game. I think it was interesting from both players. We saw the strategy change a little bit. I think we saw kind of a more normal game from Todd. I like the idea of ramping to 7 to get Sakazuki out essentially a turn earlier. I thought that was a very interesting play, especially when you have Mama Ragon in hand as well, to be able to pretty much guarantee that you get rid of Burgess when you've got a little bit of those one drops in the hand. So great job there. And especially with no Burgesses on the field, not a lot of healing with Borsellino as well. It was definitely very 2 different games.
Yeah, yeah, because I don't think what was there a Borsalino even played that game?
No.
I don't think there was, right? Maybe one.
Mm-mm. And
Not
that
at
was
all.
also a much faster game.
Mhm. Yeah, and we've got, 22 minutes left, so I think we should be able to, get a good natural conclusion here for game 3, so should be good.
Our top 16 match. Thank you so much for watching. Players tied 1-1 in this best of 3. Jonas going for the mulligan, but Taunt ends up keeping the hand after thinking about it for a sec. You don't like to see that if you're Jonas, right? That means, oh, this is probably a pretty good hand, but you did get to decide the turn order in this game. So we'll see if he opted to go second again here.
Yeah, I think going second is gonna be, again, way better for Teach for this one, so definitely what Jonas wants, and yeah, having the higher seed just by 1 since he was 8th seed and Taunt was 9th seed does make a big difference in a game like this.
The Rosinante searcher grabbing a Rosinante in law. Going to be able to put that in the hand because that is named Trafalgar Law under the rules of the game. Two Dawn for Jonas. Going to start out with a My Era Begins. Finds Doc Q and two Vasco shots. Plenty of targets, but goes with the Vasco shot as the choice and immediately is going to play it down onto the field just to prep maybe removing some of these one drops or resting a six cost or less.
Yeah, Vasco Shot definitely a super strong card, and when we've got a lot of these like kind of back and forth games with one drops being able to apply pressure, he's a very good way to get out of a lot of attacks. So Jonas thinking on this trigger here off the first life.
Opts to not use it now. Todd using Rosinante's leader effect to play that Trafalgar Law for only two. Re-ramping that done is going to go to 5 next turn. But for all four, going to play a Burgess down on the field. Burgess has come down on curve pretty much every game for Jonas so far. But whether or not he has had immediate value is a whole different story.
Yeah, yeah, and we're still kind of like missing out on stage a little bit on this game for Jonas, so a little unfortunate. Definitely can be one of your better consistency tools in this deck. But going into life with there, we have the wolf here, so it's going to offer us a draw one and make us a 7K leader. So kind of keeps us safe at 2 for likely the rest of the turn here.
Yeah, especially with the Rosinante in law, we know is in the hand because of the search earlier. That's going to make it so this leader more than likely not swinging this turn because you have to pay 4 for the Rosinante in law's cost. But starts out with a Rosinante searcher. Could have probably swung 7, or actually no, I don't know if you could have swung 7 in this turn. So I think just opting for more search is probably better. Finds the 4 cost promo law to put into the hand. Now using leader effect to Dawn minus and cheat out this Rosinante in law for only 4.
Yep. So full 4 there. We're going to have one Dawn left active after the ramp back, and then we're going to pass back. So yeah, that Wolf in life, pretty good timing for it. So there's sometimes there's like the last card I hit out of life for the time. Like, well, I don't need to be a 7K anymore, but yeah, was able to kind of get that little bit of value. But now we've got, I believe, Shiryu hitting the board here. First time I think it's done that this game, getting a discard for the Devon to put the Devon into the life here. And I think we're just going to pass right back afterwards.
The Devon, one of the best targets for sure you to be able to put into the life, does get that cycling on the trigger of drawing one and then playing a one cost in the or from the trash onto the field is great to be able to constantly set up something like Vasco shot to constantly redirect into it every single turn. But first, starting out with the 5,000 power swing over at lead with the leader Rosinante is just going to be a redirect to start out, is going to go straight into that Vasco shot to be able to rest that Rosinante in law.
Yeah,
Still
and
has
it's kind of intimidating to see the Devon also just face up in life there. Just has this ability to draw one and play a Blackbeard type character with a cost of 1 from your trash. So could be the Vasco shot, which is great at interacting with these blockers and getting out of attacks. And technically, like it draws you two, right? One card for itself, and then also the card you play out.
the 4 cost illustration box promo laws are coming down onto the field, hard playing one and then using leader effect to cheat out the other one. Still has one Dawn left as active and 3 active bodies on the board, but is going to turn the one that he played in the previous turn sideways for a 6,000 power at swing. Katarina triggering to draw one card and get out a card from the trash. Going to be that Vasco shot I was talking about.
All right, going to 8 Dawn for Jonas here. Can just start off with a big 6 from this Burgess, taking the 1K out of hand. Todd is at full life right now, which generally speaking, I think most of the games it's not been that case, but we are now going to play 8-4. Looks like a Marshall D Teach secret rare, so another heal coming up. Look in the top three for any card you desire and get to put it at the top of your life. And again, in a deck that has a lot of triggers, ends up being very important for getting these effects here.
Yeah, definitely want to put something that's going to help you in this game. Has two My Eras, I think, in there. So we'll see if he wants to play one off of the life just to be able to build up Burgess a little bit more, right? Because essentially, a My Era is very nice to get 3 cards in the trash for potentially plus 1,000 power. Is we only have 6 cards as of right now.
But yeah, these
Believe
boards are getting wider for sure. Burgess is currently at a 6K, but if you, like, for example, discard a card and get a redirect to Vasco shots, that's 2 more cards in the trash that will get us to 8 and make it a 7K. Yeah, 6 cards in hand, as mentioned.
6 cards in hand. Can't get Riplod from starter deck 10, one of the old 4 costs of Trafalgar Law, but is going to be at 9 Dawn in total. We'll see if he's got a Sakazuki. I don't know if he has one in hand. Kind of feels like we would have played it last turn if we did, but starts out with a 5,000 power swing. Just wants to see what Jonas will do right now with a just mere little 5K swing at lead.
Yeah, and this could just also like show what card could be in the life here.
Think almost always you want to counter this just so then if you take the life and gain a card, it's not a Riplot. But no, he's actually just going in with it. It's going to be a Boa, and Boa is really interesting because you can play a 6,000 power or less character with trigger. So although it may have seemed like, okay, you would get 7 in hand for a Riplot, we're actually playing a body on field.
Yeah, and definitely not something I would expect. I think Boa is like one of the techs I would say are choices that are being played for Jonas here, and I think Tot being really aware that, man, I kind of just need more attacks instead of taller attacks. This could get a redirect into anything like redirect to Vasco shot to rest the Rosie Law is very tempting here, and it looks like we are going to get the redirect into uh,
I think it was into
the
the
wolf there,
10
so we
or
do get the
something.
plus
Yeah.
2K.
Or the wolf. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Wolf going in, making you a 7, as you mentioned, makes it a little bit easier to get out of these attacks. Countering now Burgess being a 7,000 power character with 10 cards in the trash is thinking about going in and swinging the promo law again for another swing.
Yeah, but at this point, yeah, it's very clear they did not have a Sakazuki, which I think would be a fantastic card to play here to at least pressure the Burgess. But without that, we're just kind of, we're doing some pretty good attacks here. A lot of these 7Ks. Also, one
Getting
more card in trash would get us to 12 cards in trash and make our Burgess an 8K, which would be pretty nice.
just trying to tax the hand right now to see how many cards he's going to give up. But is going to take the life, go down to 1. A potential trigger is going to opt to put it in the hand, no effect. And now the Rosinante and Lost Swing, 9,000 power. Redirects already happened, so might go down to 0 on this turn.
And a little bit tricky. Asking for a 2K, 1K out of hand, but taking it. Jonas going down to 0 life, thinking on the trigger here, just adding it to hand, and we're passing it back. But a lot of pressure this turn hit them down to 0 life, even with the wolf effect here. And Jonas needs to likely try to heal this turn instead of playing maybe like a 10-drop Peach.
Especially with Borsalinos, that can happen pretty easily, right? On some healing and get some blockers on the field. But it's a curious situation of like, if you go in with 10 drop teach, you can do a lot of board clearing with these bodies, right? You have an 8,000 power sure, you have a 10,000 power Burgess, and only 4 cards in hand, but is just going to go ahead and swing the Vasco shot into the Rosinante to start off the turn, and is thinking about swinging the Shuryu 8,000 power before doing anything else. 2 Donna's left active, could be a slow beam to rest one of your bodies. So would you play the 10 drop teach first and then it gets rested off of slow, or would you swing first to maybe one of your attacks go instead? It looks like it's going to go for that Zehaha to play the 10 drop.
Yeah, but this is, a little bit scary, especially at this timing. If they have the slow beam, this could be devastating.
So attaching the leftover to Dawn with the teach to make it a 12,000 power swing. I think it's swinging at the Rosinante in law right now.
Yeah, the other thing too is that I'm going to assume that it happened. We you did use the teach effect on leader, so you no longer have the protection effect either. So you're just attacking, like you cannot protect these by taking the life now.
Yeah, you have to commit cards to be able to keep this body alive on the field. And think especially with this 12 could be a situation where you now put then your 8,000 power attacks into these 4 cost blocker laws. But yeah, is going to give Mama Ragon and two 2Ks, I believe, to get out of that attack for 5,000 power. Now swinging in 8,000 power at the Trafalgar Law, that 4 cost that is rested sideways. Just going to try to say, okay, do you got cards in hand to be able to keep him alive? But no.
And we're going to go one more 8K into, looks like the law, trying to save it. 2 cards to save it there. Could do one 5K here with leader. Yeah, just making sure which one we decided to not to. But instead, just saying, you know, I don't want to give you another card, and we're just going to pass there without the leader attack.
Especially with, Tot sitting at 3 life at this point. If you went ahead and swing, that's an easy take for 2 to be able to say, okay, now I love you as active to be able to get a 4 cost Trafalgar Law. This is kind of nullifying their resources if they stay alive within this game. But right away off the 7,000 power swing is going to redirect into the Vasco shot to be able to rest that promo law because the 10 cost teach opted to choose the Rosinante in law in the last turn. There's only one more swing with the leader that you can utilize on this turn as of what the board is presenting. So it's just going to go, I think, 8 done for a 13,000 power swing.
Yeah. And this is a little scary here. It does offer like a 2K that you need. And just a little confirmation about something here.
Is kind of opting out of that. Only 2 cards in hand. Not sure what the question was, but did let Todd go back. Or no, actually, I think is going to have to go ahead and swing. Oh, Todd declared 14, I think the question was, but there was only 8 Dawn attached. So it's
Oh,
technically
I see.
13 with the Dawn that was actually attached. So just clarifying between everybody in the party what exactly the number should be, because that does matter, right? Because you saw in that
Mhm.
situation, it was a block 2K. If there was 14 Dawn, or if there was 14,000 power represented, then it would have to be multiple cards out of hand on the block. So just going in right now is going to swing 8,000 power, take the life, go down to 2. Now the 10,000 power swing going in, only 1 blocker as active, actually just going in and swinging at the Trafalgar Law, clearing it there. So now 8,000 power. We'll see where it goes, if it's going to be at the Trafalgar Law 4 cost blocker or not. It looks like, I think it is going to be at that 4 cost blocker.
Yep. And we do get rid of it. Big 5K at life.
5K on life. If there's another 10 drop teach, you'll now be restricted once again as taught to 1 swing per turn because of the Rosinante in law. I think he's a little afraid of turning this Rosinante in law sideways just simply because that 10 cost teach could swing into it. But Mamaragon gets out of that attack. Now going in and swinging 12,000 power. You know he's got another 10 drop in hand if he's swinging that 10 drop. And there we go. The nullifying of the Rosinante in law cannot swing in this turn, and it looks like that Jonas is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and this is in a tough spot. You know, you do have to, you know, you can't attack with your Rosie Law. You know, you get a free block here. You still have the leader redirect as well. So you're just, yeah, if you're Jonas, you're just straight chilling, I think, at this spot here.
Not giving up any cards in hand and just forcing him, if he wants to swing again, to get the redirect of the leader effect. It's got to be a 4 cost law, but is going to go ahead and utilize the 4 drop law effect to Dawn minus and do another one.
Oh, interesting.
Just playing down 2 Trafalgar laws after using leader effect to play one down for 2 and another 4. It still has four Dawn left open. Now is just going to start swinging for the fences. Right now, 9,000 power with the Shiryu ends up taking the life just in case of a Zehaha. Casey's got to take anyway. Another 9,000 power coming in at lead is going to have to block with the Trafalgar Law right here and let that get KO'd. 10,000 now coming in at lead and a potential 212s with 8 Dawn still left remaining. Could go 12, 12, 13 to round out this game.
Yeah, and no copies of what looks like the the slow beam, which could be impactful to getting rid of one of these 12k attacks, but not quite there. Double I love you to get out of it.
Plus utilizing
Two
that
blockers left.
Trafalgar Law on the I loves yous, gets out of that attack. The 5K swing getting out of that one. Now playing over it is going to be the 8 cost Teach going in and looking at the life to heal one, leaves the 2 Teaches as active, passes off the turn.
Yeah, and again, like you have a lot of spots right there with two open that you could lose to a copy of uh with the slow beam, right? So just saying, you know what, I just literally cannot lose in this spot by doing these plays. So I'm just going to do it. We've got a lot of blockers up, and we can just do the same amount of removal next turn.
And here's the thing that is so good with the Teach deck in the late stages of this game, right? The defensive positioning, Todd is having to hold back, right, on a lot of these swings, saying, you know, if I want to survive in this game, I need these blockers to stay as active. And so that's way less aggression that we saw in the different swings in the beginning of this game. And so it's going to allow, and I think he's just going to go ahead and concede. Jonas making it to the top 8 of the Peoria regionals.
Yeah, really close game. I love the back and forth. I'm happy we're able to show off this match. Congratulations to Jonas for the top 8 there. Tot also top 16 with Rosinante. Really respectful and great that we are able to cover this game.
Especially with this new archetype of Rosinante. It was really cool to see it in action and how it flows. Both players playing very well within that set of games, I should say. It was more than one game that we watched, 3 of them in total, but that is going to be our top 16 round. We've still got plenty of action to go, so don't go anywhere. This is the Peoria Top Cut Regional hosted by Top Cut. I'm Jake. I've also got Eggman beside me as well. We've got our top 8 and beyond. Still got top 8, top 4, and finals ahead of us. So don't go anywhere. We'll go ahead and head to a break, and we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Top Cut Regional hosted in Peoria, Illinois. My name is Jake. I've also got Eggman here by my side. Excellent tournament so far today. We've gone through two rounds of the top 32 cut of our bracket today. Now heading into the top 8 round players. Now getting cereals, right, for their top 8 finishes. An excellent prize card that everybody's been really chasing for in this series or this season, I should say, or this portion of the season. But now there's more prizes on the line, including a potential top 4 finals and championship finish.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm excited to see this. We've got a pretty diverse, I think, top eight so far. I think we've got 5 different leaders across the top eight of Nami. We've got BY Teach. We've got Anel. We've got Blue Green Luffy. We've got and then a Lucy. I think our Lucy player is still in it.
Yes.
So I think we've got 5 in the top eight, which is really cool. And again, some of these new leaders, some surprise leaders too, making it to the top eight, and yeah, ready to finish this event.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, especially how the brackets play out. Players are getting started at our table, so let's head over there for our top 8 match here for you. It's going to be Nami versus Blue Green Luffy. So we saw an NA yesterday on stream in Blue Green Luffy, and Sam by that Snoopy prep team is going to go ahead, attach the 1 Dawn on the 2 Dawn turn to get that leader effect off potentially to be a 7.
Yeah, and Nami, likely one of the best decks in the previous format, right? This kind of bounce between an L and it, and then Luffy, one of the new leaders from this one. It is really good at establishing like a lot of these smaller bodies, but an NA just attaching 3 and swinging immediately. So really interesting to see that. We got the Kikunojo on the other side and passing back with 5 Dawn for an NA.
It's going to be a strong start for Sam and Nami, right? No little 1 drops or pesky bodies to be able to swing over at lead, but a buggy comes down, being able to draw 1 and play a prisoner of Impel Down is going to be a double body on this turn for Luffy as he restands 2 and swings 7 at lead. That's one of the advantages, at least in this matchup for Blue Green Luffy. I know this is typically Nami favored, but being able to restand 2 Dawn to guaranteed swing 7 at least is still pretty strong.
Yeah, and I think with Nami being the most played deck in this event, you would have to know what this matchup looks like. And I'm already seeing like an NA, it's either they had a bad hand, but or they said, you know what, it's kind of better to make these larger attacks currently. So we've got these with these like establishing 2 6Ks. We also do have like the 2 drop Bond Clay that we could be playing that will be able to match the leader's base power of Nami after it happens, which ends up being pretty good. But going down to 2 life already and passing it back.
Interesting on that turn, we didn't use the buggy on opponent's attack effect to make the Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker and a 2K. Just decided to go to 2 instead, just in case Sam had another Nami in the follow-up turn, didn't get like a free life taken essentially for that on play effect. Although typically Nami's on curve plays more things like Robin and of the sorts, but still sitting at 7 Dawn, I believe, in this turn, has a lot of different options presented them. It could be interesting if we see another buggy prisoner play.
Yeah, another card that could be coming down is this Nico, or not Nico, Boa Hancock here. Sorry. So using it affects so you do not have the ability to rest the Nami there, and then you can either attack what 1 big 7K with leader or double 7Ks with the buggy and the prisoners. It means that you aren't going to have a blocker, but deciding to go a little bit wider. It looks like with this first 7K.
7,000 power, just going to be a leader effect, getting rid of the new gate and a Nami to get out of that attack and go 8,000 power. And just like you were saying, attaching the other Dawn, trying to be as efficient as possible with the swings that you have, right? How many cards can you get out of Sam's hand? Guarding the life very well against an aggressive deck like Blue Green Luffy. Going to be interesting to see where this Kikunojo swings. Going to be a prisoner 2K out of that attack, another 6,000 power swing coming in. Gonna have to tax the 2Ks, but goes down to 1 very quickly. Leader effect going off to be able to draw a card. The Robin coming down to be able to heal 2 and a pass off the turn.
Yeah. And so one thing inherently too with this boa that we were able to play last year, it does have unblockable. So no blockers right now, but this is something that if you play it on curve, you can apply a lot of pressure over the next couple turns. The bigger thing is, does an NA have a next couple turns, right? We're already down to 1 life. The board for our Nami players getting a little bit wider, and we have to really respect the amount of pressure that they can have. But we're starting with a 7K with the buggy, start us off.
Once again, just guarding the life is going to be a leader effect, pitching the Gecko to be a 7,000 power leader for the rest of the turn, and then a 1K of the Perona. The Thriller Bark package, as part of Sam's deck list, is going to be potentially some triggers to get some extra bodies on the field. But now going in with the smaller bodies on an NA side, the 2-drop Daz Bones is going to go ahead and draw one card, replace itself in the hand.
And right now, Nami is a 7K leader, so we're just going to go 9, go down back to 3 life for Sam Sam.
Does still have a couple swings potentially if he wants to commit the Prisoner of Impel Down yet again, but maybe wants to keep the Prisoner of Impel Down as active to be a blocker. The one thing that's really nice is you don't have to worry so much about something like Zeus for the Prisoner of Impel Down, right? Because Zeus only touches 5 costs on the KO. Prisoner is a 6. So after playing that Crocodile and replaying the Daz Bones just to get another card draw, uses Leader Effect to be able to get 2 Dawn as active, and still has 4 Dawn to be able to work with for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going for 7 to 7.
He's just going to ask for another card out of the hand or a life for Sam. Luckily, no trigger bodies as of yet. But it is just going to 2K out of it with that Zeus, like we were mentioning. Zeus maybe not as impactful in this matchup.
Yeah. Now, Luffy does have a lot of like defensive events that you could be running. So 2 Dawn Open could be useful for that. I mean, if we want to play any more pressure this turn, we can attack with prisoners. We've got another Crocodile blocker as well. So we can maybe afford to do another 7K here. But part of the reason that Nami is such a tough matchup at times is because every damage that you're pressing could come back to bite you. There could be a Thriller Bark trigger to play it out or get some advantage there. And really thinking on this, I think if we're attacking one more 7K by giving up a blocker and an extra Dawn.
And one of the things that is interesting to know, right? We talk about the aggression that an NA has had. Sam has been countering like crazy on the life. Only 2 cards in hand right now, I believe, at this point, and still sitting at 3. I know we had a little bit of healing with the Robin, but we have been guarding our life pretty well despite all of these swings. And it looks like we are going to swing 7 with the Prisoner. Just going to go ahead, take a life, a potential trigger, checking out the trash. Could be something like a Hogback or a Kumasi to be able to get a 4 cost Thriller Bark on the field, but no, just decide to puts it in the hand.
Yeah, could have been a Gecko Moria, which we could also just play next turn too. So based on what they're searching for, I think that could be the case. But going for a big 6, immediately getting the 2K.
Now going another 6 with the Kikunojo, just to see how many 2Ks that you can get out of an NA's hand. It looks like thinking about blocking here. This could be a block in 1K to get out of the attack, but no, just goes with the 2K Prisoner, keeping the Croc onto the field. Now the 8,000 power swing off of the Nico Robin. Still has 1 Dawn left as active. Could be for one of those defensive events like you were talking about, but is thinking about taking the life, is going to go ahead, take the life. No trigger. Leader effect for Nami drawing a card. And here's a curious thing too. You have 5 characters with Impel Down typings on the field right now for that restand event, but the Mr. 3 is going to at least prevent this Boa from swinging an unblockable swing. And now a 7 at lead is going to be the final swing of the turn for Nami and Sam.
And we got another 4. We're going to use the Dead Man's Game to get out of it. We do have now a Marco that can offer some blocking here. And it is going to be a little bit tough here, but I think this could be a turn where, a Nene could put down a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you can utilize the Let's Go to the Navy headquarters to be able to restand all of your characters and leader if you have 5 different Impel Down unique character names. But that still wouldn't allow this Boa to attack.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. If Boa was like just couldn't be active during the refresh phase, the attack on Navy headquarters could still offer some pressure. The other thing is Daz Bones is not the Bond Clay. The Bond Clay would have been able to make itself a 7K, so a little bit suboptimal in this spot. We do get a pitch of the Newgate, and then Nami's a 2K and then a 1K to get out of that 7K attack.
Still has plenty of swings left available to him and a leader effect to restand to Dawn. I think is thinking about just had motion with 7 Dawn. May have that in hand, but it's a lot of 7 pokes. Still a blocker in the Marco on the field. Sam having about 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, and the Marco here is going to offer us a lot of additional draw. We're going to go one more 7 here with the Croc, and I like the sequencing 2 to try to play around a Perona or anything that could pop out of the life here.
So this is a big I feel like this is a big choice, this swing specifically, right? Because I think an NA could pivot potentially if it doesn't go the way that he's thinking that it could go. But a 1K on the Mr. 3 is given for that. Still a couple swings left potentially with the prisoner, the leader, and maybe Mr. 1 if you can get it high enough. You have to attach 2 Dawn, I believe. And is going to attach the 2 Dawn.
All right, so
So
that's also 6 Dawn that we've used. So I don't believe we're going to be able to play the. Let's go to the Navy HQ here. So
only 6 Dawn left as active. You need 7 in total for the Navy HQ, and your leader effect cannot bring back attached Dawn, right? Can only restand rested Dawn. So that's going to be something that Sam has to think about. But one of the cards that could be utilized in this situation is maybe Brook. Well, actually, I don't know if Brook would actually be that good, but is going to go ahead, take the life, not rest the Marco and block as of yet. We'll see if there's a potential trigger. Could be thinking about maybe on like a Kumasi if like you want to put the 2K in the hand or play the body on field and looks like whatever it was, it's going in the hand.
yeah, all right, we've got 6 Dawn left active for Nene. Now the board across the way does have a lot of you know, good cards to rest. We're going to use the effect of our own Mr. 3 to prevent the Nico Robin from attacking. Then we're going to spend 3 for maybe, hopefully, I know you're strong.
Could be I Know You're Strong, could be Electrical Luna. Any one of these stunning effects is so good in synergy with your leader effect, right? Restaining 2 Dawn, as we've seen in previous formats with something like Dracula Mihawk. Going to be tapping that 3 for Electrical Luna. That means that Kiku Nojo, Nami are going to stay rested as they cost 7 or less. And even the Robin actually is going to stay rested as well. So
Yeah,
unless he
and real
motioned for
quick,
the
it could have
Marco,
been the Marco that was chosen off Mr. 3. We don't have
mhm,
a full confirmation because, at least for me, it looked like it was like in between those because that could prevent everything from attacking, right?
yeah, and it was the Marco. I think we just got official confirmation from the
Okay.
production team that Marco was stunned. So all 3 of those characters that are sideways are rested, and Marco not being able to attack because of the Mr. 3 is just going to go a 15 at lead, is going to ask for the block on the Prisoner of Impel Down. Buggy activating that on opponent's attack to make Prisoner a blocker and a pass off the turn.
Now, this is a scary spot. We do have the Boa being able to attack unblockable. If we have a 6 cost Brook in the hand, that could be it for this game.
So we'll just have to see how an NA pilots this turn, a full 10 Dawn turn, lots of cards in his hand. I think he's got 7 cards. I can't really tell at that angle if he's got a Brook in the hand, but it could be close. There are a couple ways that this could go. Boa is able to swing again as well. That's going to be another one to think about, especially with that unblockable trait. You can get around that Marco pretty easily with that Boa. I don't think there's really anything that can stop the Boa from swinging as well. The only
The
thing
the
that
only thing I could like maybe think of is like maybe it could be teach to remove the unblockable, but Brook would
Mhm.
still be able to rest the Marco, right? So
Yeah.
that would be like maybe the only thing. I'm gonna
I
look
think you're
through.
so starting out with a 9K swing at lead does not give any notion of what they're going to do outside of this 9,000 power. You can play Brook to then restand Boa and attach a bunch of Dawn to get one more swing in if you want.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is a tricky spot to get out of this. It would have to be all 3 cards in hand. It is going to be a life taken, no trigger. We'll see if the Brook comes in to restand the Boa.
Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, if we want to go big numbers, we can go 11-11. You know, a block with Marco would recognize like 2 more cards entering that hand as well. But looks like for 7, and we could also just be playing another Boa for 7, prevent the Marco from blocking, and then just go, you know, an additional 11K, I think, at Nami. So that could be, you know, not our best way, but the only way we have to maybe out this board.
especially because Boa on that on play prevents a character other than Monkey D. Luffy from being able to be rested, right? So, as you're talking about, like, prevent the Marco from being able to block is really just anything at that point. I wonder if a Nene has opportunities to go a little bit more defensive. Right, he's trying to think. I mean, especially with a couple cards in hand, if you've got something like another stun effect like Electrical Luna, you can keep
Mhm.
all three of these bodies rested sideways yet again in a turn.
Yeah, and you can even like I don't know, attacking 9K by attaching 3 Dawn doesn't feel that bad. Because then if they have to block with Marco, then you can put 7 on your buggy, which is a pretty big number, to go to 13 to their 7K leader. But it is going to be the Boa for the 7 going to use it. So Marco cannot block our attack next turn, getting the Dawn back. And we're going to put everything we've got onto either Crocodile or Buggy, maybe
Might
even
just
just
try to
doing a 7 first and then the rest. But I think we're just going to do it. Oh, a big
8,000
8.
power. 8,000 power is going to be leader effect and 2K with Kumasi. A 9,000 power now is going to be 2K, 1K to get out of that attack. And I think Anene just concedes and we move on to the next game, just saying, you know what? Because I didn't get lethal in that game, I just know you're going to be able to win on the clapback. So let's just save some time and go to game two.
Yeah, super close game, and I think the 7 drop bow is probably our most expensive option to go for game that the deck is running. So unfortunate we didn't see a Brook or a Dead Man's Game or something along that could really just help us push for that last game. But well played for both players, and we'll see if there are any adjustments going into game two.
And I think it was huge for Sam to be guarding the life so early within that game to be able to force those situations from an NA to be that aggressive, right? Didn't allow any free swings to really go through at all. Really had to make him work for it. And then put him in that situation where, like, you get into this of, okay, now I got to go for it or else I'm falling.
Yeah, and Nami was able to be kind of aggressive themselves, right?
Mhm.
Being able to, play Kiku on curve, right, into Nami. Like Luffy is a 4 life leader too. It does get really susceptible to like direct damage like that, and having to play on the back foot at the same time is a little bit tough, I think, for Luffy.
So now Nene once again is going to be able to choose the order of this game. I'd imagine it'll be the same since Nene was the second seed. Did choose the order in the first game, is going to go for life. Ended up keeping the hand, but Sam is opting for the mulligan. So didn't like that first hand, is going to try to get a better one the second time around. Going to be interesting. I wonder if maybe trying to look for some key cards like a 5 cost Nami, right? For example, as you talk about 4 life leader, 5 cost Nami is very, very nice.
All right, there is the done with the shuffle. We're gonna get a quick shuffle back from an NA, and then gonna draw her first 5 there. But again, this is a really tough match, I think, for Blue Green Luffy. I think Blue Green Luffy is really good against a lot of the new decks, but a lot of kind of like the old guard of Nami and Enel is pretty tough for the deck itself. And I could see there why that's the case because again, a 7K leader against a deck that loves hitting like 5Ks and 6Ks is pretty tough for us.
And so going first in the game, didn't have a 1 drop play to be able to utilize, but on the second turn for Nene is going to go ahead with the Bon Clay, restand the leader, may go in with a 5,000 power swing. We see the Daz Bones in the hand just to be able to get a card out of hand off the leader effect. And now the Daz Bones drawing one card, just going to pass off the turn.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, 5K and 6K are about the same. If Daz Bones ended up drawing us a 1 drop loop, we'd be playing it out. So that's all good. It is nice again. Like this Bond Clay is a matchup changer. The fact that you can spend 1 Dawn and it becomes an 8K attack is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, especially for something like Nami. So is going to go in now with the 9,000 power swing. Just put a Nene on 3 life and pass off the turn. We're going to go into now the 5 Dawn turn.
All right, just going to start with a 5, asking for a card from hand.
And I like the 5 to start out with, like you're talking about with the Bon Clay, because now the 7,000 power is on the Nami. Bon Clay can copy that power. officially. Whereas I think before, the way that the order goes, if you swing Bon Clay first, it would actually be swinging 5 or 6 with the Dawn attached, and then Nami can get out of it with 7. But going ahead with the buggy is going to go ahead, play a Prisoner of Impel down onto the field. 2 Dawn left after the leader effect, and it's going to try to save this Bon Clay a little bit. I do like this of saving Bon Clay for a little bit more of an explosive turn because you can copy that power, whereas Daz Bones is a little bit harder to be able to hit that power specifically.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a good play. Yeah, you don't want to use Bon Clay until you have to. And since you had an extra Dawn this turn, like you do get to just put the 2 there to get there. So we're going to block and 2K to save. We're going to play a 4-drop Marco. So unfortunately, Sam Sands has a bit of a slow start compared to the first game. And Nene is really starting to apply some pressure now.
Yeah, Nene with a lot of bodies on the field, and Sam still guarding the life pretty heavily, right? Still sitting at 4 without any healing in this game. Boa is going to prevent this Marco from resting sideways. Boa on curve is just so nice in a situation like this. Now, leader effect getting 2 Dawn as active. Going to swing 6 with Buggy to start off this turn. Might just go ahead, or I'm sorry, 7 with Buggy. It might just go ahead with the 7 with Buggy and a 7 with the Prisoner, but no, it's just going to go with Bon Clay instead. Mr. 2 just going to be an 8,000 power swing. Sam is going to take this first life. It is going to be a baby 5 trigger, almost always an auto trigger, right, to enact because of that draw 2 if your leader is multicolored effect. And now passing off the turn. Still a couple bodies as active, 1 blocker on the field, but no chance to swing with Marco as of right now for Sam to apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, and this is like a little bit more, I'd say, normal for a green blue Luffy, right? Just to be able to apply so much pressure. We're just going to get the block and 1K to get out. We do have the Nico Robin there, so we're able to go from 2 life to 4, get a draw off the leader effect and pass. But this is a pretty scary spot, especially since Boa can attack this turn. I mean, unironically, we could go to the Navy HQ right now, and that would be devastating for the Nami player.
It would be an explosive turn, that's for sure. But going to start out with the 7,000 power swing just to see what happens, right? You're not committing a potential blocker in Buggy. You're not committing your Bon Clay in the power manipulation. So, leader effect is going to go off and a 2K to get out of that attack. Interesting, committing the 2K now on the 7,000 power swing is going to take that Bon Clay 8,000 power swing into the life. No trigger, still 3 cards left in the life for Sam, and the Nami, I
Yeah,
believe,
again,
has
with Boa
7
being
Dawn.
unblockable, going to be really good here as well. We've got 7 Dawn open. Okay, so with this not going to the Navy HQ,
Is going to go with the 7,000 power swing of Daz Bones. A potential trigger, just trying to fan out what it could be. And it's Perona playing out Hogback on the field. That's going to be nice to be able to do a little bit of tempo in this game. And is going to
right?
swing the Prisoner.
Yep, another 7K here. And if you block with Marco, yeah, this is kind of the time for it because this bow is going to be unblockable. Another 9K, going to be another draw 2 off this baby 5. And then for 4, going to play out what looks like to be probably what a Mr. 3.
Crocodile? Oh, Mr. 3, yeah.
Yep. Going to get the effect on the Nico Robin. We're going to get 2 Dawn back active with our Luffy leader effect. And then we could do one more 7, asking for one more card out of hand.
We can ask for a 7, or we could maybe do 2 for like another Bon Clay if we had it. And there's the Mr. 2 Bon Kure is going to be able to have multiple swings now that'll match the leader's powers as we pass off the turn, not swinging with leader on this turn. But Sam with 2 baby 5 triggers and also a Marco, that's 6 cards right there that you drew within that turn. So they have plenty of cards in the hand right now. But what is the best option to utilize? You have a couple swings in the a Dr. Hogback and also the leader. Unfortunately, the Nico Robin can't swing, but priority number 1 is getting rid of this Mr. 2.
Yep. So that has been removed. Unfortunately, there is another one on the board right now. And then I don't know. You're also like this weird spot where our I think Nami is like 7 cards or less in hand. I think we've got like 9-ish. So we won't even get a card draw if we do move life to another area.
Mhm. With a full 10 Dawn at their disposal, everything is able to be played as of right now. But thinking about attaching Dawn, maybe trying to clear the Buggy or the Prisoner, right? It would be able to neutralize two bodies on the field to make it a little bit harder for something like the HQ. But an 8,000 power swing is going to be going at life, actually, and a Robin's going to be played to heal up to two.
Yeah, and again, since we had I think too many cards in hand, we did not get a draw there. Two life is good, but again, there's a scary board on the other side. So starting off with a big seven with this buggy.
I like the buggy starts for an NA and what he's been doing in this to try to get that leader effect off right early, just with a one Dawn commitment. Is going to get exactly that with the Dr. Hogback, not giving up any wiggle room on the life, as we've been saying, is spreading out 7 and 2 on the Dawn. Is just going to go now with a 9,000 power swing, I believe.
Yeah, with using the Bon Clay effect and then getting an extra two, that will be a nine there.
9,000 power is going to take. Now the Boa going in with an unblockable swing is going to 2K, 1K out of that attack to go up to 10. Still 7 Dawn remaining. Could be something like another Boa to be able to just put it on the field and be able to neutralize the one of the Nico Robins. Didn't want to use the Navy headquarters event.
All right,
Is
looks
going
like
to
we go
go
for the crocodile though. But to refresh the Bon Clay, not terrible. We do also get the two Dawn it back after with leader effect.
So 3 Dawn left as of right now. 5 if we utilize leader effect. But what do you do with the 5? Do you leave some Dawn up for maybe a counter event of some sort? Thinking about it, committing at least 1 Dawn onto the Luffy. This and the prisoner would be your only swings left within this turn. Is going to be a 7,000 power at lead with the prisoner. Opting to commit with the swing is going to go ahead and counter out of that with just the 1K hog back. We'll see with the 2 Dawn left.
Oh, there's a Bon Clay hanging out on the Dawn.
I think it just accidentally got scooped up.
Yeah, well, I think I do this all the time. I put my characters in my trash. The Dawn goes with it at times, and I gotta recover it out of there. So
Still has 2 Dawn left for potentially a 7,000 power swing with leader. I, I'm wondering if he's thinking about playing another 2 drop down on the field, or maybe just like is just going to pass off the turn, maybe just holding some counter events in the hand as well to say, okay, I only have 3 life and you have 4 swings represented within this turn. There could be a real situation to where you try to go all in, split this Dawn to be able to go in for a game. And if I only have one blocker, right? It just takes like one Zeus since you have one life to be able to get rid of that blocker. So I'm just going to hold in. I'm just going to be patient, right? I've got a pretty explosive turn in the next turn potentially. And I'm just representing a lot of damage on the field right now and a lot of cards out of your hand. So now Sam is going to be trying to go in at board, is going to be an 8,000 power swing at the prisoner, is going to counter out of it to keep it alive, adding 3K counter, another 2K, 1K to keep that alive.
one thing too with the events from Luffy is that they do get like a plus 3K power, but generally they only protect the leader specifically. So if you're going into characters on board there, you're not going to be able to get the same amount of defense properties.
So with a full 10 Dawn still at Sam and Nami's disposal, what do you do with the said Dawn? What's the correct play? Do you go in with something like an Edward Newgate, something that we haven't seen in this set of 3 as of yet from Sam? Or do you try to go in with a little bit of healing? You can play another Robin to gain a life because you would trash a life, maybe potentially drawing a card as well. And it looks like stunning is going to be the name of the game. Mr. 3 going in with that activate main to prevent the Nami, or I'm sorry, the Boa from being able to swing in the next turn. That's going to be nice for the unblockable trait. Should still be rested. Now you've got five, or I'm sorry, six Dawn to work with for the rest of the turn. You could maybe try to stun something else, could maybe get in with another Marco, but no, is just going to swing 8,000 power once again at the prisoner. Just a lot of 8K swings. Finally gets the prisoner, and another 8K swing going in at the buggy, just clearing it off the field. Now there's only two bodies that are able to swing for an NA within this next turn.
Yeah, but they can be pretty good ones. Bon Clay again, one Dawn 8K is pretty scary. As long as you sequence it correctly, that you do, wait until they become a base 7K leader, but that can be very strong.
So full 10 Dawn now for an NA. Two Dawn or two life still is going to start out with a Bond Clay, that alternate art to be able to draw one card, replace itself in the hand. Just try to get another card to decide what they want to do with the rest of this turn. Is putting three up to the side. All these characters are rested sideways, by the way. So an Electrical Luna would be able to stun everything. Starts out with the 7K at Croc. I think probably an Electrical Luna is on the radar if we're committing our blocker at this point. The 9,000 power swing after the leader effect was enacted in the last attack is going to have to command a couple more cards from Sam.
2K1. We have not used leader effect from Luffy quite yet, too, so we will be able to get two Dawn potentially back. We're going to play Croc to save the Bon Clay. Really love this play here. Very heads up. We're going to have three Dawn left open, and do we have it? We do. The Luna stunning the whole board, and now Nami really is got to be scared about just all the pressure from the next turn and not really being able to use their own characters on this next one.
With Electrical Luna, all 7 costs or less on your opponent's side of the field will not become active in the next refresh phase. Hence why the Robin and Hogback are still sideways. Is going to go ahead and swing 8,000 power over at the Crocodile. Is going to clear it off the board. Now with the Robin, is going to go ahead and heal 2 life. Draw 1 card for the leader effect, and we pass off the turn. We'll see what an NA has to do. Does have 2 characters, or I'm sorry, does have Bon Clays with repeating names. So Navy headquarters, you're not necessarily worried about it as of right now, but Brook is something you got to be thinking about, especially because Boa can now swing, and the leader effect going off on the Crocodile right now is thinking about maybe swinging a pair of 9s with these Bon Clays.
Yeah, it looks like first 9 here going to the 7K.
And it looks like we have a quick stop of play.
I think we're just making sure that that card can attack this turn too, because it was
Gotcha.
yeah, it was played last. So we're going to go big 9
Mm-hmm.
here. So this is going to be 9-7.
9-7, gonna have to force 2 cards out of hand with leader effect already enacted. 2K, 1K, or a life taken. Sam is gonna take this last life, a potential trigger. If it's something like the ability to put Perona on field, it is. If there,
Oof.
I believe there's a Perona in trash that's going to stun the other Bon Clay. So no other 9,000 power, but for Dawn is going to be a Mr. 3 and immediately utilize that activate main to say that the rested Robin or the active Robin cannot attack. And if we have another Electrical Luna, that's going to be stunning the board for
Ugh,
another turn.
that
Oh
is
my
so
goodness,
good.
that's going to be huge.
The entire board can't do anything. Big 7. We get out of the attack, but this is looking really tough for Sam Sands.
And Sam just scoops up the game, says, you know what? I know I'm not going to be able to hit you for lethal because you are at 2 life. So let's save the amount of time again. With 28 minutes left in the round, we're already going to a game 3.
Yeah, and just like a lot of variety between these two games that we've seen already. Both games, Nene ended up going, I believe, second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against Nami, was that correct? Like
Yes.
being able to take away their like 10 drop
Or no,
curve
no, no. They
from.
went first. They went first.
Oh, they went first. Oh, that's
Yeah.
right, because they did. Yeah, do one, and then they didn't do anything, and then the
Yes.
double twos on the next turn. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Nami wants to take first or second. This is going to be their first time deciding in this match for it. Again, I think Luffy can be pretty like back and forth. I do think playing the Boa Hancock on 7 is really important because it does interact with Nami so often. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this game 3 goes.
And especially, I mean, this is why I've been so high on green blue Luffy within this format because of the stun cards like I Know You're Strong, like Electrical Luna, right? We saw in that game that Electrical Luna won the game, right?
Yeah,
On back to back turns. It is just that strong of a card in this format with so many different 7 costs or less, especially trying to clear your board constantly with all of your small bodies. It's so much more harder to do when you prevent your opponent from even being able to attack in those turns with those bodies. So we're going into a game three. We'll see if anything changes between them. Players looking at their starting hands.
Yeah, and I think also for that second game, like Sam Sam's had a little bit of a slow start. Also, the fact that we were only playing Robins and not any like eight drops, such as like Teach or Moria, that would allow us to be able to, not only heal but get out of range for what like the I know you're strongs or the electrical Luna. Since those hit seven or lesses, not being able to establish an eight drop or higher was a little bit tough.
And so both players going for the mulligan and letting fate decide how this game three is going to go. Live and die by the mulligan, as some say. It's going to be interesting. I'm still curious to know what Sam is doing with the turn order.
Yeah, because like generally speaking, like Nami does not mind the even curve, especially like a Kiko Nojo, Marco on curve's great, being able to get to 10 to be able to play Newgate, also like seven drop Robin and then being able to attach it on. So it's half the time with Nami, I feel like you are afforded to just take away the curve from your opponent.
And especially with the early turns, right? Maybe even the even curve. Something that we haven't seen at all from Sam's is no girl promo, right?
Yeah,
For the
yeah.
two Dawn in the early game. So that could be something. It looks like Sam did decide to go first in this game, and NA going second is going to pass off the first turn, and then NA going in with a two drop in the Daz Bones leader effect into one of the Luffy. First time we're seeing this guy in this best of three. Going to be looking at the top three for a impel down type of card to add to the hand.
Yeah, a little while it's taken this long for us to see this, but this is a card that can get to 7K with two Dawn, but it also means you have to have a pretty wide board of unique names. So a little bit tough. We just see an immediate 8K attack and then pass it right back.
Yeah, especially if you have no girl promo, right, to be able to play down onto the field. It's pretty much just, you know what, let's just go ahead and swing, try to put you on three life for Minami later in the turns, maybe on five. And NA is going to be playing a Bon Clay onto the field to be able to draw one card. Still has two Dawn left to work with, but I think is thinking about swinging five to try to activate the leader effect as of right now, but not before another Mr. Two goes onto the field and a leader effect, restanding the Dawn, swing seven. So passing off the turn, now going with the five is going to get that Nami, like I was talking about, to force an NA to go down to two life. Getting the rest of Dawn onto the leader as well is going to be a 6,000 power swing to be able to force a 2K out of the hand, and NA not giving up any cards as of yet from the hand. Probably don't want to. I don't know if you want to take. He's been trying to stay at two life within this game as much as possible.
Yeah, and like the kind of the thought process too is that all right, they already used their Nami effect, right? We already got the card draw, so once per turn. I can take the life here, and then they also won't get like another draw, right? So is it easier for me to defend at one and kind of like remove one card from their draw, or like there is like a lot of decision here.
Lots of bodies on the field, lots of small bodies on the field, but two Mr. Twos is a good start. It's just going to double 2K. That's something you like to see if you're Sam, not only because the Mr. Threes are going into the trash, which has been a very impactful card in this format in the early days, as we've seen within this tournament the last 24 or 36 hours or whatever. But that is going to be meaning maybe no 2Ks outside of a buggy and prisoner that's going to be played on this turn
Yeah,
potentially.
and it was double one Ks
Or
to
yeah,
get.
double
Yeah, yeah,
1Ks. My
to get to
apologies.
2K. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but they are, two Mr. Threes, so that is pretty tough. Generally a strong card in the matchup so far. But we're gonna play out the buggy here. And I think we, are doing this because we did probably have a 2K, but we only had one of the prisoners in hand, and it's way more impactful for it to be on the board. But yeah, clearly I would be very remiss to have to do double 1Ks, especially with Mr. Threes to get out of an attack like that.
And especially this early in the game too. So going off into Sam's next turn should be seven Dawn here. Could be something like a Robin. Something that Sam has to think about is the Dawn, right? Being on the odd curve and being on seven Dawn. If you play the seven cost Robin, you have no way to get a Dawn on your leader, staring at the face of all of these attacks. So is that worth it? Or is it better to play something along the lines of like a Kiku Nojo or a Marco, and then splitting the Dawn a little bit just to be able to get the leader effect in the turn?
Yeah, and yeah, then Nico Robin for sure. It's a little bit risky here when the board is so wide and it's so easy for you to hit 5Ks and higher. You kind of need to have a Dawn underneath your Nami leader this turn.
So after blocking and using Brook as counter in the first swing from the 5 cost Nami, now the leader is going in and swinging 8,000 power, is going to go ahead, take it, go down to 1. Leader effect going off for the Nami, and Marco coming down on the field, being a blocker that can draw 2 cards if you get the chance to, but maybe a Boa coming in on this 8 Dawn turn from a Nene. Nene now at 1 life. Sam still sitting at 3, hasn't committed as many cards in this game at this point as they have in the past 2 games, I feel like. Can be a pretty explosive turn for the blue green Luffy
Yeah.
potentially.
And I think this is definitely a spot where, if we happen to have a 7 drop BOA, it could be pretty impactful here. We are going to use leader effect immediately, just get the plus 2K. And we do have to be kind of worried about that because that can offer us, a chance to, play our Bond Clays here. But we're going to get rid of the Daz Bones. There's the BOA. No Marco block for you here.
So leader effect restanding 2 Dawn. Now these swings are going to be with no threat to blocking. Is going to be a Kiku Nocho that comes down on the field. You'll love to see that if you're Sam right now. Just an extra body to be able to either swing at lead or clear board in this next turn. That's an extra threat.
Yeah, and this is like the rough spot about Nami. Like you're so, pressed to try to do as much damage as you can, but giving them more cards on the board, making it so they can give you like a big reversal on the other time on the other side and make it difficult for you even to survive your next turn is part of the reason I think Nami's been so popular in this format, especially again with the Thriller Bark package that was released.
Just so much flexibility within this deck, plenty of different ways to be able to decide what cards you think are worth playing, what cards are going to help you in certain matchups. Since Nami is what a lot of people label as a good stuff deck, right?
Hmm.
Just plays a lot of good cards. And so passing off the turn with 1 Dawn left as active now goes into Sam's 9 Dawn turn. Just starts out with the 6,000 power swing. I think just going at face. Not really trying to swing at these like Bond Clays, things of that nature. A 2K prisoner gets out of that attack. And now the 6K swing from the Nami is going to be a block and 1K from the prisoner after Buggy enacted the prisoner to be a blocker. 7,000 power lead is going to get that Navy headquarters event. And the Robin is going to go in to be able to trash 1 life and heal 2 to get a leader effect draw of 1 card.
All right, back at 3, getting all the Dawn off of our characters here. And again, this could be a lot of pressure on the other side. We've got really only, quote unquote, 1 blocker with the prisoners. If we keep it there, these Bond Clays are going to be important, but we have to make sure that they use their leader effect first before they do get that value.
That's why you're always
Immediately
seeing
using the
this
new
Buggy
gate.
swing. Yeah. The Buggy swing always enacting that leader effect, it seems like, is going to go ahead and 2K out of that 8,000 power swing. Now that we're a 7 from the Bon Clay, another 8 is going to get the Marco value to be able to draw, especially because Boa is going to be able to swing and be unblockable. Might as well get that value now from the Marco. 9,000 power bow swing hits, but no trigger off of the life. Another card in hand for Sam. Still sitting with 7 Dawn to work with over for a Nene at this point.
Yeah, and now it's just like, do I go for it, right? We haven't really played let's go to the Navy HQ at all this game outside of just using it as like a counter, right? This could be enough pressure to go for it. 7K leader, 2 life. We've got a lot of more pressure attacks, right? We've got these double 8Ks. We're going to have like 2 additional Dawn to use as well. But it looks like for 4, we're going to get rid of one of our Bond Clays to play out a Mr. 3 to prevent the Boa from attacking.
Yeah,
So
and
on 2.
remember, you have to have the unique names with the Navy headquarters. So
Oh, yeah.
having 2 Bon Clays, it wouldn't have worked in that turn. But I think, just trying to go in and stall a little bit longer, I think chose the Robin, if I'm not mistaken, on that Mr. 3.
Yeah, I believe they did. And yeah, you're correct. You need 5 unique names, not 5 unique arts, since there are 2 different ball and clay arts for that one. So unfortunate for that. But Electrical Luna still putting a lot of work in for this matchup when again, Nami's only been able to really establish like 7Ks and less. So there is our own Mr. 3 here, going to use the ability to prevent the Boa from attacking on the other side. We do have a Borsalino, which I think this is the first Borsalino we've seen hit the board this match, which is kind of crazy. I would expect 4 Borsalinos to be in this Nami deck.
Yeah, we have seen way more Mr. Threes in this best of three than we have of Borsalino being able to heal a life for just 5 Dawn if you're at 2 or less by the time that you play it. And NA is going to start out with the 7,000 power swing, is going to be a potential trigger if there's a Perona in the trash, might hit the field, and it is going to be a hot. Oh, no, it's a Gecko to play out Marco.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, like quote unquote the best is the Zoro here, but this still is kind of the same thing where you're able to get out of an attack and draw two. So ends up being a great hit. Yeah, just I need more room for cards. Marco's taking the block here.
So still has a couple swings left to work with. I believe 7 Dawn in total now. Still available for an NA, but 1 life left, a couple bodies on the field. It's going to be really hard to try to swing at lethal right now. And if you don't have another stun effect for the Kikunojo Nami and maybe some freezing as well, you could be in a little bit of trouble in this game.
Yeah, I mean we're already down to 1 life as our blue green Luffy here, and so it's not going to be easy just to survive this next turn as well. So we kind of need to have like an electrical Luna or like I know you're strong to be able to again stun the Nami and the Kikunojo, but like we're just not getting past a lot of this pressure. So big 9K going to use the leader effect. Oh, sorry, this is just a big. There's a big 7K.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because we hadn't used the effect yet. So
Still gets
playing
out
up
of
the
the
clock to
attack.
restand it.
Now with leader effect restanding, 2 Dawn has 3 in total. We'll see if there's something like a 3 for electrical Luna or I know you're strong, especially if you used one of those two events that would be all of your Dawn. And you still have 3 swings represented within the Borsalino, the 7 cost Robin, and also the leader.
Yeah. Now we do have two blockers potentially. We have one from Crocodile, and if Buggy is able to get blocker to the prisoner, that ends up being okay. And can Boa can't attack this turn, right?
No, Boa, I believe, was frozen by the Mr. 3 before
Okay,
we played the Borsalino.
gotcha. Yeah. And then there it is with the Sam Sands turn. Back at 10 Dawn, being able to survive that. And without any Lunas or I know you're strong, this is going to be a tough turn.
So now going 8,000 power is going to use that buggy effect to be able to enact a prisoner of impel down to be a blocker for the rest of this turn. Now representing with 2 blockers on the field is just going to go down to 0 life right away.
Yeah, and I think that's understood at this point. Like you just want every card you can for defense. Hopefully, there's like another event here to get like a +3 counter, but it is looking tough for our green blue Luffy player.
So the 8,000 powers, or wait, no, I'm sorry. Sam thinking about what to do with the rest. Is going out with the 6,000 power swing. Just going to be a 2K Jinbei out of the hand. Now the 6,000 power swing on the Nami is going to be a block and 1K from the Daz Bones. Sam might just go for a little bit more defensive. The Zeus is going to be able to get rid of the
Mhm.
Crocodile and 8 Dawn left remaining, but first of 5 on the leader, and now the rest on Borsalino is going to be a 12 quick math. 8 Dawn is 12,000 power swing, and Sam is going to lock in a spot in the top 4 of this Peoria championship.
Yeah, and a little bit of a hiccup there. Could have blocked with the croc instead of the prisoners, right? Just because that is something. The 6 cost does make a big difference, but Sam Sands able to make it here and finding themselves in the top 4 with Nami.
It's going to be an incredible run as of right now, but still plenty more of One Piece to go among our players. We've still got a couple other rounds in the top 8 bracket that are trying to finish up into this before we get into our top 4. But as soon as we know what the rest of the top 4 is looking like, along with our one of blue yellow Nami that's been locked in, we will let you know. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got about 10 minutes left until the end of round before overtime. So we're going to take a quick break.
Well,
Thank
real,
you
real
so much.
quick, real
Oh,
quick before we
sorry.
do, we do know what was at the beginning of the top 8. So if anyone who is interested in knowing what that was, we did have
Oh,
Teach
yeah.
versus Nami. So one of those are going to get into one, and the winner here are Sam Sands with Nami is either going to play either a Teach or a Lucy, and then the last matchup we had was an Enel versus Nami. So those are the ones in the top 8 going into it. We know that Nami's able to make it into the top 4, and we've got still a good variety for the rest of the top 4 there.
Yeah, still a lot of decks to potentially be a diverse top four within this championship. So exciting times ahead. I'm curious to see how this bracket is going to play out here for us. But that's going to be all for this one. Thank you so much for joining. But we'll be back here soon. So don't go anywhere. Just get a drink, a snack, and a little bit of stretching. We've got more action coming your way.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Three, two, one, zero, zero. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, we are back with the top four of the Peoria regionals here in Guess It, Peoria from Top Cut Events. We've got four players left and two leaders left in our top four. What are they, Jake?
They are Lucy that we've been following around for a bunch in this Top Cut series, and Nami. There are three Namis and one Lucy left within our Top Cut. Not exactly how I thought it was going to play out. I've been hyping up Nami a little bit as like, I think this is a really good deck in the format. I did not expect to see three of them in the top four.
No, me either. And especially, we had a good amount of variety. We had five different leaders going into the top eight. So having three of them eliminated was a little bit peculiar, but that is what it's going to be. So pretty clearly, one of the matches is going to be the Nami mirror match. Spoilers, that's not going to be the match that we're going to cover for this round. There's going to be Nami versus Lucy on the other side, which is the one that we are going to focus on a little bit. And then the finals will be either a Nami mirror match or again a Nami versus Lucy. So that's what we've got for the rest of this day. But again, not expecting personally to see Lucy in the top four. Definitely a leader that I didn't feel like got enough support to maybe hang around in the OP16 meta, but clearly still being able to be pretty good here.
I think it's just the consistency of Lucy, right? Being able to have a ton of searches in the beginning of the game, as you're seeing with this Viola going first in this one, into a lot of drawing cards, right? We have seen how blue has just been so strong being able to draw, and we're seeing that exactly here. Starting out with a 5,000 power swing into leader effect into a go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy is going to draw two cards from the event and then draw one more off leader effect. Now, Sam going with the 5K swing, just a 1K using leader effect to get rid of that Just Watch Me ace and playing Kiku Nojo, and we go into the 5.
Now, we haven't seen this matchup today as for our Lucy player. How does that strip usually go? Where does it kind of lean, Jake?
I think this is leaned a lot in terms of Lucy. I think typically, if you look at statistics and what players say, it's typically like a 65-35 into Lucy. But even though with that, we did see a very, very close best of three in our Nami and blue green Luffy matchup in the last round of top eight. So anything goes when a lot is on the line. The Lucy player did get to decide the order of this match because he was the higher seed in the bracket. So that's going to pay off for him. And he's got a Cavendish to be able to draw even more cards in this next upcoming turn.
Yeah. Also, another kind of like, maybe not underrated, but good mechanic for this Lucy deck is that the barrier pistol is really good for removing these Kikunojos, these
Mhm.
Namis, these Hogbacks, these cards that have these really strong on KO effects. You get to bypass them by just putting them on the bottom of the deck instead. And that can also be another reason why this can be a bit of a tough matchup for Nami.
So now with this Cavendish on the when attacking is going to draw two, trash one. Just trashes another Cavendish here on the 7 Dawn turn. I believe we're on the odd curve, is going to 1K out or use leader effect to go up to 7,000 power. Is going to go ahead with that Sabo to be able, with the barrier pistol, to get rid of that Kiku Nojo, even though I believe Sabo is at 3 life now, or I'm sorry, Lucy is at 3 life now. Is going to be able to bottom deck that Kiku Nojo to prevent the life heal if it were to be KO'd. Sam still sitting at 4 life, is going to start out on this 8 Dawn turn with a 5,000 power swing over at lead.
Yeah, and another thing too, these 7/9 Sabos are just such good stats. It means that aggressively, even if Nami is a 7K, they still have to lose two cards to get out of an attack. And then also defensively, you get out of a lot. So we end up just getting out the Gecko Moria. We didn't see that at all during the previous match that we saw, but being able to just play the Piranha straight out, making it so the Cavendish cannot attack and therefore not get its draw to trash one.
It especially makes it so then if the Lucy player wants to go in with a little bit of aggression in this turn, they're going to have to commit that 7 cost blocker in the Sabo and off that Bello Betty searcher. Looking at that top 5 for a Rev Army kind of card, the Sabo is going to be picked up. Another one hitting the field now as we tap 7.
Yep, and there is that Sabo there once again. And we've got another barrier and just getting rid of that Perona. And another kind of good mechanic about this is that, that Perona doesn't mind being in the trash to be played later, but putting it at the bottom of the deck means that if you want to start using your Thriller Bark triggers again, you're going to have to find some more Peronas.
Especially with the Hogback. If the Hogback would be KO'd as of right now, you have to play a character with a cost of 4 less and a trigger other than Dr. Hogback. So you see that Dr. Hogback in the trash can't play Hogback off the on KO, so could get into a situation to where there's nothing to play on the on KO effect for Sam potentially in this match. But passing it off into Sam's now 10 Dawn turn has opportunities like a 10 cost Newgate if they want to utilize it, but attaching the 1 Dawn and swinging 7 or 6 at lead is just going to be a 2K out of the attack.
Yeah, but we can just see like so far our Lucy player just has so much momentum on their side, right? Double Sabo having like double barrier to get rid of like the smaller attackers on Nami's side and just being able to apply all of this pressure. Again, Cavendish will be able to attack next turn. Pretty easy to make it a 7K and get that additional +1 card in hand. These Sabo attackers are pretty good. And you're not worried about losing next turn because again, you've got 3 life currently. So it's going to be very tough for Sam Sands to get the momentum back on their side.
But is going to play a Gecko Moria, just stacking up these 10K characters, right? Something that we didn't see at all in the best of 3 with blue green Luffy. Now changing up the strategy for this matchup specifically in getting these geckos out onto the field, especially because these geckos being 10,000 power bodies always ask for a card from the block on the Sabo, probably just very good within this matchup. And now the Cavendish going ahead with that when attacking, draw 1, trash 1, gets rid of the Bartolomeo. Leader effect going, getting rid of a Gecko, and a 2K gets out of the attack.
Yeah. Also, I do like the idea that we did not attack with the Moria because it's very likely that Fire Fist could come down next turn, and if so, we would be able to attack into a rested Gecko and just get kind of a quote unquote like free removal with it. So instead, one of the Gecko Morias will have minus 8K there. We are a 9K leader attacking in due to the +3 here with Fire Fist.
So it is going to ask for a couple cards, but a Kumasi trigger is maybe not going to happen, actually. I thought there was going to be a trigger, but no, just adding it to the hand an extra 2K. And now the swings are starting to come in from these Sabos. Remember that Gecko Moria's minus 8,000 power is going to last through Sam's next turn. So is not going to be a body that's more than likely going to attack. And with the last Dawn, after taking that life, going down to 1 very quickly, it is going to be Sam's next 10 Dawn turn.
Yeah, and I mean, like this, both these decks are known for like being very defensive and being able to have a lot of value. But we're 5 minutes into this game, and it feels like there's a solid chance that Sam Sands might be taking their last game, their last turn in this game already.
Especially with a bunch of Sabos on the field and also the Cavendish. Got to think about how you want to swing these attacks. Looks like it is going to be a 10K at the Cavendish. Just going to be a chum block from the Rebecca. Mr. 3 Galdino is going to be able to prevent one of these Sabos from attacking in the next turn. And Borsellino going in to heal and be a blocker is going to be as defensive as you can get.
Yeah, and the thing is that like you really do not mind that you cannot attack with one of these Sabas. Chances are you're probably going to leave one up anyways for defense. So not a huge deal compared to other decks where again you can still block.
So now going into the next 10 Dawn turn for Lucy is going to start out with the Rebecca looking at that top 3, maybe just trying to find that 4th copy of Sabo to play out, but a Barrier Pistol is going to be the option. More than likely using Barrier Pistol to bottom deck the Borsellino is just going to raw play it, right? No Sabo on this turn, but Sam losing out on a blocker on this turn. And now with the activate main is going to get a draw off of leader effect. Now Dressrosa Kingdom drawing another card. This Dressrosa Kingdom is going to be really nice to be able to get plus 2,000 power on some of these attacks that Sam's going to provide. As we saw in the previous games, it's really nice to be able to have Dressrosa Kingdom for a plus 2,000 power in the face of 10,000 power characters on the opposing side.
Yeah, and just being able, yeah, specifically to protect your board when you need that. So we do use Nami effect on a Gravity Blade and get a 2K out of hand. We are going a big 9 to 7 right now. Thinking about taking it. Going down. We're going a big, looks like 10 to 7.
So a lot of pressure coming in from Sam now. I think sitting at about 7 cards in hand at this point.
Yeah, and there might be some reasons why you'd want to try to stay at 1 life. For example, maybe using like a Zeus to get rid of like a Rebecca, but I mean that's still kind of expensive in the spot. It's not going to guarantee you the win either. So, getting out of this attack would be a double 2K at best. or maybe like a 2K double 1K. So this is, a big 10K into 7.
And I think that Sabo still can swing on this turn. And with the leader on top of that, there's still a couple swings that can come in. I don't think that the leader is going to swing, though, just simply because Nami being a 7,000 power leader.
Yeah, and the other Sabo got hit by the Mr.
Oh,
3.
it was the Mr.
Yeah,
3.
yeah,
You're right. You're right. You're right. My apologies. So it's just going to be a Dawn on Rebecca. And I think, Lucy just sitting in the driver's seat right now of this game, just passing off the turn after attaching the Dawn.
yeah. And for a quick 2, yeah, Zeus on the Rebecca. But even then, like, you need every attack to hit, and then yeah, that's going to be it for that game. So quick game 1, we do have our Lucy player up 1-0. Again, it is a favored matchup for our Lucy right now. Also, in this in between, we will kind of explain a special quirk that's going to happen in the next couple minutes. In 10 minutes, there's a sign up for some Bandai events, specifically the Gen Con events at Naruto. So, due to this being a Bandai card game event, the whole venue will be able to be on a pause. So, if anyone wants to try to sign up for those, they can. That will include this match as well. So, at 1:50 p.m. Central Time, which is in 10 minutes, there will be a bit of a pause while that happens, including this game. So, in case you guys are wondering what happens, we'll explain it when it happens too. But there will be a brief pause just so people are able to sign up, due to, again, it being a mixed Bandai game as well.
Especially because most players are aware and like and enjoy playing other Bandai card games. That's why they have the Bandai Card Fest, at the end of the year, celebrating all of their card games. You and I both are very much enjoyers of Bandai card games in general. But going into this second game now, it's going to be Lucy up 1-0 in this game. Right in this best of 3, Sam going to be determining the order, and she's going to have to decide. She looks like she's keeping the hand right away as Lucy is going to be going in with the hand as well. And it looks like Sam deciding to go first in this one, putting Lucy on the even curve.
Yeah, and you definitely kind of prefer a bit of the odd curve to play Sabo on 7, and also I think in this matchup, like Barrier on 5 does end up to get a good removal on like a 4-drop. However, like, you're still pretty good. This also does mean that you can play the 4-cost event from Sabo on curve here, which is really nice to establish a 4/6, either the Bart or the Cavendish. Cavendish drew us so many cards this last game because Nami doesn't really have a lot of great removal techniques for it. So passing back and forth, we're at 4 Dawn already for Lucy after a quick 8K attack from Nami, going down to 3 life for Lucy.
So now at the Fordon is just going to get that leader effect to activate with the 5K leader swing. Could be a memento of him event to be able to draw 2, trash 1, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And after that, going to be able to play out a character of a cost of 4 less of Dressrosa type. Could be maybe something like Bartolomeo onto the field, but no, it's Cavendish. I was going to say maybe Bartolomeo to prevent a potential early Zeus. Nami could definitely Zeus here. I don't know if it's the best idea, but it is an option. But Nami is going to be the play instead to be able to force Lucy to take another life and go down to 2 along with a 6K swing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too opposed to taking the life here, just because again they already use the Nami leader effect, so you don't get to double dip with it. But we are going to take a 2K out of hand and get passed back to.
So now passing back into the turn. Now onto the 6 Dawn turn. Could go with a Barrier pistol to remove Nami's only body on the board. And especially with the 7K swing with the Cavendish, we might be trying to dig for a Barrier pistol. Does have to trash 1, pitching another Cavendish on that turn is going to be a leader effect and 1K to get out of the attack. And yeah, there we go. Just Barrier pistol getting rid of the Nami, not have to worry about that on KO effect anymore on the Nami, and only have to deal with 1 swing per turn.
All right, back to the Nami here. We've got another 5-drop Nami. We're at too much life to take the damage, but essentially we do play it as like a 4-cost. We're going another big 8 into the Lucy here. We do get out of it and passing it back.
And I do like the 8K swing, right? You want to ask for a lot of cards out of hand or maybe giving you a draw off of the life. And I don't think you really mind either. But yeah, especially if there's like a 7-cost Sabo and another Barrier pistol that we found off of this draw 2 trash 1, that's not going to be good, I think. But is going to go ahead with the Sabo, and we'll see. It is a Barrier pistol, just getting rid of another Nami on the field. Nothing staying on the board for Sam right now is just going to attach the leftover Dawn onto the Rebecca and pass off the turn, just slowly building up this board, even though Sam's still staying at 4 life.
Yeah, and just again, a gross amount of pressure here. We are going to be able to play out the 8 drop for the Hogback. Unfortunately, no Peronas. Peronas would have been fantastic to interact with the Cavendish, but without it, it is just going to continue to apply pressure and draw cards. I think it's drawn us 2 cards already, and it's
Mhm.
willing to draw us a third, at least a net third. But since it is a draw 2, trash 1, and that is just great for Lucy here.
And so Lucy being able to play another 7 cost Sabo if they want. If in combination with something like Firefist, you would be able to play a Sabo while also swinging in at lead because your leader would be 8,000 power. And you can kind of nerf this Gecko from being able to swing at you within this next turn. Is going to go ahead and trigger the Hogback. She's going to put the other Hogback on the field. Because remember, even though the on KO effect can get a Hogback on the field, Hogback's trigger can get Hogback on the field, and then a
Correct.
Perona
Yeah,
trigger.
yeah. It's a little specific, but that is okay. So, hey, playing out 2 5Ks, not too bad. We are going to play. You can use a Mr. Luffy. So, kind of a mediocre event for this situation. There were probably a couple others that would have been maybe a little bit better, but we still are able to establish our Sabo and have 2 Dawn ready for our Rebecca blockers. So, we're still in a really good spot here.
So now going into another 10 Dawn turn, a couple more bodies on the field than what we had at the end of our last turn, thanks to some Thriller Bark triggers being able to play out bodies. That's going to be nice to be able to at least chip in right on these swings. But in the face of 2 Rebeccas, Rebecca is just going to be easy blocks for the Lucy now at this point in the game. Full 10 Dawn at your disposal. Do you have another Gecko to be able to populate with something like the Perona on the board or maybe put in the life? But is going to go with a Mr. 3 to be able to stun. It was either the Sabo or the Cavendish. I could see either or.
Yeah. Cavendish is pretty honestly, I would really consider Cavendish here. The
It's
only
very
reason I wouldn't
annoying
is
to be able
maybe,
to deal with.
yeah, if I felt like I could at least pressure 10K into the Cavendish with the Moria, that'd be the case. But it looks like we're going 7 into likely leader.
Yeah, just a little too much life to be able to do something like Borsalino since we're sitting at 3. Hogback is going to ask for some cards out of hand or the block, and it looks like the block is going to be the option. 7,000 power now coming in. See where this Gecko swings, maybe a 12,000 power somewhere. But it is going to utilize leader effect to be able to 1K and then a 2K to go to 8. And then the other swing just being blocks on Rebecca's to get out of that turn. We move on to Lucy's next turn, still sitting at 2 life with a couple characters on field. We'll see exactly what he has available to swing with of what Sam ended up directing. There is a Fire Fist in this, but goes for the Dressrosa Kingdom off of the Rebecca. Again, just a really good card to establish in the face of 10,000 power bodies.
All right, yeah, and just the amount of I mean, I don't know. I think we have like over 10 cards in hand for Lucy. Like
Yeah, we have a lot.
it's an absurd amount. We're going to use that. We're going to give the +3 to the leader. We're going to give the -8 to the Moria. So we are going to get the draw from our leader effect from playing a 7 cost event, since that is more than 3. And then we are going to get a draw 2 trash 1 from the Cavendish. Like it is like everything we've done this turn has drawn us a card. It is crazy.
Yeah, just so much raw draw within this deck, and why it's kind of been a sleeper pick in a lot of people's eyes within this format is going to go 8,000 power now at lead, I believe. Is going to go leader effect and a 2K to go to 9,000 power. And no, yeah, I can't swing with one of the Sabos just because of the Mr. 3. Good job
Yeah.
by the judge catching that right away before anything was enacted. And Sam going down to 2, heading off into her 10 Dawn turn.
All right. Looks like we're going to start off with a 6K with Hogback here. Just using the stage effect just immediately, getting rid of another. You can use a Mr. Luffy, another block with the Sabo, block with the Rebecca here, and then with the rest of our Dawn and a Nico Robin, which is our first for this game so far. But get rid of it and back to our Lucy player.
So now Lucy going into this next turn, Still has the availability of all the swings if they want to go in. 3 life remaining for Sam, 2 life remaining for Lucy. We have the opportunity. I wonder if we will find more Sabos to be able to play out onto the field because we've drawn so many cards. It's
Yeah,
pretty
you would
likely,
assume, right?
unless they're in the life or at the very bottom of the deck, you have a pretty good shot of being able to find some different cards. Gets rid of the Bartolomeo on the swing, is going to swing at the hogback though with that Cavendish to be able to spit out the Kiku Nojo. Can put out anything of a 4 cost or less, and a trigger doesn't have to be a Thriller Bark card. So now going with the Viola is going to go ahead search. There's that Sabo that I was talking about, the third of the 4 in this game.
All right, and I think we're playing it out. Yeah, yeah, not unsurprising, right? Just it's been so strong for us. We are going to use the Fire Fist. We're going to give the -8K to the Nico Robin. I don't think we're going to use the effect to get the additional KO since it will proc the Nico Robin effect, but essentially making it so it can't attack next turn is pretty good.
It also just makes it nice, yeah, just being able to prevent a lot of the attacking because you'll at least have one blocker up. You don't want to take too much life right on the swing with the Kiku Nojo and the Hogback. So you're just going in and you're just swinging away. I think at this point, it's fine to commit like 2 more swings, one with leader, one with Sabo for double nines right now to force multiple cards out of hand out of Sam or some life. And it looks like 1 life is going to be taken to go down to 2, and another one to go down to 1 is going to be a baby 5 trigger to draw 2 cards at least. Swinging this final, Sabo does not want to take any more life, is going to go ahead and use leader effect because that first swing was with the hogback and go ahead and counter 2K, 1K to get out of the attack, go up to 10. So now going into Nami's next 10 Dawn turn, still alive at this point, but feels like we're falling behind in here. Is going to go with the Dressrosa Kingdom on the Kiku Nojo swing to be able to just pitch that momentum for plus 2,000 counter and a 2K getting out of that 6K swing. Still has 8 Dawn left to work with. Maybe something like a Gecko Moria again.
Just a Borsellino. So still, a heal, which is good, and a block, right? Borsellino by itself can, more or less get out of 2 attacks, and a Zoro. So we have to discard 1, but it's another heal. So we're all the way back up to 3. So likely not losing on the spot next turn. And it also develops a wide board that we can, hit on the crackback. But again, Sabu, I think, is still in a really good position here. We just have so many cards in hand. Like it is absurd how many cards we have in hand right now.
One thing that you have to think about if you're Sam is the will you let me eat the flame fruit, right? Although it's typically maybe like a one of, some players don't even play it within the Lucy deck. It's still something you have to think about, right? Because of that double attack is very nice in some of these decks that are very defensive and maybe try to heal. And so it's going to try to go ahead now countering out of that attack after the Cavendish. We'll see if the 4th Sabo will come down onto the field, but not before a 7,000 power swing taking the life.
Yeah. I would have to go back and see how many cards Cavendish has drawn. I think it's been like over 6 cards at this point, right? Like total, like as in it's activated like 6 times, so it's like 12 cards, discard 6.
Yeah, there's just been a ton of value on this Cavendish. And one of the reasons why it is still a highly valuable card from OP10 is going to go ahead. Sam, she's taking the life going down to 0. Still 1 attack left potentially with a 7 cost Sabo. But in the eyes of a Borsellino, maybe you don't want to go ahead, take that bait. And I think the 4th 7 cost Sabo coming down onto the field to Berry Pistol, the Kiku Nojo, just get rid of a body on the field and draw 2.
No, I would have maybe thought about just using it on the Borsellino because it just would have at least gotten rid of the blocker. Both are essentially 6K attackers, right? But
It might be pretty telling to say that Lucy has Roger in hand.
I see. You're right. You're right. That's a good point.
So kind of forcing the Sam for her to play like another Borsellino, maybe. Going to be a tricky spot, I think, with all the 10 Dawn. You can swing with everything at this point, but with two blockers and two life still available to you, every swing would have to connect on the Lucy to be able to get the game. So starting out with an 8,000 power swing, not sure where this is, but it's just going to be a free block from the 9 on the Lucy is going to be an 8,000 power swing yet again. We might just go ahead and swing a bunch of eights. Is going to be the Dressrosa Kingdom for plus 2,000 power and a 2K. And Sam just says, you know what? I understand how this game is going to go. I'm just going to go ahead and concede, and we'll get a little extended break before you head off into the finals of the Peoria Regional.
Yeah, and again, this is a pretty strong matchup for Lucy. And guess what? Guaranteed in the finals is another Nami. So, if I was our Lucy player, I'd be feeling pretty good about this event. One of our better matchups is a mirror match on the other side, and we're gonna see how this ends. But again, if I was asked before this if I thought that Lucy was gonna have potential to win this entire event, I would have said no. No, this is a new format. This is OP16. We've got all these new decks. Lucy's good, but like I don't even know if I can guarantee that makes it to day two, right?
And that's with even saying that last weekend at the LA Regional to end the OP15 format, we had Lucy in the finals, right?
Yeah,
So that's just kind of a testament to how strong Lucy has been within this tournament and how well it has done, right? Performance wise, especially in the day two pool,
yeah.
inside this top 32 bracket, has just been an excellent job and has probably put Lucy on the map for a lot of players heading for the rest of this format in OP16.
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every finals I commentated this month that Lucy was in, I'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened two times. So that is what we've got. We do have an extended break, and I was a little bit misunderstood. It was not at 1:50 Central Time for that sign up for the Naruto demos at Gen Con. It was at 1500 time, so EST, so meaning 2 p.m. on the dot. So in 5 minutes from now, I will be furiously clicking my mouse trying to get a ticket there, and you guys can as well. But again, when we said it was Lucy versus Nami, I'm like, man, both these are defensive decks. I didn't think we were gonna be able to be finished in, well, what, we have 40 minutes to spare, like a
Yeah,
good amount of time.
we have a lot of time to spare, especially within that matchup. But especially, when you talk about like is Sam and you talk about, our Lucy player, like both of them play very quickly, right? They don't spend a lot of time like thinking too much. Obviously, they think because they want to make the most correct plays, but they don't waste time playing, whether that's scooping early to be able to move into the next game to make sure that they have enough time for the best of three and so on and so forth. I think we're going to take a break. We'll probably go back before before the finals round starts. I do have at least the top cut numbers for the Mexico regional that
Oh,
has
okay.
happened. So that's something we can go over. So you guys aren't, waiting for like 40 minutes or so or however much time we have left. But we're going to let you all guys sign up for the Gen Con Naruto demo. What's it called?
Yeah, just the Naruto card game tutorial.
Yeah,
Will be at Gen
tutorial.
Con.
And we'll be back soon. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut Regional. We've got finals underway. Don't go anywhere except maybe to sign up, but come right back afterwards. Hello and welcome to the Peoria Regionals to kick off the OP16 format out in the Western region. My name is Jake. I got Eggman by my side. We have done so much One Piece in the last 36 hours. I've been on such a high, right? Being able to watch so much competitive and high quality play. And now we finally made it to the pinnacle of this tournament, the finals of the Peoria Championships.
Yeah, it's been an exciting weekend, not only for this event, but just for the card game in general. There have been a lot of events around the world. As mentioned, it is the first weekend of OP16 for the English version of the game this weekend. And even between like a couple regionals that are happening this weekend, there are some varying results. So we will go to our finals in just a moment. It's going to be a Nami versus Lucy finals, which again was not on my bingo card. But before we do, let's kind of go over where we started today, the 32 leaders that we have. We had Nami, Anel, Teach, Rosie and Luffy taking up the majority of the spots, 29 of the 32, and then 3 unique one-ofs as well.
Interesting to see. I believe Nell not even in the top four of
Yeah,
our championship, despite being super successful in the last couple of weeks of the Eastern format out in Japan, just not within our top cut, or at least I should say the late stages of the
sure.
top cut of our championship.
Yeah, and as you'll see, the tiniest sliver there is a single Lucy player into this top 32, but they've gone this since they've made their big run for this event. And seeing a Nami again in the finals, we saw our previous match, top four, Lucy versus Nami. It's going to be pretty tough for our Nami player, but you did not get to finals for no reason, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to grind it out.
It's definitely going to be an interesting play, especially because, maybe a little bit of information could have been gained, especially in a stream match before you get into the finals okay, how is this deck built a little bit? How can I use my tools within my deck list to try to counterplay that? We also have the Mexico City regional top cut they showcased on the stream for you guys, and it's really interesting to take a look, right? The top five decks are more or less the same, or the exact same, I should say, just in varying different amounts, much more even, I think, than our Peoria regional of Nami, Blue Green Luffy, Teach, Anel, and Rosinante. And then I believe two decks each of Lucy and Shanks. So no one ofs within this top 32 cut, but it looks pretty familiar between the two different regionals.
Yeah, I mean, of the top five leaders in our mind, right? It's 28 spots instead of 29, so very close. Again, we do see Lucy making it there. We do have the unique add of Shanks into this one, and we did have like the ace. So there have been like these mono red leaders that are trying to like sneak into this relevancy, and I think a lot of people have been trying Shanks specifically with the new support that it got out of OP16.
Yeah, especially with that Ben Beckman. We didn't really see it within the Peoria regional, but for Six Dawn being able to play out a 10 cost Shanks, that can't be bad,
No,
right? But
cannot.
interesting to see, especially in this regional. Some of the spots have flipped a little bit. Blue Green Luffy, much more in representation than Purple Anel in here in comparison to what our pie chart looked like. But Nami, Teach, and Rosinante kind of staying in their respective, slots within the population on this chart. Very cool to see, in my opinion. Especially with two events going on at the same time, no influence on each other. How they've almost gone to the same conclusion in terms of the top 32. The breakdown of the top four in the finals is a little bit different, but at least at this starting point.
Yeah, so I think they're also going to be doing their finals pretty short to ours as well. I'm not exactly sure what's in that finals. I think one purple and L on one side for sure. I'm not sure on the other side, but having two unique finals at least, I think leader wise will be pretty interesting. But for our finals today, it is again going to be Nami versus Lucy, kind of a mirror match, at least matchup wise from the previous round, which means that I think Lucy's in a really good spot to win it all.
Yeah, especially coming off of a top four win against Nami, right? Our player has the experience, especially in how to play this matchup. And if you were playing Lucy in OP15 as well, this is kind of the matchup that you were hunting for the entire time, right? Whether it was the LA regional or something before that in Orlando and of the sort. So I think you still have to play things effectively. You still have to find the right pieces at the right time, right? We saw in the top four match how Cavendish was such a big deal to be able to grab one more card, and different draw effects. And I didn't take count of how many Sabos were played in the top four best of three series that
Mhm.
was played in those two games, but I would imagine that it was either 7 or 8 Sabos in total. So definitely you have to draw their cards at the right time as Sabo to keep the ball rolling, to continue drawing. But for the Nami as well, you got to populate the board. You got to keep the board on the field, right? In terms of
Mhm.
very rare pistols and things of that nature. And the 8 cost gecko also proved to be a big influence in that game as well. That was a big focal point for Sam and Nami within that top four best of three match to be able to have a 10K body on the field to either heal one or put or play something on the field.
Yeah. So I'm curious to seeing who, if there can be an adjustment for Sabo. Again, it is a bit of a consistency deck where you need to find the right things at the right time. But when you do, I think it's very tough for Nami to interact with. So I will believe that are they ready to go quite yet? Are we still waiting for a little bit? But
I'm not sure if they're ready. I know that they have been paired, right, in the
Mhm.
top four matches are over and they're getting ready to get together. But it's going to be really curious to see, especially in a turn order. Do we actually know the turn order of the bracket?
I can double check really quick on our numbers here. And if you guys aren't aware, since we had Swiss on day one, it is whoever has the lowest seed ends up choosing to go first. So our single Lucy player finished the day, I think, pretty highly, if I remember right. No, 19, so a little bit on the lower half of it. And then, actually, I don't know if we got a confirmation on which Nami player we've got on the other side.
There are a couple different options in there. We did know that there was a Nami mirror match, and just simply right before we got back on the screen, they were finishing up right there. But just getting ready at this point in the match. But either way, I think Lucy just sitting in a pretty prime spot within this matchup. And kind of thinking about the list a little bit, there are the typical cards that we have seen in this deck that have been tried and trues. We talked about the Cavendishes and the Sabos being able to draw so many cards. But one thing that I've really enjoyed, especially in, I would say, like the second half of OP 15 onto where we are right now in the beginning stages of OP 16, is Bartolomeo and the go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy
Mhm.
combo, right? I think it's just been so good to be able to draw some extra cards, be able to get some extra consistency within that deck, and also just have a body on the field that can't be KO'd.
Yeah, and this has been kind of a weird adaptation. I know a lot of people weren't playing it at the beginning of OP15 when Lucy was released. There's kind of like this middle dip in the format where, again, not a lot of people are on Lucy in general. But as we went later and later, I think more and more people went to it. Last weekend was the Los Angeles Regionals, which did have Lucy's in the finals. It was an OP15 format instead of OP16 that we have here today. But again, I'm still very surprised to find it, sneaking its way from only one in the top 32 to one in the top two, consistently winning the last couple rounds. And again, Nami is definitely a kind of, Nami has a tougher matchup into Lucy itself. And, we will have to figure that out. And based off what I've seen, I believe the Nami player will have the lower seed. So they will decide who goes first or second through it. And honestly, of the three Namis that they could be, that from what I've seen, a lot of them just well known players, right? We had I know Chris Sock ended up being our undefeated in Swiss yesterday with Nami. We also do have Mike, who could be our inner finalist, are also Daniel as well, who's local to the Los Angeles area. So big rooting for him too if he's in this finals. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you always love to see known players at the top. It sounds like we just got official confirmation that Chris Sock is going to be
Okay.
in the finals. So you want to talk about an accomplished known player? Chris Sock is one of them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was undefeated in Swiss, and so seemingly undefeated this weekend too. He might have lost a game here or there within their matches, but like has not dropped a set since they sat down yesterday morning. So they got one more match, and this will maybe be their hardest again. Lucy has a really good matchup spread into Nami itself, but if someone was to overcome it, I would believe it'd be Chris Sock.
Chris Sock, a five-time One Piece champion with 17 serials to his name and a 2024 Worlds competitor. Very good player. that we
Yeah.
have in the One Piece card game. So you talk about consistency, you talk about some of the highest level players in the game. It's going to face up against G playing Lucy. Very excited for this one. Just to see maybe what Chris can pull out. You know, he's a very creative player, very good player, is very aware of being able to see lines. Is he going to be able to see something and kind of make this set a best of three, right?
Mhm.
Or is it going to be what the statistics say, you know, where Lucy just kind of dominates and rolls? You got to imagine that both players are very ready for this match. You got to imagine, especially for G over on the Lucy side, you know, he has practiced this matchup so many times, especially with Nami's popularity in OP15, assuming that he played it in OP15, not sure.
Yeah, and we looked at the total representation of the room this weekend. Toonami was the most popular leader, not by as wide of a margin as we've seen, especially compared to OP15. I think we said it was around just around 15% of the room. But with that, it's definitely a matchup that, as Lucy, I think you're very familiar with on how it works. This might be one of the main reasons you're playing Lucy because you do expect a lot of Nami today, which statistically you are correct if that was the case because it is the most represented. But that is something that hopefully they are just going to be able to buckle down. There's some nerves, right? This is a big event, and maybe a little bit of potential false confidence because you just beat a Nami in top four. You just got to beat one more, so you got to make sure that you sit down, focus on it, and you could be our next champion.
And especially with the right bracket too, whether that's Swiss or the top cut, you know, Lucy having great matchups into these partially yellow decks that are running around in the format right now with Nami and also Marshall D Teach. We had a couple teaches within our top 32, and I believe G faced one of them in the
Mhm.
bracket on the way into this finals position. And so just keep hitting these good matchups, gonna get the confidence building, maybe see like an ace from time to time. You know, it's just the confidence can be exuding, and that confidence can help you so much, kind of relieve the nerves a little bit of a finals championship where the camera's on you, you know, the lights are on. There's bunches and bunches of people watching. I love Championship Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. And honestly, it's been a great ride for us. Also, if you guys didn't see any of the coverage from yesterday, you can make sure to check out the Top Cut events YouTube. They've re-uploaded all of day one, and they're going to be re-uploading to day two here as well. But here it is. We've got Chris Sock on the left and Bai on the right.
So Gia is going to be going second in this one. I think Chrisok taking first out of the turn order. Looks like going to be using a Viola and a Dressrosa Kingdom to start out this game for the two Dawn. Finding a Bartolomeo, maybe think about playing it on the next turn, whether it's just hard playing it or a memento of him. And Chris Saw going in with an 8,000 power swing, just going to take that life going down to three. Leader effect now drawing one card and passing off the turn, going to G's fourth.
All right, going a big five here.
5,000 power swing at lead, probably going to proc Nami's leader effects. You see the Dr. Hogback in the hand. Just trying to think about maybe what card is best to pitch off of the leader effect. You can trash any card once per turn on your opponent's attack from your hand to become a 7,000 power leader for the rest of the turn. Right now, you're just trying to set up the trash a little bit and be able to get things in the discard pile for maybe some of your triggers. Ends up going with the 4-cost Zoro. So now the Barto coming down on the field. I was talking about this earlier with the combination of go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy. That Barto's on play effect, being able to cheat out a 3-cost Dressrosa event to be able to draw 2 cards off of that main phase and then one more off of your leader effect.
All right, we got the 2K there to get out of it. And then we do have a 4-cost Hogback hitting the board and passing back.
So the Hogback coming down onto the field. We'll see if G on his 6th Dawn turn goes ahead with the barrier pistol. Something we saw was very influential in the top 4 match. Could be influential here as well, and maybe trying to look for it off of the Bello Betty. I know this has kind of been a fringe card in a lot of players' lists, but as a nice 2 or 3 of, be able to look at that top 5 for a dress or a Revolutionary Army kind of card. It flows a lot with the rev or with the Dressrosa typing, but I think just whiffed on that.
Yeah, Betty's kind of, not the best searcher in this deck all the time. There's a lot of Dressrosa cards. There are some good Revolution Army cards as well, but not as much as you might would hope at times.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy, or the barrier barrier pistol. A lot of those have the Barto Club tag instead of the Revolutionary Army typing. So unfortunate there for G. And maybe that's one of the things that Chris is going to need to be able to stay alive within this game and really catch the momentum. But taking the 7,000 power swing, I believe it was, is just going to go ahead, take the life, no trigger. Now the 5,000 power swing just going to be a Perona to on the leader effect. Now Cavendish coming down on the field. So even though you weren't able to get rid of the hogback, at least you were able to get a Cavendish down onto the field for the future turns.
And that Cavendish has been very helpful against Namis as well. Um, Being able to just get multiple card draws, and Nami doesn't really have a great way to get rid of it outside of like a Zeus, which still you usually have to like use, you lose a life for that too, which is kind of tough.
Something that I think G doesn't really mind in a sense, especially because that two Don this early in the game means that maybe an impactful body like the 5 cost Nami might not hit the field or something of the sort. Just going to be a 1K out of the 5K swing with the Jozu. Now another 5K swing. Going to use leader effect to get rid of the go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy, because any event or stage card can be utilized. And it looks like it is going to be the Zeus to get rid of that Cavendish. Chris just recognizing how much value that Cavendish can get. And so now going ahead and using the two for that. And then leader effect, because a life left the life area, you're able to draw an extra card and the 5 for Borsellino. Even though you took a life to go down to 2, you're going right back up to 3 with Borsellino healing 1.
All right, going back to Lucy here. And, I believe we do have enough Dawn for a Sabo potentially this turn. I mean, it's very clear that this has been like one of the best cards in this deck. It offers a lot of plays and synergies, but starting off with a 7K with the Bart here.
So 7,000 power swing with the Bard is going to either get one card off the block and counter with Borsellino, or potentially 2 cards with leader effect and another card, but ends up going with the life anyways. Kiku Nojo, because G is at 3 or less life, going to be able to play that down off the field from trigger. And Sabo coming in is going to just immediately barrier pistol the Kiku Nojo, and Mike's Kiku is going down to the bottom of the deck. So now going to Nami's next turn, I believe at 9 Dawn right now in total. So Gecko Moria now as a viable option to be able to play, 1 Dawn being attached, and now swinging 6 with Hogback. Taking the swing, going down to 2 for G is going to be another 6,000 power. Really just trying to ask for 2Ks at this point, especially with only 1 blocker on the field in the Sabo. Aside from 2Ks, it's the Dressrosa Kingdom or 2 events in the hand that G can utilize. So with the Robin here, just going to be healing after the free block to trash 1 life and heal 2. The Marco hitting the trash is actually pretty solid setup for you, simply because an 8 cost Gecko trigger could play it out onto the field.
Yeah, and it's good to have like this wider board against Lucy, because you do get a lot from like some little chip damage you get here and there as well. And honestly, sometimes the momentum of this game is just how many of these, you know, Sabos you're able to play back to back.
So now off of this, Rebecca going in and looking at that top 3 is going to find a Cavendish to be able to grab into the hand. Interesting grab from Cavendish instead of the Memento event, right? Especially because Cavendish is a brick in the hand where the Memento event could be a possible 1K or something like that. But maybe just going to go wide himself with like a 7 cost Sabo into Memento event.
Yeah. Also, like sometimes it happens as well where you do have the 7 drop Sabo, but you don't necessarily have the event you want to play off of it, right? So that ends up just being kind of awkward just to, just play a 7/9 blocker without much more of an effect. But we're going to attack 7K with the Bart once again.
Bard is going to ask for a couple cards out of hand or a block from Borsalino. So we'll see what Mike decides to do. Is going to go ahead, leader effect the Robin away, and then 1K the Mr. 3 out. Thinking about swinging now at the hogback. I think we have a Perona in the trash, so could let this knockout happen and just get Perona. But maybe one of the things that Mike needs to think about is if the hogback goes away and you put the Perona on field, might be something like a barrier pistol that comes out and bottom decks it. But I think you're okay with that just simply because hogback could just get bottom decked anyways.
Yeah, and I think that we're just kind of, our leader can't attack anywhere anyway. So as much as it gives them another body back, it just means that you quote unquote remove the protection of that hog back, right? So now you can KO the Perona next turn a little bit more safely if that ends up being the case. Playing another Sabo though, we do have the 4-drop event there, so draw 2, trash 1, and we can play a 4 cost from our hand.
So it looks like a 2-cost Fire Fist and a go ahead and use him. Mr. Luffy was grabbed off of that draw from the Memento. Is going to go ahead and trash the go ahead and use him. Mr. Luffy now playing over the Viola to get that Cavendish that we knew was in the hand on the field. And then leader effect drawing an additional card because we played a 3-cost or higher event is going to more than likely be the end of the turn after attaching this last Dawn to Rebecca. Maybe thinking a little bit on if he wants to swing this Sabo, and he's going to do exactly that, try to lay on the pressure on Mike.
All right, you got the thing here.
So with the 9,000 power swing, you could go ahead and take a life right here to go to 2. Maybe give yourself an opportunity to be able to play something like Borsalino again to block her up a little bit. Or maybe just go ahead and give a couple cards in the hand or block.
Yeah, I don't mind going down to 2 as you mentioned. Like it can offer a chance to play another Borsalino, but it looks like we're just going to block here, get rid of the Borsalino, and then pass from there.
So now a full 10 Dawn turn for the Nami. We'll see exactly what they try to play right here, especially with Nami's playing things like 10 cost Newgate. That could be an option on this turn. And it looks like that OP13 SR in the Newgate going to be played. Draw 2, trash 1, and attach 2 Rested Dawn to both a leader and a character. It's going to get some bigger swings coming in at lead in the face of these 9,000 power blockers.
Yeah, and this is definitely already something different from the previous match we saw. We just never really had time or ability to play out a Newgate, so it is a pretty good blocker in this matchup where you are able to block a Sabo attack pretty easily.
So looking at the hand, I think the other 2 7-cost Sabos are in the hand for G right now. So at least
Yeah,
we'll have all 4 of them.
it is nice. I think really what's going on is that we might not necessarily have the event that we're hoping to be able to play off of it right now.
Mm-hmm. So with leader effect and a 2K is going to get out of that 7,000 power swing. The Robin swing 8,000 power is going to get the Rebecca block. We move on to G's next turn, still sitting at 2 life right now. And looking at Mike's hand, he's got a couple 5-cost Luffy's in there. That secret rare from OP15. That might be pretty nice to be able to rush in against a blocker deck such as this.
All right, so we're going to start off with a 6K attack with Cavendish, get a draw 2, discard 1. Getting rid of the 1-drop there. 1-drop 2K too. It's usually, 2Ks can be quite a boon in this deck. Our leader effect is really good at defending ourselves, but not necessarily our characters on board.
So if you're Mike right now, yeah, he said, "Oh, you just pitched a 2K off of that effect. How many do you have in the trash?" Gotta imagine that the rest of his hand is pretty good cards to utilize and is going to be finding the Fire Fist off of the Rebecca. So Fire Fist maybe in combination. And what we could see right now, especially with 1 Dawn utilized, still 9 left, is we could go in and we could use Sabo to the 7-cost Fire Fist and then utilize the 2-cost Fire Fist that I believe is still in hand to be able to get rid of this Edward Newgate before any value of blocking, because that would be a zero powered character. So playing over the Bartolomeo is going to get that Sabo on the field. The minus 8,000 power is going to go onto that Newgate to make it a 4, and your leader an 8,000 power. We'll see if the 2 Dawn is used for that Fire Fist, since we're at 2 or less life.
Yeah. And yeah, minus 8K until the end of next turn for Mike there. And then we do have the Fire Fist from OPO5, reducing it to 0. Our life is at 2 or 0, or sorry, 2 or less. And so we do just get the full clear on that Newgate. That is huge.
It's going to be a big swing for G in this one to stay alive in here. And now, just going in with some 9,000 power swings, a Gecko trigger comes in to be able to play out a 4 cost or less onto the field. Looks like it'll choose Marco as the choice for, potential block in case there are any more swings from these 7 cost Sabos. But G holds the brakes on there, does not swing with his other 7 cost Sabo that he has active that he could have swung with, and just says, you know what, maybe I try to get it with a barrier pistol later in the game, maybe.
Yeah, and I think with some technicality, I think he attacked with the one that he played that turn, because I think he put it right there, and that looked. I could just be wrong on that, but only 2 of his 3 Sabos could attack anyways. So decided to just leave 2 open, so it is in an okay spot.
As long as both players are aware, if they're the exact same card, that one of them can swing. Typically, it's fine between the players, yeah. But
Yeah.
that's something that you do need to know and you need to be aware of if you're playing the One Piece card game, especially at a high level like this, where a lot is on the line. Regional champion is going to be crowned after this best of 3. Now moving into Nami's turn, is thinking about splitting the Dawn. I think there's a Borsalino in hand, so could go ahead with Borsalino to heal back up to 3 and get that blocker on the field. But first, we're going to swing 11,000 power with the Robin, or 12, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and we played Rebecca, but we didn't find Dawn to put on it for this past turn. So this could be a big amount of pressure. Removing a Sabo like this could be huge, and put a little bit of momentum back on Mike. Though, of course, how do you recover getting a new gate removed? That is such a tough task.
Especially with G only having, I think, 4 cards in hand. There's actually not a lot of opportunities if you try to get rid of some of these bodies to be able to counter out. And it looks like 5 Dawn might potentially be a tap, but not before a 6K swing that just gets auto blocked, and Borsalino going in with the heal. So a little bit of a slow return, but G can only play 4 7 cost Sabo. So if you get rid of one, it's going to put you a little bit closer to be able to come back in this game.
All right. Well, back to Lucy here. We're at 7 Dawn again, tapped. So our 4th and final version of Sabo. We do have a barrier. We're going to be able to draw off leader effect. Getting rid of the Marco without proc its on KO effect is huge, especially since it is a big blocker there. We're going to attack with Cavendish 7K, draw 2, trash 1, and the pressure begins once again.
So pitching the Barto off of that effect, saving the Cavendish in hand for potentially playing it in the next turn. As you talked about, there's no 7 cost Sabos left within the game. So maybe Cavendish can be one of the better cards to be able to play as bodies are leaving the board in future turns. Leader effect in 1K is going to get out of that attack. Now a 9,000 power swing is going to go ahead, take the life of potential trigger, maybe a body out onto the field like Perona or Hogback. But maybe an 8-cost Gecko. 8-cost Gecko going in and playing the Marco back out onto the field. One was in the bottom of the deck, but one was in the trash. So there he is back again, the boogeyman, or the Phoenix, I should say, coming back from the trash.
It's lore accurate. We're fine. Marco keeps coming back. Maybe not the ways that we thought it would, but we're here for it.
And so Marco is going to be a really nice option to be able to have some hand recursion to be able to try to maintain resources. Because now I think you're in somewhat of a resource war, right? Alongside G, especially because both players hovering at 2 life right now, with Mike having the potential to heal. It's going to attach 1 Dawn onto Rebecca, have 3 blockers up as active. Could have swung with another one of these 7 cost Sabos, but said, you know what? With all of the removal that you're trying to do right now, maybe it's best to just leave it as active to try to get an easier block.
Now, one card that I see in hand right now for Mike that I haven't seen in other Namis, but not too unusual, is the 5 cost Secret Rare Luffy from OP15, the Sky Island card. So this actually is just a really good tool against specifically Sabo. Says on it, when a block or event is activated, you are able to reveal the top card of your life, and then whatever cost it is, you get that amount of power. So we reveal a 5 cost, we do get a plus 5k. And even though we've got these big Sabo blockers, we're now just really disincentivized to attack with them or to block with them now.
Yeah, especially because this effect can happen as many times within a turn. If you were to block all three times with your three blockers on the field, that's three instances of a life that can boost up the power on this Luffy. So, not opting to block on that 9,000 power swing with the Robin is going to activate Nami's leader effect of drawing one card in the once per turn. Still has 4 Dawn left to work with right now. One more than likely needs to be attached to leader, so then you can become a 7K leader defensively. But what about the other three?
Yeah, and again, Luffy can attack this turn since it does have rush. Since we do have 6 or more Dawn on the field, do likely need to attach at least one Dawn to Nami, maybe two.
And so, honestly, especially with this Luffy on the field too, you can swing like a little bit more low to the ground, I think, just simply because you'll be able to get that power boost. So ends up swinging 9,000 power over at the Sabo. Just trying to say, do you have any actual counter in hand? Even though Sabo can pitch events and stages for plus 1,000 power, that is only to leader, not at the 7 cost. So that's how you netted the 2K Viola in hand.
Yeah, and I like keeping the Luffy active here because you don't really have an impactful swing, and you'd rather have it around for some more pressure on the next turn, like make sure to force a block. So without that, though, we do have a potential for Lucy to apply a lot of damage. We've got Cavendish attacking again. I think we've resolved it like 3 or 4 times this game again.
Mhm.
So much card draw and consistency from that one.
Yeah, even though the first one was Zeus at the very beginning of the game, the second one coming down off of the 7 cost Sabo is just given so much value. So is going to go ahead and leader effect 2K out of that attack to go up to 8. Didn't end up blocking with Marco. So going to be interesting to see if G maybe does like a barrier pistol on the Marco again. I think just getting a quick count on some of the key cards for G in this matchup. Looks like a Fire Fist, I think, is going to be played just outright here. So Fire Fist is going to minus 8,000 power on the Luffy, and we got to fulfill the effect of the Fire Fist, even though Luffy, after the Fire Fist, normally would be able to get a boost of power because of that effect. Because the Fire Fist needs to be fulfilled and the KO needs to happen, it doesn't allow the Luffy to get that effect. So great job, IG, kind of saving that card for that specific instance, maybe, especially because we have open deck lists in Top Cut, was maybe aware that this was a potential scenario.
Yeah, and that's like one of the ways that we can remove. And I would be kind of like, oh, there are so many times where Fire Fist would have made a lot more sense. I think the last couple turns, maybe they just don't have it. They haven't been able to see it, and there is a chance that Cavendish was just able to find it for us anyways. But a really good way to remove what otherwise was a pretty scary threat.
So now with only 5 cards in hand for Mike, these 7 cost Sabos going in and swinging big. A 9,000 power swing now coming and lead. Still one Dawn, so more than likely going to be attached to Rebecca to leave 2 blockers up as active within the turn, still sitting at 1 life. Got a little bit of counter in hand. I know we have at least a baby 5 2K and I think one more 1K. But the tricky thing about Nami right now is when exactly do you block and with what do you block, right? Especially if it's a Borsalino in the hand right now as your 1K that you could have countered out with. Is it even worth countering out with something like Borsalino? Would you rather just play it on the field to be able to heal and be able to get that longevity within the game?
Yeah, it's just tough when clearly Sabo's board. I mean, it's probably as wide as it's gonna get, right? Three
Mhm.
Sabos with a fourth one in the trash, another blocker with Rebecca, and we got Cavendish hanging out. So it's just so much pressure we get consistently. And again, 9K is such a good number against Nami, who otherwise tries to just stay healthy with its 7K leader effect. And 9K still represents two more cards you need out of hand.
So we got a couple different options that we can play looking at the hand. You know, 7 cost Robin, very good card to be able to heal. 5 cost Luffy, as you saw within that last turn, a very threatening card that needs an immediate response or else is going to gain so much value. We also saw cards like the 8 cost Secret Rare Teach, you know, something reserved in Blackbeard. We haven't really seen it be played. I think outside of maybe a trigger in our Nami matches this weekend, but that is really interesting to be able to look at that top three and put whatever card you want in that life from the top three and establish a 10,000 power character onto the field. So, a lot of different avenues to be able to go for Mike right now, but which one's the right one is the question.
Yeah, it's tough. And there's so many times where I'm like, all right, well, I was able to bring Lucy down to 1 life. I just needed a little bit more damage. I get there, even 0 life. And it's just like, man, they just have so many blockers. They've got 10 cards in hand. I know that every card in their hand will likely have counter involved with either just naturally or with the leader effect. And it seems just so tough to overcome what kind of defense that this Lucy player can establish.
And you talk about the hand size, right? Like a couple turns ago, we were talking about how Lucy really only had 4 cards in hand, but every turn that Cavendish stays on the field, that's a +1 in the hand in terms of the card draw. So you're starting to see how this card draw can really be impactful in the long con of the game. So now just another 9,000 power swing over at the Sabo, I believe, is just trying to get those off the field. It's a really easy one dawn commitment to try your best to get it out of here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be using the stage discarding an event. You get a plus 2K on that attack.
So now another 9 over at the Sabo. Now something like the 8 cost each can't come out onto the field, but I believe we have a Borsalino in hand that might be our option to be able to play as a 2K Leo gets out of that attack, healing 1, going back up to 2. It is a battle that we have here, and it feels like nobody's trying to give any give.
Yeah, yeah, it's just such a, build pressure, make blockers, gain life back. I mean, both these leaders are, I mean, we saw this last match in top four. This is definitely more of the pace that I'm usually used to for, two of these more defensive decks in the game.
Mhm. Our finals in regional championships, if you do not know, are untimed. So players can really spend as much time as they want to thinking about the different lines or in this best of three. This game can go on as long as it's needed to be able to pull an official winner in this championship. Is going to start out with the Cavendish, though, 6,000 power to be able to draw 2 trash one. We did find another Fire Fist, so is going to go ahead, get rid of the go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't been using the go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy, or at least holding them in the hand just to be able to get a little bit more card draw potentially in a turn that maybe we need to take off one.
Yeah, I just feel like we've just gotten so much card draw already, right? I mean, Cavendish being able to just be essentially untouchable in the
Mhm.
traditional sense in this matchup is really tough. It looks like we are just going to play Fire Fist for the full 7, make it so the Robin is going to be a 0 power into the next turn, so it can't really threaten. You've got 8K from the Lucy attack because of the plus 3K from Fire Fist.
So after leader effect, just a 2K to go up to 9. Now another 9 from the Sabo. Going to be a baby 5 trigger to draw 2 cards. How aggressive do you get with some of these other swings? Really trying to pressure, I think, the block right now off of the Borsalino to maybe just get another character off of the field. Looks like a Don being attached to Rebecca. No, just being very patient. This Lucy player just holding these blockers up. Always has at least 2 of them.
Yeah, and that's where like the fact that you can apply pressure is fantastic. And when we kind of look at the same kind of gameplay from like Ace, right? Another red blue deck, one that's able to get a lot of card draw. We play these big blockers. The fact that Sabo comes out, technically like a turn earlier at times at 7 dawn instead of 8 off of like the Newgate effect, and also the combo with Sabo is a little bit more consistent where it's specifically an Ace. You need to find this 8 cost event to play this 10 cost character. And this deck is I just need to find one of these 7 drops, and there's a variety of events that I can use with it as well.
The diversity of what you can actually play in this deck and some of your combo cards is one of the reasons why back-to-back weekends now that Lucy is in the finals of these different championships. So Mike starting out with the 6,000 power swing. I think, yeah, going in and swinging at lead. And it looks like G is just going to take it. He is not worried about like an unblockable Sanji right now. Maybe just looking because of open deck list, knows that there is no unblockable Sanji in Mike's deck.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, there is a Roger in B's list, so we got to be careful. This Borsalino might not be blocking anytime soon if we are even healing. So that could be the overextension on the other side, and we do have to be careful.
So now what do you do with the rest of this done? I know there's a couple different options with like 8 cost teach in the hand. Do you go with a 5 cost Luffy to be able to go in and rush, try to go for a game? But I don't know. You only have 2 swings left, but 8 cost teach is going to be the play. Putting one of the 3 cards in life. Looks like I think it was going to be a Luffy in there that he put in.
Yeah, it's either Luffy or it might have been a Hogback. Cannot.
One
It was pretty quick. I'm
Yeah,
not
one of the
100%.
two. I think just not finding one of the cards that he was looking for in terms of in the life, but really just I think G's gonna have to go for it in this turn. I think time is enough right now, and especially one of the things that you do have to worry about with this deck, and maybe one of the reasons why he's not holding on to the go ahead and use them, Mr. Luffy's, is he might, if he uses those, he might be wary of decking out, right?
Sure.
Because of how much card draw this does. Cavendish is always drawing 2, leader effect draws 1. Uh, you could, if you're not careful, just deck out, and especially with a deck like Nami that elongates the game with all this healing, that's something as G that you got to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I mean we're probably getting pretty thin on the deck over there. Probably 20 cards or less, maybe around 15. So we do have to be aware of that. Though I think there's a strong chance that we can maybe try to go for game here. But no, okay, just going 7K. Still could be going for game, but just means that we're giving up the chance for Roger to be the card to bring us home.
And we know that I think in that peak that Roger is in the hand, but pitch Jozu instead. So maybe especially with no whatchamacallit, unblockable Sanji, not afraid of maybe just going in with a little bit of a poke, maybe a couple swings that are not necessarily actually going for game, but just try to eat cards out of hand right now on Mike and his Nami to be able to then go in with a more confident Roger in the next turn.
The other scary thing is that you know that they know what the top card of their life is. They just added it with Teach. So you
Mhm.
have to imagine, like, man, what is the worst choice that they could pick for me? There could be like another Gecko Mori to bring back a blocker or heal one. We're taking the 9 here, not blocking with the Borsalino.
So 9 Dawn left to be able to work with. Looks like I think we're tapping 5. Is going to bottom deck the Borsalino. And now the swings are going to be coming in from the Sabos potentially. Just going to be attaching the rest onto lead. And he's going to scoop it up and go into game 2. G and Lucy are up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, and that is, a little bit of a different pacing from the previous matchup we saw with that. And I do think that that 5 drop Luffy could be a tech choice that makes this matchup a little bit easier for Nami. But when they see their Sabos, when everything goes right, it is very tough for Nami to interact.
Yeah, especially with so much time that was given to G as well, right? So much time to utilize the Cavendishes, the Bartos to draw into all of those 7 cost Sabos. Kind of felt like he had the 7 cost Sabos very early. I remember pointing out with 2 Sabos on the field that he already had the other 2 in the hand. And without something like Charlotte putting in the format, you can build up your hand as big as you want, and you don't have to worry about going away in this matchup, at least.
All right, just doing the quick shuffle here. Get into it.
So Mike,
And
I believe being the 17th seed in this, was able to choose the turn order in game 1. More than likely probably going to choose the same way if that's the case.
yeah, and trying
Just
to, a lot of these both these decks can be kind of loosey goosey on what they want. I think generally like Lucy does kind of appreciate the odd curve a little bit more to play Lucy on 7, right? That ends up being strong. Nami kind of likes going to 10 as soon as possible. Like Nico Robin on 7 and being able to attach the Dawn on leader on the same turn is good, or even like an 8 drop Moria and then obviously 10 drop Teach. When it doesn't get double fire fisted, right? That ends up being very a very tough card for Sabo to interact with at times.
And so looks like Lucy keeping the hand while Nami mulliganing, leaving it up to fate to see what these five cards are going to be going into this one. I think I saw two new gates in the starting hand for Mike and Nami just going first in that game. The fist touch is going to go in now. G going into his first turn, going second. Does have some first turn plays, especially with the Viola to look at that top three for a Dressrosa card.
All right, deciding which one feels the best here.
One of the things that I really like that can't be found off of this viola that I'm starting to see in G's list is the couple copies of Jozu that he
Mm,
has. Not
mhm.
something that's searchable and not something that a lot of people play. Jozu used to be one of the best removal cards in the game for blue, and this is kind of his comeback now.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily relevant in this matchup as much, but is going to go now. Nami, after swinging 8 and G, taking the life, going 2-3. Now going to go to the 4 Dawn turn. Going to be looking at playing the Cavendish that he found, whether that was the memento of him or just a raw Cavendish. And it looks like a raw Cavendish. So you like to see that if you're Mike. Unfortunately, Cavendish is on the field, but you didn't get that draw to trash one effect and then a leader effect draw to be able to just gain more cards within the hand.
Yeah, going for a quick 6K with Nami here, getting a 2K out of the hand. We do have the Perona, which being able to play this on curve like this and prevent the Cavendish from attacking is quite nice. It's one of our kind of few ways to interact with Cavendish outside of like a Zeus. So we will take advantage of it. It does slow down their draws a little bit, but we would like to just have that removed from the board in general.
Yeah, and especially in this early game, you like to see it. And so, even with on the 6th on turn, no barrier pistol to turn this Perona into the bottom of the deck. You like to see that to have another card attacking in this upcoming turn. The go ahead and use him, Mr. Luffy, is going to draw 2 cards, one more off of leader effect, and then the Dressrosa Kingdom being played is going to draw another card. Could go ahead and swing 7 with lead if you didn't want to play any more bodies on the field like Rebecca's or Viola's to try to net a couple cards out of Mike's hand or a life. And it looks like life will be the option.
All right, going down to 3. No trigger there and passing it to Mike. Not that I think the only card in trash is like a Borsellino. So even if we did have a Thriller Bark trigger, it wouldn't really have anything to go off of. But going with the Perona, going 5-5 here.
Trying to eat the Dressrosa Kingdom stage, trying to get him to use that effect. But leader effect, going to pitch a go ahead and using Mr. Luffy for plus 1,000 power in that attack. Has 7 Dawn to work with, maybe eyeing up the 7 cost Robin. You don't have a way to stun this Cavendish again, I think, but off the leader effect or off of the leader swing of 5,000 power using leader effect again to pitch the Just Watch Me ace.
Yeah, ask for a number of cards in the trash or looking for them as well. So that card does get a little bit cheaper when you have, I think it's 3 or less. Is it 4 less? 4 less
Yeah,
events?
but I think we just used our leader effect to just trash it.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
was asking how many events we had in trash for future copies of it.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's especially relevant, right? Especially on the defensive side, when one Dawn is just left up and presented for sure.
Yeah. But passing it back, we should be able to, we get the attack with Cavendish, right? And we're deciding on the discard 1 here.
It's going to
We
be the
do get rid of the Perona and we do stun the Viola. So unfortunately not going to be able to attack with that, but not going to be too upset about it.
And now with the Just Watch Me ace, there we go. There's that event count to be able to minus 3,000 power. And now the Sabo into the barrier pistol is going to bottom deck that Robin. You don't want to KO it because you have to take a life, but bottom decking it works out perfect.
Yeah. And so that's what I thought. I think they asked like how many do you have that in the trash? Because this combo is like one of the reasons that sometimes going second is better with Lucy here because you do get kind of these upgrades to your your Sabo combos.
So now going into Nami's next turn right now is going to be the 9 Dawn turn. Has a couple different options of cards that they can play. We see the Mr. 3 Galdino in the hand that we've seen all weekend across these blue or partially blue decks, being able to stun bodies. And it might be nice to stun the Cavendish to be able to prevent it from swinging in the next turn, try to stall out these Sabos being played onto the field. Could go like with a Kiku Galdino combo if you wanted.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna start with the Mystery 3 though. We're gonna go big six into likely the Cavendish.
I would assume you wanted to go into the Cavendish to maybe present the idea if they let the attack go, then you could just stun the 7 cost blocker. But no, just goes ahead and gets the free block right there with no other swings, and the Mr. 3 preventing the Cavendish from swinging the next turn after playing the Kiku Nojo.
Now, I wouldn't mind just keeping the Mister 3 out on the board there too without using its effect. Like obviously, yeah, you'd rather not Cavendish attack, but having another body on board to help you maybe attack into it or help remove it would be pretty nice.
It's definitely a tricky situation right here and a tricky matchup to navigate for Mike and his Nami in the finals of the Peoria Regional. Looks like going to be tapping 7 Dawn for another Sabo right here. And the event is the Barrier Rare Pistol, just the board getting cleared. And as you were talking about, we could have had another 5,000 power swing with the Mr. 3 if we kept it on field at that moment, even if they did end up bottom decking the Mr. 3, then at least you would have the Kiku Nojo to swing 6,000.
Yeah. And we're starting off with our 9K attack first. You still have a couple Dawn left over, so we could potentially attack with our Lucy leader as well. No amount of yeah, this just should be a 5K to 5 currently because we've not used leader effect.
So he's going to ask for that new gate in the hand to pitch away. One of the key cards, but maybe it's just your best option at this point, is going to go with the Rebecca to look at that top 3.
Yeah, this Rebecca, I mean, we haven't highlighted it much, but it is really one of the best cards in this deck. Not only is it a searcher, but for one extra attached on, you can turn it into a blocker, make it difficult for your opponent to interact with your board too, and just really gets a lot of value throughout a game.
I know. I feel like the best times that we saw Lucy in this tournament so far was the ace matchup in top 32, where Vista just deleted the Rebecca's on the side. But it is a nice testament to show, like, okay, it is a blocker that I can have that can just be easily pitched away. Just can eat up any sort of swing, and it's so many resources to be able to commit on the Nami side to be able to get rid of it. But goes ahead with the Gecko Moria to play the Perona out on field and keep that Cavendish from swinging. Again, trying to stall out these 7 cost Sabos, trying to get a turn off without one of them coming down.
Yeah, and I really, really like this. I think we're just sequencing it well to make sure that their Cavendish is like not only not attacking and applying pressure to us, but that draw two has been again very relevant in these matchups. So good play there. We do have our second Rebecca hit the board, looking at the top 3, and likely trying to apply some pressure with our Sabos. Maybe playing another one at this point. I mean, looks like we did just add one off the Rebecca. There is a chance that if Cavendish is just expected to get stunned for the rest of the game, maybe we can just play over it too. So see what G ends up doing here.
And we're still sitting at 2 life as well. So it could be one of those situations where we could go like a Fire Fist combo potentially. But just watch me, Ace is going to minus 3,000 power to make the Gecko a 7,000 power character. And now going in with the Sabo, might try a Fire Fist combo to trash 2 cards and remove it off the field. Going to be making it well under to be able to KO it right there by trashing the Cavendish and the other card in hand to continue controlling the board.
Yeah, and our leader is currently an 8K as well. We've got one Dawn left open, likely going to be used in the Rebecca, but starting off with an 8 to 5 since we've not used our Nami leader ability yet.
So would have to pitch a card in the hand. Still sitting at 3 life, so still a little bit healthy, but as these Sabos turn sideways, that life can go down pretty fast. So he's going to go ahead and leader effect 1 2K counter off to get 9 out of that 8,000 power swing, is going to go ahead now, turn the Sabo sideways. The first life taken, no trigger on that one, just a 4-cost Zoro without a trigger. Another Sabo turn sideways. The last swing of the turn, Baby 5, an auto trigger within this deck because your leader is multicolored. Just go ahead, draw 2, and a Dawn attached to Rebecca to pass.
Yeah, but again, it's a little bit of deja vu, right? We just see all of these Sabos hit the board. They're very tough for us to interact with as Nami. We're able to get rid of a Gecko Moria, which is kind of tough for a lot of decks, but we did it while also establishing a 7/9 blocker. So much momentum going for our Lucy player here, and it's again very tough for Nami to interact with this.
Yeah, it's one of those things that really Lucy excels with in a lot of matchups, that play these like one body per turns. If you can go ahead and remove that one body per turn in a variety of different ways, whether that's bottom decking, KOing, etc., that really puts on the tempo of the game as you get to the later stages when you have all of these blockers on field. But a 12,000 power Newgate, the biggest character on field now, is coming down to the board, is going to get that draw 2, trash 1, and 2 cards or 2 Dawn are going to be attached to both leader and the Perona, more than likely. Is going to be now a 7,000 power swing, just a block from the Sabo. We're going to decide if we want to swing this Perona or not. A 7,000 power swing, just a block off of Rebecca.
Yeah, and that's where like Rebecca gets value. It found the Sabo that you played that turn. Now it's offering a way to protect it, and we at this point we just, I mean, what maybe need room on our board to play our fourth copy of Sabo anyway, so we don't mind it just getting the block there.
It's interesting in the last several sets of the One Piece card game. You and I have been playing for a couple years now, and you remember the OPO1 searchers that just look for a card, but now we're starting to get these searcher cards, these one drops that not only search but do something else on top of it. Right? We
Yeah.
saw it a couple times in the tournament in the Kobe with Kyojaku, right, gaining power, and Rebecca is the same. Just very strong one drops now in the game. Starting out with the Cavendish 7,000 power swing, pitching the Barto brick is going to get Nami to leader effect and 1K out of that attack.
All right, and we do have Fire Fist. We're playing it the hard way
Fire
for the
Fist is
full 7. And then do we have 2 more for our second Fire Fist? We sure do. What a great combo there. Again, being able to get rid of that 12K Edward Newgate, and that is going to be so difficult to recover from.
Oh, yeah. I think it's more than likely going to cement G as the winner of this game, but it's not over until the final hit has been taken. Still has 3 swings left that he can utilize. Could be 9,000 power swings. I think you're okay turning all of these Sabos sideways at this point, especially because there's only 2 potential swings on the field right now. Don't think there's any way to be able to burn a life. Nami can't play Zay ha 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 ha. So is going to go ahead, take this last life. And now I think you just go in and swing with these Sabos, even if they counter out of it, right? Even if Mike does, I think you're still sitting in a pretty solid point, especially with this Dressrosa Kingdom. You do have to be wary of the 5-cost Luffy, right? Which could
Mhm.
present another swing. But if you have enough counter to be able to get out of just one of those attacks, it's all the worth.
Right. Thinking on this last Sabo, could be going into Perona as well. But decided, you know what, nah, I'm just good. I don't want to overplay my hand. I am ahead in this series as well. I just need to get one more game here, and we're so far ahead. Let's just hold off a little bit just in case there's something funny with, again, as you mentioned, the Rush Luffy, and we'll pass it back.
So I think a 10-cost Newgate is in the hand for the Nami. I'm not sure how valuable 10-cost Newgate could be in this scenario, especially because it does not heal, does not give you an opportunity for maybe like an 8-cost Gecko into a 4-cost Zoro, right? To be able to heal off of these things, which is a scenario that can happen with
Mhm.
this deck. You also have 5-cost Borsalino to be able to do a little bit of healing. So a couple different lines, but first starting out with the 5,000 power swing.
All right, and we use the event to get the plus 1K. We got the block on the 6K Nami attack, which means no 10 drop Newgate coming down. And we do have a Borsalino for 5 going to 1 life. We got 4 open. maybe a Marco or a Zoro. It's going to be the Zoro here. So a double heal, which is great. But, the fact that we didn't even really apply any pressure on the other side means that we're, again, very susceptible for how wide this board is.
Yeah, 4 characters on the board able to swing as well as a leader. Move into G's next turn. We'll see if he decides how heavy he wants to swing here. But first, as he typically has, he's going to swing 7,000 power with the Cavendish to be able to draw 2, trash 1, and pitch something that you're not needed in the hand.
And again, like if this matchup happens, Cavendish is so strong at just being able to continue to keep your hand size healthy and the cards you want in your hands as well. So using the leader effect and the Nami to get into 8K range to get out of it, we're going to play another Viola for 1 here. This could help us find, I don't know, maybe another copy of our Sabo here. Instead, going to find us a Rebecca. Not too bad.
I think there's still 1 Sabo left. I don't think we have found it yet. So can't be a bad card to play, right? So
Yeah.
is going to be now using that Rebecca. I think there's that Sabo right there. Immediately is going to grab it. And that 4th copy going to be hitting the field. But where do you play it exactly? Do you play it over the Rebecca or do you play it over the Cavendish?
We don't have any Dawn left, I think, to attach to Rebecca. So I think it's
That's
okay
true.
to play it there. I think if we have like another barrier in hand to get the removal of a Borsellino, or just Fire Fist. Gonna use it on the Zoro there. We
So
also
we'll
could
see.
Fire Fist the Borsellino and then give it the discard 2 to be able to get rid of it fully. But I think we're still in an okay spot. We're gonna go 8-7.
Doesn't opt for the KO effect, so Zoro is just going to be that minus 8,000 power through the opponent's turn. Is going to now start swinging with the Sambos. A potential trigger here for a body. Looks like maybe a Thriller Bark, Perona, or Kumasi, or maybe even a Hogback to get one of those on the field. Perona is going to be able to get the Hogback on the field. I believe it plays it rested,
Yeah.
although I'm not sure it really matters in the grand scheme of things. Yes, rested,
There you go.
but still 2 Sabos to be able to swing with.
I mean, with the blocker Borsellino here, likely not going to be able to go for game directly here, but another 9-7, taking it going down to 0. Maybe another trigger looking at the cards in the trash, potentially.
I mean, I think you would want to play it out.
Yeah, it could be an 8-drop Moria, and maybe the reason we kept the 4-drop Zoro on the board and not discarding 2 is we want to make sure that it's not in trash and can't be played again, right?
Because especially if you are paying attention to the open deck list, you know that there is only 1 4-cost Zoro in Mike's deck list. So the one right there on the field, you may be getting a correct read there on you just don't want them to loop more life.
Mm-hmm. So heavily thinking on this card. I'm going to guess it's Moria. We'll see if that's true or not. If it was another Thriller Bark, it could maybe be like Kumasi as well for like an extra 2K, but those are my guesses. So not adding to hand.
With only 1
Or
swing
not
left.
playing the trigger, adding it to hand.
With 1 swing left, if it was something like a Kumasi, I believe we have 3 2Ks in hand, Baby 5, Zeus, and also Kumasi then at that point. So you would be able to get out of the 9,000 power swing, and it's just going to pitch all of those cards in there. A 0 card hand, now 1 at the start of the turn, but you do have a couple swings left to be able to utilize to maybe get through in this game, but they all need to connect.
Yeah, and we got a minus 8K to the Zoro here. Not unpossible to just attach a bunch of Dawn to make it a 5K. It's going to be expensive to do so, but we're going to start with a 5K from the Hog back into the Lucy here.
Plenty of opportunities, especially with leader effect to get out of it, but just uses a 1K Rebecca. And now the 5K swing with Perona is going to have to ask for another card or the block. It's going to be leader effect to get rid of the momentum of him for plus 1,000 power. What do you do with the rest of this Dawn?
Yeah, this is pretty tough here.
Yeah, I think now at this point, there's no way to claim the win because I don't think you can get past the Sabo, but swings 10,000 power at lead.
We could use block and then using the okay, just 2K. I was thinking about the stage as well. We're going to play one more Borsellino, so we survive here. just narrowly. But man, I don't know. Is this living? Because we've got like so much pressure coming down the nether side. Again, all of these Sabos have been able to find the board here. We're just going to start.
I think you would want to start with 5,000 power at lead because there's no cards in hand to use leader effect. This is a free swing that you can utilize.
Yeah.
And I think this has to be an 8 cost gecko to be able to have some sort of ability to live, right? Because maybe like you could play the 4 cost Marco on the field to be able to draw 2 cards off of a block. Then maybe another gecko can, if you play the Marco over the Zoro, to get in the trash. But no, it's just going to keep it in the hand. No trigger there. It looks like playing over is just going to get the Roger, and Mike concedes the game. G is your regional champion of Peoria with Lucy.
Yeah, and smiles all around. You can see, oh, the exhaustion just leave. Just saying, oh, I did it. I made it. I am the champion with Lucy. I don't know how I got here, but here I am, first
It's a
place at this inaugural OP16 format in the North American side of the One Piece card game.
it's a sigh of relief, right? Because even though maybe you were presented with a favorable matchup in Nami,
Mhm.
there is still a chance, right, that you can
Yeah,
lose. This is a card game. Nothing is guaranteed at all in these different matchups. It could go sideways very fast, especially maybe if you make one wrong play. I've had plenty of games, and I'm sure many people watching this have had the same thing where one game or one bad choice within a game can lose you the entire outcome of that. But was able to hold on. G was able to become our regional champion. And although we didn't see Lucy win last week in LA, really proved people wrong, I think, in the beginning of the OP16 format. I don't think a lot of people had Lucy on their radar.
definitely not me. I'll be the first to admit. And I was already, shocked last week. I'm like, all right, that was a one of Lucy being in finals, whatever. And now I'm like, oh, it happened again. That's wild to me. So, but obviously, there for a reason. I think played very well this weekend. We saw a lot of the matchups for G here, and obviously, I think the Nami is a fortunate matchup, especially in the last 2 rounds. You still have to make sure you do get your sequencing right. I think there's a lot of decision making that made sense, and is now our champion from this event.
Yeah, an excellent showing and a beautiful, beautiful championship to be able to watch. I had an excellent time watching the beginning stages of the OP16 format, especially alongside you. I love commentating with you. And thank you again to Top Cut for allowing both of us to be able to hold this championship with you guys. Thank you also to our production team, Polaroid, having a great showing with us and getting us to broadcast this championship. Thank you so much for watching. Do you have any final words, Eggman, of this championship before we go?
No, just I'm happy that I was able to be a part with this. Again, love casting with you too, and I appreciate the patience. And obviously, you guys like remote casting does have a little bit of quirks with it, but I'm happy that we were able to do this, and you guys were able to witness the burst of the OP16 format here in North America. So that's all from me, Jake, and send us off.
Thank you so much for watching the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut. Again, if you missed any of the championship or you want to go back and VOD watch some of these matches, these will be uploaded to the YouTube channel. I know the Swiss rounds yesterday are already on the Top Cut Events YouTube channel, and I imagine this will be the same. I'm Jake. That's Hayden or Eggman, as you may know him as. We're signing off on this. Thank you again from the Top Cut team and us to ourselves. Have a great rest of the weekend. Happy Father's Day to all those who celebrate as well.